Imagine a world where the temperature rises above 100 degrees. The heat is so intense that all infrastructure collapses. Even a brief touch to the ground burns your skin, and stepping outside for just 20 seconds could knock you out. Humanity is trapped indoors, and food and water are worth more than gold. In this chaos, our MC survived 5 years with his girlfriend, until she betrayed him and sent someone to kill him for the last of his supplies. But his thirst for revenge was so strong, he regressed back in time. This time, he'll be ready. With the help of his subspace, with infinite storage and frozen time inside, he'll stockpile billions of resources. And he won't hesitate to use his powers and supplies to take what he wants and get revenge on those who ruined his past life. He's coming for a life of comfort, with food, girls, and a pool of cold water, in the middle of a burning apocalypse. Through the streets of the city, a bus speeds towards the evacuation location. Inside the bus, a woman realizes that she was in such a rush to enter the bus that she didn't bring any evacuation supplies. Because of that, she will have to buy new things in Jiangnan City. The man beside her asks if she has seen the news. The goods in the Walmart and alley warehouses in Jiangnan City have all been moved. In fact, that's old news because today, Dongming Lake in Shancheng dried up, and the Darendong warehouse has been emptied too. The woman speculates that the total value of all these supplies could be in the hundreds of billions, but it is in fact in the trillions. Another man behind her confirms that the loss of supplies and various natural disasters are just the surface of everything that's happening. The truth is that the world is coming to an end. The people on the bus are frightened by the sudden thought, but they don't seem to believe the strange guy. One of them even says that he's actually looking forward to the end of the world. In that scenario, all living beings will become equal. However, that's not true. The strange guy knows that even at the end of the world, there is no day when all living beings become equal. That's because he has personally experienced the end of the world himself in a previous life. Buildings were destroyed, and everything that humanity built was erased. On top of that, giant monsters roamed the land, and everything was completely hopeless. In his last life, he was just an ordinary delivery man who was as surprised about the apocalypse happening as anyone else. When the world began to end, there was an abnormal release of solar energy, and it changed multiple things. The atmospheric temperature rose sharply, crustal movements occurred frequently, and monsters hidden underground also came to the surface. Thanks to that, the whole world changed. And in a new world, there is a new order. The extreme scarcity of supplies, even if it's just for a packet of instant noodles, ham sausage, or a block of ice, caused people to give up everything they had. This guy is different from everyone else, because he has seen everything for himself. His name is Su Chen, and he was reborn 1 month before the start of the apocalypse after dying in his previous life. Thanks to that, he has all the experience, and now he can plan ahead of time to live the best life he can. While he's thinking, the woman from earlier walks up to him to talk. What he said scared her a bit, and she's now looking for someone to be with her during this entire thing. Unfortunately for her, that person isn't going to be him, because he has more important things to do. He leaves her alone and steps off the bus once it gets to his destination. He doesn't need people holding him back when he knows that what's most important in the apocalypse is an abundance of supplies. In his last life, he wasted a lot of time searching for supplies, so this time, he needs to be prepared in advance. He has his eyes set on the warehouse he works in as a delivery man. He grabs his work jacket from a hanger by the door and heads into the storage room. A coworker by the door informs him that being 21 seconds late means that he will have half a day's salary deducted from his salary. The guy apologizes and heads into the warehouse to clear it out for himself. In his last life, when the apocalypse came, the boss of this warehouse ran away in advance, and his annual salary went down the drain. So these supplies are going to be his compensation. To take them all for himself, he activates a power of his called space. This spatial ability allows him to put everything around him into a super large cubic space with dimensions of tens of thousands of meters in length, width, and height according to his will. The space unfolds in the warehouse, and he's able to grab lots of supplies, including rice, cooking oil, meat, and other foodstuffs. Everything, including the shelving itself, gets stored in his space. Thanks to this, he manages to purchase a large number of supplies for $0. And thanks to this ability, he was able to dry up 2 entire lakes and plunder several cities that were destined to be destroyed thanks to the apocalypse. Back in his past life, even a packet of instant noodles was a luxury. But thanks to his spatial ability, he's able to store several tons of fresh food in frozen time, meaning that the food remains fresh no matter how long it's kept in there. He finally won't have to eat dirt in the apocalypse to survive like in his previous life. After collecting all the samples, he can finally breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that he's not going to suffer in this new life. While he's checking on all the supplies he'd managed to gather, 3 men walk into the storage area to start clearing out all the supplies. They are all surprised to see the place has been completely emptied and turned into nothing but a massive haul. There's no one else there but the strange guy standing in the center, so they ask him what happened to all the supplies that were in the storage area. He immediately tells them that he has taken everything for himself. The men are surprised by his nonchalant admission, and they rush to catch him, but he easily uses his powers to dodge out of the building and remarks that he won't be late anymore since he's quitting. Then he just barely teleports away before one of the men can grab him. The three men are left desperately searching the area for him, but he has completely disappeared. Outside the warehouse, a portal opens up close to the ground, and the man backflips out of it and lands safely in an alleyway between the buildings. This second ability is called Space Jump, and it allows him to move within a 3-meter space whenever he wants. In the apocalypse, this ability allowed him to enter abandoned buildings to find supplies and safely escape from dangerous situations. Even in the face of mutant beasts, his Space Jump ability saved his life in crucial moments. With that out of the way, his zero-cost shopping mission is now complete. He throws his work jacket into the air and starts walking away from the warehouse. Suddenly, his phone vibrates, and he pulls it out of his pocket to see an emergency broadcast message. It informs him that the Earth is currently experiencing intense movement, causing localized natural disasters to appear all around the area. The message warns him to be careful, but tells him that the disasters will not affect his daily life. The official statement from the government is to not panic in hopes that the general public will remain calm. Do they even know that the world is coming to an end? While he's looking at his phone, it rings with a call from someone that makes his face twist in disgust. It's a woman named Zhang Xiaoqian, and just the sight of her name on his phone makes his hands tremble in anger. Su-Chen takes a deep breath, then picks up the call. As soon as he puts the phone to his ear, her voice comes from the other end, screaming at him in anger. He has not talked to her for a long time, and she is angry that he disappeared without letting her know. He even put his house on sale with his real estate agent. She asks our protagonist if he really thinks that he will find a woman willing to be with him after selling his house. The woman on the other end is his fiancée, Xiao Qian, and she isn't someone he's very interested in talking to. On her side of the line, she's applying lipstick after just being done cheating on him with another man. While another man named Xiaoyu relaxes on the bed behind her, she continues insulting Su-Chen through the phone, asking him if he remembers his responsibility as a man. He may not care about the house, but she's still a woman, and she wants him to give her the house as a gift so she can feel more secure with him. After she's done talking, he asks if she's done with her rant and if there's anything else she wants to say. His attitude towards her makes her even more annoyed, and she decides to give him one more chance to come back and transfer the ownership of the house to her. If he doesn't do that, then she will refuse to marry him. She tells him that she's on her way back to Shangdu and that she hopes they will talk more when she gets there, but he ends the call without answering her. Xiao Qian spent 5 years with him in the apocalypse in his past life. He searched everywhere for supplies to feed her and brought her to a safe house, where he continued to take care of her. If it wasn't for him, she would have starved to death and died in the middle of the end of the world. Yet, even with that, she cheated on him multiple times with a violent man that beat Su-Chen on multiple occasions anytime he came back empty-handed. Xiaoyu also accused him of hiding all the good things from them and keeping it to himself. One day, Xiaoyu killed Su-Chen in the very safe house where he took care of Xiao Qian right in front of her, then fooled around with her right in front of his dead body, all while calling him useless. She didn't seem to care, and told Xiaoyu that Su-Chen died because he was incompetent, all while he slowly died in the corner and watched it happen with his last breath. He was wronged by her in his last life, and he made the mistake of entrusting her with his life once before. But this time, both Zhang Xiaoqian and the man she cheated on him with, Xiaoyu, are going to pay the price for everything they did to him. Our protagonist will make sure that they won't die easily, and that they'll experience the pain they put him through 100 times over. His hand shakes in anger at the thought of what they did to him, but he takes a deep breath and calms himself down. For now, he needs to continue his quest of finding enough supplies to survive through the apocalypse. The rest of the things he needs can only be bought with money, and because of that, he first has to figure out how to get the money in the first place. He calls his real estate agent named Manager Liu and decides to offer up his house for half the market price. His only condition is that he wants the money in cash, and he wants it right now. With the deal set up, he makes his way to Dream Real Estate to finalize the deal on his house. But when he gets there, he sees Zhao Qian waiting for him with Xiaoyu, who has a baseball bat. Su-Chen isn't bothered at all and walks past them into the real estate building, but he's blocked by Xiaoyu, who angrily asks him why he dares to sell their house. Because of that, he'll make sure that Su-Chen won't see the sun tomorrow. While the thug is talking, Su-Chen reaches out and grabs him by the neck. Then he lifts the angry man off the ground before slamming him back on the floor. Xiao Qian jumps to try and protect her lover from her fiancé. While she pulls on his jacket, she starts yelling for someone to save them from a murderer. Su-Chen wastes no time before backhanding her across the face, sending her flying onto the ground. She stares at him in shock, completely surprised that he would touch her at all. While that is happening, he continues choking Xiaoyu on the ground as he begs for help. Su Chen assures him that he won't die too quickly, then lets him go, causing the disgraced thug to back up in fear, desperately coughing. Xiao Qian goes to check on her injured lover, while Su Chen steps past both of them and continues into the office. Xiao Qian still hasn't learnt her lesson and orders Su Chen to kneel down and apologize quickly while she's not yet angry. If he doesn't do that, she threatens not to marry him again. However, her empty threats are stopped once he turns around and glares at them. They freeze in fear before both of them run away, leaving him alone to handle his business. Now that they are finally gone, he steps inside to meet the real estate agent, who offers him a glass of water. The older man looks incredibly excited to be talking to Su Chen about selling his house at such a low price, but inside, he considers Su Chen a fool for selling a house worth over $1 million for just half the price. With that kind of deal, he can make a huge profit from a quick turnaround. Thanks to that, he agrees to make the full payment immediately and hands Su Chen the contract to sign. With that done, Su Chen walks out of the office with almost $1 million added to his bank account. Although various natural disasters are happening, Chengdu, where he lives, is an inland city far from the earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions happening throughout the rest of Asia. Adding to that, the government is officially trying to keep the public calm, so there is still a sense of normalcy in the area, and society is still functioning well. As he thinks about his next step, he passes a flyer advertising fast and high-interest loans. That gives him an idea, and he makes it his next step to get even more money by mortgaging his property with a property certificate. That leads him to Great Sea Loans, where he meets a large-bodied man smoking a cigarette. This man is Wang Dahai, Xiaoyu's older brother. In his past life, this man died in the mouths of mutant beasts pretty early into the apocalypse. Dahai notices that his house isn't worth very much. Su Chen only wants to know how much he can borrow even with his low-value house. The big-bodied man offers $500,000 for the property, as long as he also leaves the property certificate with him as a show of faith. Su Chen demands an extra $100,000 be paid to him immediately, and they will have a deal. He slams the property certificate on the table and stares straight at the man in front of him, while also promising to gather the money in a week. That way, he can make a profit from their exchange and pay everything back at once. Dahai is interested in this offer, and it seems that Su Chen is also a gambler. As long as he's involved in the trade and there could be a profit, Dahai thinks he might even sell his own parents. The older man thinks Su Chen is stupid for believing he can turn his life around in a single day. He has no idea just how far this plan of Su Chen's goes. Dahai smiles and takes a long puff of his cigarette as he contemplates the offer. He tells Su Chen that he'll agree to the terms as long as he mortgages the property certificate with their company. If he does that, everything else will be negotiable. After a long conversation, Su Chen walks out of the office with over $500,000 transferred to his bank account for the second time that day. Now he has all the money he needs to continue buying supplies in preparation for the end of the world. Meanwhile, Xiaoqian and Xiaoyu stumble through a park after they have finished running away from Su Chen. The other man is still out of it after being choked in the street and nearly dying. As they step out of a taxi, Xiaoqian continues to complain about Su Chen. All she wants is the house that they both own, and there's nothing wrong with that according to her. Yet despite her simple request, Su Chen laid his hands on her, and she can still feel the pain of the slap he gave her not too long ago. For that, she wants to make sure that he pays the price no matter what. Xiaoyu agrees as well, still holding his neck in pain from what Su Chen put him through. He'll make sure Su Chen pays the price. He already plans to ask his older brother to take him out. As they're talking, they notice Su Chen once again casually walking down the road, heading to his next destination. Xiaoqian and Xiaoyu are surprised to see him casually walking down the road in front of them after everything he had done. They decide to follow him and see what he has been up to that has made him so cocky. Su Chen, however, is searching for the next major grab of resources before society collapses. In his memory, many commercial buildings collapsed under the impact of seawater backflow and rapid freezing in severe cold. However, the Green City Hotel withstood all the natural disasters down to the very end. Because of that, he heads there next to figure out how he can take advantage of that. From what he remembers, the presidential suite inside is well equipped, and there's even a swimming pool that should help him manage extreme temperatures. For now, it might be a good idea to use the place as a base, and on top of that, living there for a long time wouldn't be a bad idea. Although many warehouses were emptied before, there's no shortage of hot meals and ingredients in the hotel's warehouse. As he walks into Green City Hotel, a woman notices him. She introduces herself as Liu Xinrui, the hotel's restaurant manager, and she asks how she can assist him today. Su Chen tells her that he wants to order 1,000 tables of food for a banquet and wonders if they can do that for him. The number of tables shocks the manager, and she struggles to respond for a moment, but then she eagerly agrees that they can definitely do something like that. However, the prices range from 5,000 to 10,000, even up to 100,000 per table. Su Chen decides to pick the tables worth 10,000, which means the total price will be about 10 million for the whole banquet. For that, he's willing to put down a 50,000 deposit as long as they deliver to the address that he will provide. The manager is impressed that such a young man has a grand demeanor and suspects that he might be a hidden source of second-generation wealth. She has no idea that all this comes from huge loans and a speedy sale of his house. She agrees to his terms of a 50,000 deposit and directs him over to her office so he can make the payment. Just the cost of the ingredients for the banquet alone is estimated to be 50,000, but being able to connect with rich people means that she has to be smooth with negotiation. As they walk to her office, she asks Su Chen if he's getting married anytime soon. Since he has no other excuse for why he would need a huge banquet, he decides to go along with the story that he's getting married, and that's why he needs everything. In the meantime, he also asks her to book a presidential suite for him to stay in. With negotiations done, Su Chen walks out of the hotel, happy that he managed to get 10 million worth of dishes settled for a 50,000 deposit. As for the final payment, by the time the scorching post-apocalyptic world hits, even a single block of ice will be worth billions. The woman inside is also happy with the deal and the fact that he booked the presidential suite. She thinks that he's doing all of this for his honeymoon, and that whoever marries him must be truly fortunate. While she sits and thinks to herself, Xiao Qian walks into the hotel and asks the manager about Su Chen. Manager Liu doesn't immediately answer her and first asks who exactly this newcomer is. Xiao Qian answers that she's Su Chen's girlfriend and wants to know what he was doing there. Now that the manager has verified her identity, she informs Xiao Qian that her boyfriend ordered a banquet of 1,000 tables from the hotel. She even tells her that having a boyfriend like him must be amazing. Meanwhile, in her mind, Manager Liu thinks this girl is only a 7 at best, and it seems like her temperament is way too high. Rich people always seem to like these types of girls. The two are shocked that Su Chen could order a 10 million budget banquet, and they don't believe him at first. But then Manager Liu explains that wealthy people love to play the game of hiding their identity. They fear their partners might be after their money, so they only reveal their wealth on the day of the wedding. They still don't believe that someone like Su Chen could be wealthy, and Xiao Qian remembers that for the past few days, he has done nothing but try to disappear from their lives and even resorted to cold violence. But Manager Liu proves her point by showing that Su Chen transferred 50,000 yuan as a deposit for the banquet. The two leave the hotel to think about the new information they've found. Why would Su Chen order so many tables from a fancy 5-star hotel? Who is he planning to invite? Xiao Qian believes he wants to introduce her to his wealthy circle and then bring her into his life of riches. Xiao Yu asks what they should do now that they know this while he reaches for her chest with his hand. She slaps his hand away and realizes that she needs to create opportunities for Su Chen to get back with her as soon as possible. In her mind, she starts imagining a life of wealth and luxury, where she's dressed in fancy clothes, living in a luxurious house, surrounded by maids and butlers catering to her needs. Just the thought of that alone makes her drool, and she can't believe that she would see this kind of opportunity with someone like Su Chen. Su Chen returns to his old home to continue planning his zero-cost purchase, which at this point was pretty much just stealing since he didn't plan to return anything that he had taken so far, or to pay for any of it either. During his raid, a lot of essential items hadn't been bought yet, and the remaining money was just not enough to cover the costs. So he resorts to another devious method to get money. He can use online loan apps to gain a ton of money quickly and use it to fund the rest of his raid. So for the whole afternoon, Su Chen downloaded more than 80 apps at once, and spent a long amount of time taking selfies and gaining loan amounts that ranged from 30,000 wen and above. By the time he was done, he had gained about 970,000 wen in loans, and he was ready to start his shopping spree yet again. He collapses on the bed, feeling the urge to pass out, but there was no time to waste at all, and there were still many things to buy. He had to get fireplaces, ice makers, ice blocks, smokeless coal, and other supplies that weren't available in supermarkets. Fortunately, all these things can be bought online, and the delivery is super fast. He's going to need all these things to survive the extreme heat and the severe cold that will kick off the apocalypse. Him making it through the intense temperature changes will completely depend on whether he has enough materials to regulate the weather. So he gets to work, contacting multiple companies to prepare the materials that he would need. He starts by ordering 2,000 tons of smokeless coal and offers to pay 500,000 yuan in deposits. Then he does the same thing with the ice factory, ordering multiple tons of ice from them as well. A few of the companies request a face-to-face discussion, so he leaves his apartment to head over and talk to the ice makers. As soon as he steps outside, he stumbles into a new face, followed by an unwelcome old one. Her name is Lina, and she is a close friend of Xiao Qian. In fact, she was the one that introduced them to each other and trapped him in that awful relationship. She walks up to him with a smile while her friend follows closely behind. She then tells him that his girlfriend has been missing him very much. He asks them if she has been missing him, or if she has been missing his house. Lina tries to cover for her friend and tells Su-chen that his girlfriend was only testing him before. She accuses him of being clueless and ignoring how sad Xiao Qian has been without him. The gold digger of a girlfriend takes the opportunity to latch onto Su-chen's arm and plead with him. She asks him to accompany her for a walk and apologizes for scolding him yesterday in hopes that he won't be mad at her. The act doesn't impress him at all, and he pulls his arm away, telling her that he's busy and she should go and take a stroll by herself. Xiao Qian is surprised that Su-chen is acting so arrogantly, but Lina snaps her out of it and points out that he's taking a taxi somewhere. This might be her final test, so she encourages Xiao Qian to follow him in a different taxi and see where he goes. Su-chen makes his way to the ice factory to meet with the manager and place his order. The older gentleman greets him and seems surprised that Su-chen is so young despite all the things that he's buying. The two shake hands, then the younger man follows up the discussion by asking how long it'll take to produce and ship the 2,000 tons of ice that he had ordered. The manager assures Su that their ice factory is very efficient and one of the best in the state. He promises to deliver the edible ice in 3 days, and the total price of it all would be 800,000 wen. Su-chen agrees and hands over a 100,000 wen deposit. Then he gives the man an address to deliver the ice to in 3 days. Now that the transaction has been confirmed, the man decides to ask him why he needs so much ice. Was there some sort of large-scale event happening somewhere? If he is a regular organizer, then they could partner more in the future. He was somewhat correct, since there is definitely a large-scale event happening soon. But Su-chen can't just casually tell him that. So instead, he lies that he plans to donate all the ice to the Alashan for charity. The manager is surprised, but at the end of the day, an 800,000 yuan deal has been settled immediately at the entrance. That young man must really be something. As he watches Su-chen's taxi drive away, another taxi pulls up, and he wonders if this is someone else here for business without an appointment. Xiao Qian and Li Na step out of the taxi and walk over to talk to the manager. Xiao Qian tells the boss that Su-chen is her fiancé, and she wants to know what they were talking about. He doubts her a little and wonders if this is some sort of detective play, but he still tells her that Su-chen had ordered 800,000 yuan worth of ice from his company. Xiao Qian and Li Na nearly scream at the mention of that, since this pretty much confirms that Su-chen must be some sort of second-generation super-rich personality. No one in their right minds would spend that much money on just ice. Li Na desperately asks what Su-chen wants to do with so much ice, and he tells them that Su-chen plans to donate it for charity. Of all the responses they expected, they definitely were not expecting that. Back with our protagonist, Su-chen has now purchased all the items he would need to survive in the apocalypse, and now he decides to enjoy the little time he has left before the world descends into chaos. In his last life, he was too busy working to ever think of doing anything in luxury. Even going to a small cafe was out of the question for him since he was so preoccupied. So he decides to go to a fancy restaurant to relax and enjoy himself. A waitress welcomes him and hands him a menu to look through. There's a lot of delicious foods like butter chicken, naan, and smoked steak, with each item on the list needing him to spend up to 4 digits. One menu item in particular catches his eye, and it seems to be a mystery item that costs 17,000 yuan. He asks about it, and the waitress confirms that it's a meal personally crafted by the head chef of the restaurant. The details completely depend on the chef's inspiration. That sounds interesting, so Su-chen decides to get that for himself. In his last life, at the beginning of the apocalypse, a strange force caused many creatures to mutate and turn into terrifying beasts. There were many monsters, like a giant serpent, that appeared in the midst of the floods in the early days of the apocalypse. He would need to prepare himself to deal with those things when they start to appear. But for now, his eyes are drawn to a pink-haired beauty walking towards his table with his food. She introduces herself as the head chef of the restaurant, and she brought the food she specially tailored for him based on his temperament. She doesn't need to introduce herself since Su-chen already recognized her. In his last life, she was known as Hell's chef, Duan Ya. She had the magical culinary skill to turn decayed monster meat into food, and no one could resist its temptation. However, those dishes were made using mutations sourced from inside monstrous beasts, and eating them would lead to certain death. She notices his dark expression and wonders if he thinks that a beautiful woman like her will poison his food, so she tries to calm him down by introducing the food. The dish is called Dual-Faced Life, and it's a piece of steak where one side is tuna fried in brown butter, while the other side is deep fried in puff pastry. It's a kind of steak with 2 flavors that leave a lasting impression. Su-chen hides his expression and takes a bite of the steak. It is definitely worth the 17,000 yuan he spent on it, and the taste is really good. If only she could cook for him in the apocalypse, but it's possible that she could poison his food, and he would have no idea. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Xiao Qian and Li Na watch the place in jealousy and wonder what exactly Su-chen is eating there. They've heard that each dish costs at least 10,000 yen, and the fact that he's casually going there for a snack just further proves to them that he must be some kind of second-generation kid. Once Xiaoqian becomes a rich wife, she will definitely be able to take care of her sisters. Next in his adventure around town, Su Chen heads over to the Arya Scans bar in the Golden Sales Vault of Shangdu. In his past life, he regretted not being able to enjoy these kinds of extravagant places, and once the apocalypse starts, then places like these will no longer exist. So he's taking the chance to explore this place as much as he can. A group of girls sit beside him as soon as he gets settled down. He agrees to drink with them, but his eyes notice that one of the girls doesn't seem as enthusiastic about being there as her friends. The girls tell him that her name is Yun Yun, and this is her first time in the club. Her boyfriend just recently cheated on her, so they brought her to the club to have some fun. The guy didn't sleep with her at all and went on to cheat on her with an old woman. She's so depressed that she drinks an entire glass of alcohol, then slams it on the table. She then asks Su Chen if he's single, and if he wants to have some fun with her. The girls cheer him on while Xiao Qian and Li Na enter the club and notice the two of them getting comfortable in the back. He notices the two of them. Then he takes the girl by the shoulder and leads her up the stairs. The two girls chase after him as he runs up the stairs and into a random bedroom. He locks the door behind them and tries to apologize for bringing her upstairs in a rush, but the girl seems more interested in laying with him. Our protag doesn't have any interest in taking advantage of her when she's clearly sad, so he flicks her on the forehead and warns her not to go out and to try to stock up on food in her house while she still can. Then he tries to advise her not to come to places like these since she seems to be more love-minded than her friends. But then he realized that there's no point since there will be no future for her to worry about. It's rare for him to have an opportunity to come to a place like this. But in this situation, he has no choice but to avoid them. He walks into the back of the hall and sees the two girls kicking down multiple doors in an attempt to find him. With these two here, there's no chance for him to enjoy himself for the rest of the night. He manages to escape their manhunt for him and heads home to relax and escape from the rampaging girls. The next day, all the things he ordered, including the smokeless charcoal and the ice, were shipped to him. Several trucks show up in front of a warehouse he had rented for the drop-off, and he guides them in to deliver the goods. One of the truckers is concerned that the warehouse doesn't have a refrigerated room, which means that there's a chance that all the ice will melt, but he tells them not to worry about that. He instructs them to move the goods into the warehouse and directs them to specific places in the warehouse. While all of this is happening, Xiao Yu tracks down Xiao Qian to tell her that Su Chen has rented a large warehouse in the suburbs, and he also bought a lot of large machines that are being moved into the warehouse. She's interested in what he's doing, so she goes over to the warehouse with Li Na to see what's going on for herself. The first thing they see as soon as they get there is the massive banquet from the Green City Hotel being delivered and set up. There was even a red carpet laid out, and the whole setup looked like an after-party for a wedding. Lina is convinced that Su Chen would propose, and then guests will come in from all directions to see the wedding. Xiao Qian is still proud enough to say that even if he proposes, then she might not accept it. Then she asks Lina to accompany her to see just how sincere Su Chen will be towards her. They head over, and Xiao Qian asks him why exactly he's buying so many things and what he wants to do with so many supplies. He doesn't answer them. Then he tells her to help move the boxes into the warehouse. If she helps, then he will tell her everything she needs to know. Xiao Qian is disgusted by him suggesting that she would do menial labor. She's planning to become a rich lady, so how can he expect her to do such rough work? Li Na reminds her that this is a test for her to see if she's qualified to become a rich lady. Despite still being appalled that she's being told to do grunt work, she decides to just do it for the sake of her future rich girl lifestyle. She manages to lift a heavy box onto her shoulder to prove to him that she's not just a delicate woman. Lina also tries to help out as well since she knows that second-generation rich people are usually lustful, and there's a chance that she could become a rich lady as well if she played her cards right. All the while, Su Chen just laughed at the free labor he was getting from these two. There were so many supplies to move around, and even though the hotel had sent some people to help, it would still take a long time to get everything into the warehouse. They spend the whole day moving things, and by evening, they are done. With all the work done, Xiao Qian is exhausted and angry. She worked all through the day without even a meal. Surely, after all this, she will definitely become a rich lady, just like she has always dreamed. Lina also lays on the floor exhausted. She can't believe that Su Chen made them lift heavy things all through the day. Just the ice blocks alone weighed over 100 pounds each. But now, the test is finally over, and he is going to make her his bride. Then they'll have a huge wedding, and all the wealthy guests will start appearing. At least that's what she thought when she walked over to confront Su Chen. The man is busy paying all the workers huge sums of money as thanks for their hard work. Then he promises to settle the remaining bill during the week according to their contract. The workers all sing in appreciation before leaving, while Xiao Qian leans against a door, waiting for him to propose to her. Su Chen walks past her and heads towards the warehouse. On his way, He thanks her for helping but tells her that she isn't getting any pay for her work, then tells her to leave. Xiao Qian desperately asks him to stop playing around with her. There had to be guests coming to see them start their good and happy married life. That's what all these preparations were for, right? Su Chen is amused by her thoughts of a good life. He almost wishes that their happily ever after would come. But now, not only did he sell his house, but he's in a ton of debt from the multiple loans he has taken out to buy all this stuff. Lina yells in surprise behind them. That had to be impossible. He bought over 10 million yuan worth of food from a restaurant, as well as tens of thousands of other supplies. How could he be broke after all of that? Su Chen decides to lie that there's a big boss who wanted to do a good deed, so he decided to help out. The boss wants to bring people from charity together and give them food and supplies. Xiao Qian can't take it anymore and lunges at him. She screams that he lied to her, and he has been leading her on this entire time. But our protagonist easily dodges the attack and tells her that he never lied to her. This entire thing was just her delusion, and she was left thinking something that wasn't true. She continues yelling at him while she lays on the ground. She thought he was a second-generation rich man, but now that she knows that he's broke, she tells him that he can forget about marrying her. That's completely fine with him since no one would ever care about a gold digger like her. That sends Xiao Qian over the edge, and she storms off, vowing that he will regret everything he has done to her. Lina follows behind, but not before warning Su Chen that he's finished. Su Chen is not even slightly worried about the empty threats. In the apocalypse, the only people that will regret anything are them once the apocalypse starts. With the two nuisances gone, he locks himself in the warehouse and looks at the mountain of resources that he has managed to gather. Now all he has to do is wait for the apocalypse to descend. He opens up his infinite storage and stows them away for later. Now, with all of that done, he goes back to the Green City Hotel to enjoy another relaxing meal while waiting for civilization to collapse. As he's relaxing in the hotel lobby with a nice meal, a loud group of people walk in, and they're all people that he recognizes. Dahai tells Xiao Qian that all she has to do is follow Xiao Yu to find the good life that she has been looking for. In Shangdu, his words still carry a lot of weight, and he will be able to take care of her. The younger man takes the opportunity to tell her that he will make sure to make up for the bad treatment that Su Chen gave her. He tells her that she should have dumped the abuser a long time ago to be with him. Xiao Qian falls for all of it immediately and allows him to hold her while they walk into the hotel. Then Xiao Yu assures her that his older brother will do everything he can to make sure that they take revenge on Su Chen for her. To her, Xiao Yu isn't that bad, and his big brother is quite wealthy as well. Being with him will be better than being with a bootlicker like Su Chen. The noise finally causes Su Chen to speak up and points out that Xiao Qian really isn't picky with who she decides to stick with. His sudden appearance shocks her, and Xiao Yu takes the opportunity to tell his brother that this guy is the man who dared to attack him. Dahai recognizes him as the guy that he gave a huge loan to recently. The bigger man has been planning to find him for a while now, but now that he knows that his benefactor is the same person that harassed his brother, he now has more plans for the foolish younger man. Xiao Yu is surprised that his brother knows Su Chen, and the large man tells him that this guy is the same person that mortgaged his house and borrowed over 500,000 yuan from him. And on top of that, it just so happens that tomorrow is the repayment day. It seems like they both have scores to settle with him. Xiao Qian is grossed out by the fact that he even had the audacity to borrow money from Dahai. Because of that, he definitely won't be able to clear the debt in this lifetime. Luckily for her, she didn't get involved with him. Su Chen isn't worried by the noisy guests and calmly wipes his mouth after his meal. Dahai leans down and threatens Su Chen with his pending repayment. He can't be here enjoying himself in a hotel when the man he owes so much money to is standing right in front of him. Xiao Yu yells that he won't be able to pay back the money no matter what. It's best that they just finish him now that they have the chance. The group of thugs behind him smile menacingly, and they also look eager to go after Su Chen. While all of this is happening, Manager Louis comes in to try and pacify the situation. Dahai agrees to talk it out if our protagonist kneels down and apologizes to him and his brother. If he does that, then they will consider peacefully settling the matter. Manager Louis asks Su Chen what exactly is going on, but he dismisses it, calling them nothing but simple pests. That doesn't sit right with Dahai, and the bigger man slams a large hand on the table. He had been giving our protag basic respect since, but today, he's definitely finished. Nothing he does today will be able to save him from what's about to happen. That's what he thinks. At least until some newcomers walk into the hotel restaurant and the man in front demands to know what's going on. Both Dahai and Su Chen recognize this scary-looking man. His name is Gao Qiang, and in Su Chen's last life, he was known as the Skull Crusher. He and Hell's Chef were a major force in the post-apocalyptic world of Shangdu, and he even heard that after the apocalypse, the Green City Hotel became the first place of the mutations. In fact, it's very likely that Gao Qiang's skull-crushing abilities grew in him because he was in the hotel when the mutation started. For now, though, Gao Qiang is just a well-known entrepreneur in Chengdu with a wide network of people in the underground, and many people under his command. The man notices that Su Chen has an interesting glare. Now that the chaos has settled down and they weren't making a mess of his hotel, Gao Qiang continues on with the business he had in the hotel. He brings Duanya to an office in the hotel, where Mr. Sun waits for them, pouring a glass of wine as they enter. This man is named Mr. Sun, and the chef wonders what exactly he wants to discuss with her. The man tells Duanya that he has heard about her being a great beauty, and today he finally gets to meet her in person. He offers her a drink, but the chef can clearly see that some sort of drug has been dissolved in it. As she stares at the glass in disbelief, meanwhile, Su Chen swirls his own glass of wine in his presidential suite bedroom. In his previous life, he hid with Xiao Qian in their basement, and they barely managed to survive the extreme heat of the apocalypse. He never expected that at this time he'd ditch her and she would end up following him around. Either way, it's a good opportunity to settle old scores with her and get his revenge. He watches Xiao Qian and the others play outside in the pool, and they don't seem to notice him. The two men stand outside in their swimsuits and wait for the ladies to join them. Dahai notices that the air has been getting much hotter recently, and it almost seems like it's hotter at night than in the day. That's exactly the reason why Zhao Yu suggested that they go to the pool to cool off. Seeing the girls in swimsuits was just going to be an added bonus for them. The two men are excited just thinking about it, and they hug in joy at the bright idea. The two girls make their way towards the pool in their swimsuits, and they notice that the moon looks brighter than normal. When they reach the pool, Xiao Yu takes Xiao Qian's hand and confesses that his love for her shines brighter than the moon. She doesn't care about his pointless advances because it's too hot, and she just wants to get to the pool. Su Chen laughs at them from upstairs. The bright red moon means that the apocalypse is about to start. He swirls his glass of wine in the air and drinks to the start of the end of the world. Suddenly, the moon explodes with a bright burning heat, and the four people outside immediately feel it. They make a run for the hotel lobby, but Dahai is too slow to keep up with them. The moonlight suddenly feels burning hot, and their skin starts to burn from the heat. The people inside the hotel notice that the outside has become just as bright as if the sun were out, and it were daytime. Dahai's men wonder whether he will be all right, but one of them mentions that he is probably just flirting around with the girls, and they should leave him to his happiness. As they are talking, Xiao Qian, Xiao Yu, and Lina race back into the hotel lobby, looking like they just had a fight for their lives. They roll around on the ground and look around desperately for something to use and cool off. All the while, their skin looks burnt and red. Xiao Yu notices a fish tank, and the three of them dive into it to try and cool off. While they're inside, they argue with each other on who can stay in the pool and who should get out. Dahai's men wonder what they are doing and why they look so injured. More importantly, they wonder where Dahai is and why they ran back without him. Xiao Yu realizes that they abandoned his brother outside, but by then, it's already too late. His skin is burnt worse than the others, and he has blisters all over his body. Everyone rushes to take care of him before he collapses. Meanwhile, Mr. Sun asks Duanya why she isn't drinking the wine. Before she can answer, Gao Qiang cuts in and tells him that a banquet has already been prepared for him. Mr. Sun doesn't care though. He's only concerned by the fact that Duanya didn't drink what she was offered. Nobody in Chengdu dares not to drink the wine he pours. He tells Gao Qiang to back off since this is none of his business. At that moment, Duanya realizes that Gao Qiang had set her up. He must have done it to try and climb up the ladder and win Mr. Sun's favor. The large man thinks he's invincible in Chengdu and that he can go around harming many women, and today it seems like he targeted her. She's completely certain that there is something wrong with the drink, and she must not take it. However, there's nothing she can do to escape this situation. At that moment, the moon shone with a bright red, burning light. The light blinds both Gao Qiang and Mr. Sun for a moment, before they both rush to close the curtains because of the heat. The two men are sure that something horrible is going on, and they decide to go downstairs and find out more information, while Dawn sighs in relief that a distraction like that had saved her from something terrible. Downstairs, everyone in the hotel had gathered in the lobby to try and escape. Manager Louis urges them to calm down and tells them that a rescue team was on their way to take them to a more secure location. The people don't seem convinced, and chaos starts to burst out in the lobby. Meanwhile, Gao Qiang makes his way downstairs and asks someone what's going on. He explains that there was a sudden temperature rise, and the news had reported that hundreds of people had already been injured. Mr. Sun tries to call up one of his friends to send someone to pick him up from the hotel, but they tell him that right now they're working to make sure that there aren't any power issues, and because of that, nobody is available to come over and pick him up. Dahai is still burning in the corner from his direct exposure to the sunlight. His men tell him that he needs to go to the hospital while he screams in pain every time someone touches him. But with it being so hot outside, there's no way they will be able to get to the hospital. He tries to call one of his other men, Xiao Dao, to drive over there and pick him up. Xiao Dao is already in the underground garage of their real estate headquarters, and he starts driving out to go and pick them up at the hotel. Because he's underground, he can't feel the heat as much as others can, until he drives into the street and notices that everywhere is bright as if it were still daytime. Then his tires blow out and the car stalls on the road. He's forced to step out of his car and run back to the building. He calls Dahai to tell him about the car blowing out, but his attention is diverted to something more painful. His shoes were dissolving with every step he took and he tripped, falling to the ground. He opens his eyes and sees that there is a completely melted and dissolved body lying beside him. He screams and tries to get up, but his skin sticks to the floor as he does. The heat had already melted most of his face and stuck him to the ground. Back at the hotel, all that Dahai and his crew can hear are loud screams coming from the phone as the heat roasts Xiao Dao on the ground. While all of this chaos goes on downstairs, Su Chen sleeps comfortably in a nice, well-air-conditioned room, without a care in the world. Almost immediately, breaking news reports circulated on the TV, warning people that the weird temperature anomaly had already taken nearly 100 lives. It advised people to stay indoors to prevent skin and respiratory burns. The heat is so powerful that not too long later, the city's power grid blows up, leaving everywhere without electricity. Dahai continues trying to call back the driver, but the line never connects. It seems like Dahai is no more, and on top of that, all the other rooms in the hotel have been fully booked. Dahai and his group had to resort to taking the last room available, which they will have to share with Xiaoqian and Li Na. The two girls are not pleased about this at all, and they complain that they will need a separate room. While they're arguing, the power goes out, which means that the air conditioning also stopped in the hotel, causing the building's temperature to rise rapidly. If they don't leave the room, they'll suffocate from the high temperature. While the men struggle to take off their clothes and try to find a way to cool down, Xiaoqian remembers that Su Chen had booked the presidential suite, and it even had a pool. If they kicked him out, they could take over the place for themselves. Su Chen himself enjoyed the night by swimming in his room's personal pool. In his last life, the city's electricity had hidden dangers due to improper maintenance. No matter how much manpower was invested, the city's electricity still exploded despite everything they tried to do. Because of that, all the users connected to the city's electricity were affected. That's why he specifically chose a room with a pool, and he also prepared multiple vertical air conditioners with large backup batteries to ensure that the room stayed at a reasonable temperature. He uses his spatial abilities to summon some of his stored ice, as well as a large table of food to enjoy himself with. It's only the first day of the apocalypse, so he's planning to start it with a simple breakfast. As he's about to start eating, a loud knock comes from his door. He opens it up, and the men and girls outside immediately notice that inside the room is so cool. As soon as he opens the door, they notice the lineup of air conditioners and the multiple blocks of ice that are keeping the room cool. The women shout at him for being selfish and enjoying all this luxury while they roast outside. They try to force him to leave the room for them, while Dahai reminds him that he owes a lot of money to his business. In order to pay back the interest of the past few days, all he has to do is give up the room to the older man. Otherwise, he will throw our protag out by himself. Su Chen is having none of that and pulls out a gun as self-defense before firing a shot right at Dahai's stomach. He warns them that if they take one more step forward, then he will take another shot. The sight of a gun causes them all to freeze while Dahai stares down in shock at the bullet wound in his stomach. Since they haven't left his doorway yet, he takes another shot, this time at Dahai's leg. Then he tells them that he'll count to 3, and if they haven't disappeared from his sight, then he'll unload more bullets at them. The group doesn't need any more info, and they escape while they can. Back in the hotel's lobby, Gao Qiang demands to know why there's no food in the whole hotel. Manager Louis apologizes and tells them that a few days ago, someone booked 1,000 tables for a banquet, and because of that, they almost ran out of ingredients to cook. They were supposed to get another delivery today, but the heat wave is clearly stopping that from happening. Since there isn't enough left, Mr. Sun demands that all the water and food get brought to him instead. The people in the lobby protest at that, and they try to attack him, but his thugs just barely protect him from the crowd. All the while he sits back, not even bothered that there's an entire crowd of angry people trying to attack him. Then suddenly a group of people ran into the lobby, shouting that Su Chen tried to kill someone. Gao Qiang notices that Dahai has gunshot wounds, but he knows that there aren't many people who can get their hands on a gun. It seems like there's a tough character living upstairs. Xiaoqian announces to everyone that Su Chen's room has electricity, air conditioning, and even a swimming pool. That catches everyone's attention, and she verifies that she saw it with her own eyes. There was even lots of food and ice cubes, which made the room seem like heaven compared to the sauna that was in the hotel lobby. The crowd rallies together and makes their way upstairs to confront Su Chen, and Dahai orders his men to follow them and make sure that Su Chen gives up his room no matter what. The crowd reaches the door to the residential room, and when Su Chen opens the door, they get a taste of the cool air in the room. They all beg him to allow them to stay in his room, while a kid peeks his head into the room looking for the fried chicken that Xiao Qian had mentioned. Once he spots it, he runs into the room in a frenzy, desperate for a taste of the food, but a food to his stomach sends him flying back into the crowd. That causes the crowd to go into a frenzy since he kicked a child. They determine that someone like him doesn't deserve to stay in such a luxurious room. They try to rush at him, but he pulls out the gun and shoots blindly into the crowd, taking out one of the people standing at the back. As the man drops dead to the floor, he reminds them that he may be alone, but they only have one life. Downstairs, Xiao Yu screams out once he notices his brother is outside, lying down in the scorching sun. The rest of his brother's men hold Xiao Yu back from running outside, as his brother is already long dead. His wound was already infected and rotting, and because of the high temperature and there was no medicine to treat the wound, the man passed on. Xiao Yu knows exactly who to blame for this, and it's the man that shot his brother in the first place. The man himself is currently being seduced by Zhao Qian and Li Na, who are trying to remind him how much she loves him. They tell him that he couldn't shoot them, and he was just trying to scare Dahai and his crew. They beg him to let them in, and if he does, they will do whatever he wants. He sees how desperate they are to be with him, and finally decides to let them in. Before they can do so, Xiao Yu charges through them, aiming to kill Su Chen and take revenge for his brother. That causes Su Chen to declare that anyone who crosses his door will die, before he brings out a baseball bat and sends Xiao Yu flying with one hit. He flies back, knocking into the two women behind him and sending them all down to the ground. Now that they've seen his violence for himself, the two girls don't want to go anywhere near him, so he tells them to get lost in his sight. They drag the knocked-out Xiao Yu away, and he glances up at the armed surveillance system that he mounted up beside the door. If they hadn't left, they would have died, regardless of if they managed to take him out in the process. Outside, a cargo of armed military vehicles drives down the burning streets towards the hotel. The tires have been modified into treads, and the windows have been insulated to make sure that the rescue team can survive the journey to the hotel and back. One of the vehicles parks in front of the hotel, and some armed men in insulated suits step out and enter the hotel lobby. They ask if Liu Zhengguo from the academy is in the building, and he steps out from the crowd towards them. The rescue team is there for him, and only him, and they give him the insulated suits to put on so he can leave with them. Professor Liu is a geological expert, and he will be able to play an important role in stopping the disaster. The rest of the people in the lobby yell out in protest because they are trying to rescue only one person instead of the crowd of people that were also trapped in the hotel. One of the men announces that the authorities have already launched a separate rescue operation that will take place at midnight, which is the coldest time of the day. Once nighttime falls, they can all make their way to Silicon Valley Plaza, where they will find the rescue point. The others in the lobby celebrate that they will soon be rescued, but not everyone is satisfied. Mr. Sun rushes towards one of the insulated guards and demands that they give him an insulated suit so he can leave with them, but the guard is easily able to restrain him. With no other options, he orders Gao Qiang to snatch up one of the insulated suits for him, but they can't move with several guns pointed at them. The soldiers turn to leave, but Xiao Qian stops one of them and tells them that there's a murderer upstairs. Li Na also announces that the murderer has a gun and he has killed several people already, and he almost killed them too. One of the soldiers, Xiao Feng, decides to stay back and investigate the situation. The other soldiers warn him not to be too impulsive and to focus only on completing the mission, but he declines and assures them that he will contact them after dealing with the situation. He heads up the stairs, and Zhao Qian celebrates the fact that after Su Chen is shot dead, then she will be able to stay in the room and wait for rescue. Xiao Feng sneaks up to the presidential suite, but then he notices a camera watching him through a plant in the corner. Before he can process it, the door opens, and two bombs are thrown out. The first is a flash bomb, which immediately blinds him. Then the second is tear gas, which causes him to cough uncontrollably. While he's trying to regain his senses, Su Chen sneaks up behind the soldier and hits him with the baseball bat, knocking him out cold. He wakes up a little while later, tied to a chair and still feeling the effects of the gas and the blow to his head. And the first thing he notices is that the place is very cool. Then he sees Su Chen looking at his military ID while holding his gun. He also realizes that he has been stripped down to his underwear, and all his armor has been taken as well. Now that he's awake, they can talk. But the soldier is more interested in how an ordinary guy got so many ice cubes and air conditioning. He's also curious about how he got access to so many weapons and flash bombs. Su Chen tells him that he's a recent graduate, and he got the guns and everything else during a trip to the Middle East. The story is completely unbelievable, but there's nothing our protagonist can do to change that, so he instead switches to asking more important questions. Su Chen wants to know if the government has set up rescue points for citizens to go to in the morning. The soldier is shocked that he knows about that, but Su Chen doesn't ask, and instead he explains that being exposed to the moonlight for more than 10 minutes can lead to fainting, and this will cause many people to die on the way to the rescue. Xiaofeng knows this, but there's no other way to save people. They have established safe zones and modified rescue vehicles in the area, and all they need is for the residents to reach the rescue point on their own. All they need to do is to wear some sort of insulated blanket, and they should be able to survive the walk to the rescue point. Su Chen places a hand on his shoulder and goes behind him with a gun pointed at the back of his head. The soldier begs for a moment for our protag not to kill him, but Su Chen cuts the ropes and sets him free. He respects the soldier's work and decides to let him go, but not before warning him about the mounted guns on the ceiling. If anyone comes after him again, those guns will activate, and no one will survive except him. He understands and decides to leave peacefully, but not before all his guns are confiscated. The people in the lobby notice that the soldier left without telling them anything except advising them to wear insulated blankets while they head to the rescue point. Mr. Sun slaps Gao Qiang in anger and blames him for everything not going his way. The others wonder just how long they will have to deal with the annoying man, but they have no choice for now. Once the rescue team has taken them in, they will need Mr. Sun's connections to live comfortably. Su Chen watches from the shadows and asks if Gao Qiang wishes to restore order even in times like these. The two men immediately become hostile once they see him, but he calms them down by telling them that he is only there to make a deal. To calm them down, he shows them a bucket filled with edible ice cubes. The two men go wild for the ice cubes, and one of them suggests that they kill Su Chen and go get more ice from his room. Su Chen politely counters that idea with an assault rifle to the throat. Gao Qiang seems to have more common sense and suggests that they make a deal with him instead. Thanks to that, Su Chen agrees to give them both some cubes of ice while they negotiate. The other man wonders just what is in our protagonist's room when just a cube of ice feels this good. Gao Qiang decides that for now they'll agree to his demands. Then they'll look for a way to kill him later. While they're enjoying the ice, Mr. Sun notices them enjoying the ice cubes and attacks Gao Qiang for it. The bigger man tells his subordinate that he better bring out better stuff next time, else he will be dead meat. Then he takes the bucket of ice cubes and enjoys them for himself. As he's eating, he notices Duanya in the corner, still fully dressed in her suit despite the fact that everyone else has stripped down because of the heat. She glares at him while he mocks her for being too modest, but that only causes him to grab her by the hand and try to pull her away because he's in the mood. She pulls back and slaps him across the face for touching her, and he retaliates by ripping apart her suit jacket in anger. Then he threatens to have his way with her right there in the hotel lobby for everyone to see. With her jacket gone, he notices that she's actually soaked with sweat, and he offers to take the rest of her clothes off. That's the last straw for Gao Qiang, and he finally stands up to the large man. Mr. Sun is frightened by the voice for a moment, but he turns around angrily and asks Gao Qiang if he really understands who he's talking to. However, Mr. Sun doesn't realize that he's talking to a man who doesn't care anymore. Gao Qiang takes a knife from his back and jabs it into the larger man's neck. The people in the lobby freak out now that another person has been killed. Gao Qiang tells them that Su Chen is right. The world is ending, and people like Mr. Sun need to die along with it. Now with that guy dead, the place fell under Gao Qiang's command, and everyone else can either listen to him and go to the rescue point, or stay there and die. Su Chen watches them from a higher floor. It seems like his words are effective, and since Gao Qiang was the boss of the hotel in his last life, he has successfully accelerated the process of him taking over the place. Later, the new boss of the Green City Hotel enjoyed a large drink from the bucket of water that Su Chen had given him earlier. Both Li Na and Xiaoqian beg at his feet for him to give them a little water out of it in exchange for anything he wants. He throws the water at them and tells them to follow him so he can have them do whatever he wants. As the two women fight for the water on the ground, one of Gao Qiang's men asks if he doesn't plan to head to the rescue point. The boss disagrees and tells them that since it's Doomsday and they want to survive, then they have to rely on themselves. The rescue point is a kilometer away, and if they don't make it there alive, then it's certain death. Since they are low on supplies, then they should not be taking freeloaders with them. Gao Qiang agrees with that fact, and he decides to take a page from Su Chen's book by keeping them as cannon fodder. Once midnight hits, it's time for people to start heading towards the rescue point. Several people wrap themselves in blankets and leave the hotel towards safety. Ever since Gao Qiang took control of the supplies, the rest of the people in the hotel haven't been given any food or water. Staying in the hotel would be certain death, but if they head to the rescue point, then there might be a slim chance of survival. The large group of people walk along the empty roads with boards tied to their shoes, but even with that, the heat is still almost too much. One of the survivors trips on the boards and falls down on the incredibly hot asphalt. She immediately melts on the ground while the other survivors continue on without her. At a time like this, no one knows if they will be able to survive, so there's no time to worry about others, even if they are family or loved ones. Xiaoqian and Li Na wrap themselves in and get ready to leave the area as well. In the hotel, they only have enough snacks for about 2 days, so they're especially excited to reach the rescue point and eat as much as they can. But before they can leave, One of the men rips the towel away from Xiao Qian. He tells her that Gao Qiang gave them food, so they shouldn't be so quick to leave. He tells them to have some fun with him instead of leaving as he rips Xiao Qian's clothes. The two of them beg him to take them to a room first before they start having fun, all while Su Chen watches everything from the top floor. In his last life, he went to the rescue point with the others, but no one told him to bring a blanket. So even though it was only a short kilometer, many people died on the way there. At least with his advice from earlier, more people should be able to survive the trip and make it to safety. Meanwhile, the two girls continue to beg the man to let them have some privacy, but he laughs at them and asks what they are even afraid of. It's not like there are ghosts in the area. As he says that, two zombies break through the glass into the hotel lobby. Gao Qiang and the others in the lobby scream as they walk slowly towards them, and Xiao Yu wonders if they will also get turned into zombies if they get bitten. Gao Qiang grabs the other man by the neck and throws him at the zombies as a distraction, and his skin burns as soon as they touch him. After seeing all of this, Su Chen finally decides to join in on the action. He heads downstairs with a katana on his back and tells the other people to move aside. They're surprised that he wants to deal with those things by himself, but Gao Qiang tells them to watch and let him do what he wants, and once he kills them, they will kill him. Meanwhile, Su Chen watches the zombies as they growl at him. In his last life, corpses that get exposed to sunlight will mutate, but they aren't actually zombies, which means that they won't spread the virus. He calls them drought demons, and they are similar to monsters of the same name in a popular Chinese mythological creatures book. These drought demons actually retain some memories and attachments from when they are alive, and in Mr. Sun's previous life, he was killed by Gao Qiang, which should make him hold on to the desire for revenge, which in turn made him into a drought demon. So because of that, the zombified Mr. Sun completely ignores Su Chen and runs over to kill his murderer instead. As for Dahai, he died from the bullet wounds that Su Chen gave him, so he rushes towards our protagonist instead. The large drought demon lunges a clawed hand at the smaller man, and he's easily able to dodge. Then he rushes towards the other drought demon and brings his katana down, straight through Mr. Sun's head, slicing the drought demon completely in half. As he dies, a small purple crystal comes out of his body and floats in front of Su Chen. In the last apocalypse, where Gao Qiang was the leader of the Green City Hotel, he must have gotten his powers after killing Mr. Sun in his last life as well. That means that the crystal will always appear inside Mr. Sun. This is the crystal nucleus that can give normal people superhuman strength. Now it belongs to him, and he can use it to greatly improve his abilities. He barely even has a second to grab it before Dahai rushes towards him in blind rage. Instead of fighting him, Su Chen leaps over the rampaging drought demon and lands safely on the stairs. Now that he has what he came down for, the rest is up to Gao Qiang and the others downstairs. With no other choice, the boss grabs Xiao Yu by the neck and throws him towards Dahai. That manages to knock the man and his zombie brother into their supply of water. Then he yells for the others to find weapons and attack. Meanwhile, Su Chen pours himself a drink and dissolves the crystal in it. In his last life, these crystal nuclei occasionally appear in the skills of drought demons and other mutant beasts. They are extremely rare, and it only appears inside everyone in 100. To get the power from them, one has to clean the crystal nucleus thoroughly, then swallow it directly. Once the crystal is fully submerged in the drink, he downs the entire thing in one gulp. The effects show immediately, and his body bursts with so much power that his clothes immediately explode. He screams out in pain as his eyes grow red before finally collapsing naked on the floor. Downstairs, it seems like the zombified Dahai is dead. Gao Qiang stomps on his head in anger and yells for it to move, but it lays motionless on the floor. Killing it also took out their last source of water. Without any water, Lina decides to try and escape to the rescue point, but one of the men grabs her and says that he will cut off her legs if she tries to run again. She begs him to let her go since, without water, everyone there will die of thirst anyway. Then she tells them that if they let her go, she will tell them a way to deal with Su Chen. That interests them, and they urge her to speak before they kill her. She tells them that Xiao Qian is Su Chen's finance, and if they attack her at Su Chen's doorstep, then he will definitely open the door so they can ambush him. The men agree with her, and Xiao Qian is shocked that her own sister would suggest using her as bait. They turn to grab the ex-fiancé, and she tells them that she will cooperate with their plan. But first, they need to find her some food. She specifically wants some meat. That's not possible since the meat in the electric fridge has already spoiled. But Gao Qiang has an idea. He gives her a knife while the other men gather and hold down Li Na. Then he tells her that if she wants meat, then it's up to her. Xiao Qian catches on quickly and realizes that they want her to eat her own sister's flesh. She thinks about it for a moment, then turns to Li Na menacingly while holding the knife. Li Na starts screaming as Xiao Qian walks towards her. She tries to beg and remind her that they are sisters, and that she shouldn't do this. The other woman doubts her words, and if they are really sisters, since not too long ago, Her so-called sister had suggested that they use her as bait. Without even thinking about it, she takes Lina by the neck and stabs the knife into her stomach several times. As she brutally murders her sister, even Gao Qiang and his men watch on in surprise as she tells her dying sister to blame herself for this happening. Then she laughs over the body as blood pools around her feet. Now that lunch is secured, she laughs crazily and promises that once she has finished eating, she'll go upstairs to his room and drink his blood. Gao Qiang tells them to let Duanya cook the meat since they will need all the strength they can get to deal with Su Chen. One of the men tries to protest, but the boss reminds him that without water, none of them will last a day, so if they don't want to turn into a dry corpse, then they should do as he says. The man is reluctant, but he eventually shouts for them to look for Duanya. Meanwhile, Su Chen has woken up and decides to rest his powers. He realizes that he has gained physique-type abilities, and his resistance to heat has also improved. On top of that, even his muscles and his strength have increased as well. He tests his new power by crushing a large block of ice with one hand. As he stands and admires his new abilities, a knock comes from his suite door. It seems like someone else has come to his door to bother him. He looks through the security camera and notices that it's Hell's chef Duanya waiting for him. Outside his door, she waits anxiously for him to open up and let her in. Everybody downstairs has gone crazy like Gao Qiang, and the down floor is no longer safe. Her only hope right now is to partner with Su Chen, and thankfully, she has some leverage to get her way. When he finally opens his door, he's still completely naked as he asks her if everything is okay and if she needs some help. She notices his undressed body and screams, while he hurriedly apologizes and realizes that he forgot to get dressed before coming out to meet her. He invites her inside his apartment, and although he considered subduing her, the atmosphere is a bit awkward now for both of them. But based on his previous life, he knows that Duanya is a very strong-willed woman, and she had a cooperative relationship with Gao Qiang. So if he finds a way to bring her to his side, then he will benefit greatly. He starts by telling her that his resources are limited, and on top of that, they had only just met. He can't just be expected to take her in just because she's pretty. Duanya realizes that the room is well equipped with ice and electricity, and because of that, she will have to show her worth if she wants to stay there. She tells him that she's not just a chef, she's also a graduate from Southwest Medical University, which means that she has a medical qualification certificate and 3 years of experience as a surgeon. The fact that she's a doctor is exciting to him, but that doesn't change the fact that his resources are limited and he's uncertain if they can survive till tomorrow. She gets desperate and tells him that as long as he doesn't kick her out of the building, then she'll do anything he wants her to. He accepts her offer and tells her to consider his room her own home. By the time she realizes what she said, it's already too late for her to take it back. He then warns her that her only choice when she's with him is to behave himself and to make sure that she doesn't have any ulterior notices, or else he will take her out. She, however, has no plans of going against him and has never doubted his methods and determination. Now that everything has been decided, he tells her to take off her clothes since now it's time to start repaying him. She goes to take a shower now that Su Chen has allowed her to stay in his room. There's water, electricity, and everything someone would need to survive the apocalypse and never worry about the outside. There's no need to think about the scorching weather or being eaten by the others. For anyone on the outside, this place would be heaven. That doesn't mean Su Chen is any kind of angel, though. His intentions are pretty obvious, especially when he told her that he would give her something different to eat. But she doesn't have a choice. It's either this or the scorching and unforgiving apocalypse. Thankfully, she already considered that he would act like this before she came up to his room, so there's nothing she can do about it. Meanwhile, in the living room, Su Chen watches her shower. He's not doing this to peek, of course. He just wants to prevent her from doing anything improper. That's what he tells himself anyway. After her shower, she comes out in a nurse cosplay outfit that he specifically chose for her. The clothes are a bit too small, and obviously not enough to cover the essentials. He tells her that she looks absolutely perfect in the outfit, which makes Duanya blush and look unsure. Suddenly, there's a heavy pounding on his door. Someone is shouting for him to come out and save them. Meanwhile, another voice yells that if he doesn't come out, then he'll break the door down. Outside the door, someone lurks menacingly with razor-sharp teeth and claws. Whoever is out there doesn't look quite human anymore. Su Chen is more annoyed that he has to deal with these jokers again than terrified for his life, but Duanya warns him not to go outside. These people have already eaten Lina, and if they open the door, then they might also get eaten. The fact that they ate someone catches Su Chen's attention, and from his expression, it means that this is very bad news. He leaves the suite and steps out to meet the people waiting for him at his door. He tells them not to be so quick to break down the door since it'll be troublesome if it's damaged. The men in front of the door look deranged, with veins bulging all over their skin as well as red, crazed eyes. In the middle of them, Xiaoqian begs for Su Chen to save her while one of the men grips her head. As soon as he comes out, they turn to him with their sharp teeth and chuckle maniacally. It looks like this is going to come down to a fight no matter how he handles it. However, Suchen doesn't seem bothered at all. He steps out into the hallway, and immediately, another one of the men who was hiding behind the wall tries to ambush him with a knife. The power boost our protagonist got earlier from the Drought Demon Crystal gives him sharp enough reflexes to stop the attack and immediately break the man's arm, stabbing his own knife back into his neck. That shocks the men, and they back off now that they've seen his power. But Xiaoqian takes the opportunity to break off from them, running towards Su Chen while still begging for him to save her. The damsel in distress act doesn't fool him at all, and he stops her by the neck, revealing her own set of sharp teeth and red eyes. Once someone eats human flesh, their body will mutate, and then fangs will grow in their mouth. Right now, Xiaoqian and the other men are no longer humans. He grips the woman by her face, causing her to cough and lose her breath. The men aren't concerned by it, however. It's the end of the world after all, and what does it matter if they eat people as long as they can survive? Even if they turn into bloodthirsty monsters by the end of it, at least they will be alive. Xiaoqian says that the meat was delicious, and after eating it, her body felt full of energy. Now all she needs is to take out Su Chen and take over his room. She twists her body and tries to swipe at him with her claws, but a hard kick from our protagonist sends her flying through the hall and crashing out of a window. She almost falls down onto the streets below, but she barely manages to catch herself at the last moment. She definitely won't be letting Su Chen off so easily. However, outside the hotel is still scorchingly hot, and she screams in pain while the sun burns her body up. Meanwhile, inside, the men decide to rush at him together before he has a chance to draw his gun. Su Chen calmly wonders if he even needs to waste bullets on these guys, and one of them warns him not to underestimate them too much. He jumps into the air and prepares to come down on Su Chen and take him out. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't mind wasting, and he raises a gun, putting a bullet through the first attacker's head. The rest spread out, hoping to avoid the gun entirely, and hit him while his guard was down. Thanks to their new forms, not only are they stronger now, but even their reaction speed has greatly improved. Meanwhile, Su Chen continues to fire bullets into them as they try to rush at him, but they easily dodge everything. In this situation, simple bullets won't be enough to bring them down. One of them latches onto the ceiling before bringing himself down towards Su Chen, but that kind of weak attack isn't enough to surprise our boy. He grabs the man by the head and slams him into the ground, killing him instantly. Then he catches the hand of another man and takes the knife from his hand before using it to slice the necks of 2 other attackers, taking them all down. The only person left is the enhanced Gao Qiang, who rushes at him with his fist drawn back for a final attack. However, just like all the others, Su Chen calmly grabs him before he can attack and pins him to the wall by his neck. As he holds Gao Qiang against the wall, a figure leaps through the window and lands at the end of the hallway. It's Zhao Qian, and it seems like the sun has mutated her, giving her sharp spikes on her back and a long tail while also making her look even more deranged. It seems like she mutated quickly into the monstrous state because of her strong attachment towards him. He snaps Gao Qiang's neck, killing him instantly, then turns to face Xiaoqian for a final battle. Since she doesn't want to disappear, he's just going to have to keep killing her until she finally leaves. Xiaoqian roars in anger as the two stare each other down. Meanwhile, Nurse Duanya watches from inside the safety of the room. She's amazed by the fact that Su Chen managed to single-handedly take down Gao Qiang's entire gang. The new monster girl that just appeared, though, gives off a very different and dangerous vibe. She tries to think of a way to help him so she can stay by his side. She doesn't want to be a burden to him, even if his way of taking care of her is a tad bit questionable. As she's wondering what she's going to do, she notices something in the room that might be able to let her stand next to him. The nurse heads back into the room and comes out with a whip, ready to fight against the monster. She tells Su Chen to let her help, but he's not very impressed. Not being scared and refusing to hide is a good trait, but with the way she's dressed, she's only going to end up distracting him. The monster roars again to remind the couple that they have bigger fish to fry before she charges at them with tremendous speed. Su Chen barely manages to dodge a swipe at his head, leaving his shirt to take most of the damage. Then he activates one of his abilities, Superpower, Berserker Mode, which boosts his strength and durability to huge levels. The monster rushes behind Su Chen and tries to bite into his neck, but even with her razor-sharp teeth, it doesn't leave a dent. Now that she's taken her swing, it's his turn, and he starts by grabbing both of her arms, then backflipping behind her, landing on her back while holding her arms above her head. He then asks her if she's ready, but she doesn't have a moment to respond before Su Chen rips both of her arms off, slamming her hard into the ground in the process. She screams out in pain as Su Chen lands behind her, ready to take her out once and for all. He had planned to let her suffer a bit more in the apocalypse while slowly torturing her to death, but now he has to kill her earlier. Or that's what he thinks, at least. She wraps her tail around the dead body of one of the attacking men and lifts him up in the air. Then she splits her mouth open, down to her torso, and swallows him whole, giving her even more power. As soon as she takes him in completely, her hands regenerate, and her strength returns tenfold. It seems that she can regenerate severed limbs. That's great for Su Chen, since if she can regenerate, that means that she's not so easy to kill after all. It also means that he can tear her apart many times over and have as much fun torturing her as he wants. He rushes towards her and goes behind her again, grabbing her left arm. Then he rips it off, pushing her down to the ground again. Before she can get up, he rips off her right arm as well, followed by her tail and both legs. Almost immediately, her limbs regenerate just like he had planned, leaving her in perfect condition again. That was only the first round, though. The second round starts immediately after as Su Chen continues to rip her to pieces over and over again, allowing her body to regenerate before ripping her apart again. He doesn't just go for the limbs either. He moves on to the tongue, then her internal organs and everything else. Apart from the head, it seems like everything else can regenerate, meaning that he can keep toying with her as much as he wants. By the 21st round, her body stops regenerating, and she lays defeated and broken on the ground. He was planning to gouge out her eyes, but he decided not to go that far. After all, he's now a devil. She shakily asks him why he's going too far to torture her and what his reason is for making her suffer before her death. He tells her that it's simply for revenge before bringing his foot down hard on her head, killing her instantly. Now that the threat has been taken care of, Duan Yan nervously asks him if he's all right. But instead of answering her, he asks her if she's ready. He has been so heroic that she should be ready to reward him. Elsewhere, at the rescue point, it seems like the outside temperatures are normalizing. It's not much hope, but maybe the apocalypse is ending already. At least that's what the soldiers stationed at the engineering university station think. Xiao Feng, the soldier that once had a fight with Su Chen at the hotel, is one of the people stationed at the university, and he notices something in the distance. He nervously calls out to the captain of the squad, a white-haired woman, and he tells her that there are a lot of people approaching the rescue point suddenly. She turns to see what he's talking about, but instead of people, she sees a massive horde of zombies marching towards them. They start running towards the two, and the captain wastes no time in giving out orders. She tells Xiaofeng to evacuate the civilians from the rescue point while she tries to hold them off. Xiaofeng tries to argue, but she forces him to go inside. Since he has no choice when given an order, he reluctantly rushes in while telling her not to die. Meanwhile, Su Chen plans to show Duan Ya the power of a berserker for probably the third time. At this point, she has rewarded him more times than she can count, and she covers herself, wondering how he wants to go at it again. Su Chen tells her that now that the extreme heat wave is over, he has to go out for a bit. Before he does that, though, he has to show her some unforgettable memories. She asks why she can't just come with him, but people around him must follow a couple of strict conditions. They must be valuable, and they must absolutely obey his orders. After their session, it seems that Duan Ya has completely submitted to him. Next, he has to hurry into town before the seawater surges in. In his previous life, many of the zombies were driven by the obsession to reach the rescue point, and eventually, they formed a tidal wave horde and attacked their former escape route. Many civilians and soldiers died in the tidal wave attack, and the incident also led to a large amount of military weapons being scattered. Thanks to that, a lot of idiots on the streets now have access to guns, and ordinary people went around shooting each other to survive and for fun. This is how various factions formed over time, and multiple people rose to power among the chaos. Some, however, were just too stupid to use their newfound power in productive ways. Like the group of people that thought they'd be able to stop his car by standing in front of it with a gun. They yell for him to stop the vehicle, but he simply barrels through them at full speed, running them over as he continues to his destination. As he drives through the city, he notices that, just like in his previous life, the walls crack from the scorching sun, and the combined onslaught of the zombie wave eventually led to the collapse of the subway station. Thanks to that, a large number of people died underground, and the number probably reached the thousands. He stopped the car for a moment to look into a hole in the ground, and a large number of zombie eyes stared back at him. The zombies underground are attracted by the roar of the car, and even though there could be a large number of crystals down there for him, not all zombies have crystals in their heads, and it would be way too time-consuming to crack each skull open one by one. Instead of doing that, he decides to head over to the engineering college and check out the situation for himself. It's the first time he has been back at the engineering university since he graduated. Now it's filled with more delinquents and zombies than he remembers. As he walks through the front door, he's greeted by a group of people who seem to be holding zombies as pets by chaining them to the walls. They tell him that he's entering their territory, and so he better hand over his backpack if he wants to get by without being attacked. Su Chen pretends to be defenseless for a moment, and pulls out a braised chicken leg from his backpack that he plans to give them in exchange for being allowed to pass. The group of people who likely haven't seen good food in several days immediately go feral at the thought of eating chicken legs. Suchin smiles and tosses the food for them on the ground, and they all jump over each other to grab it. But as they fight for it, our protagonist pulls the meat back using a piece of string and tells them that they aren't worthy of eating the chicken legs. This makes them angry, and they pull out their weapons to get back at him for messing with them. That forces Su Chen to stop messing around, and he pulls out a gun to end them quickly. He doesn't remember so many idiots from his previous life. It could be that his warnings caused a lot more people to survive than before, and that ended up leading to the current situation. He heads up the stairs and reaches the Department of Reptiles and Snakes, and the large lock on the door tells him that nobody has entered the lab in a long while. Entering into the room, he can tell that many snakes have died since the air is filled with the smell of decay. He looks through the room for a little bit until he eventually finds what he's been looking for: the Golden King snake, which will mutate into the water rattlesnake army leader. It seems like it has survived for so long by eating all the other snakes. In his previous life, this snake was one of the earliest to undergo mutation, and it ate quite a few people. In fact, it almost swallowed him as well. In about a week, when the flood comes, it will begin to mutate, and it might become so strong that it will become difficult for even him to defeat. Even now, it feels like the snake has already started forming a hint of intelligence. He will need to be cautious around it from now on. As he's looking at the snake, he senses something from outside the room. It seems like some people are here to greet him. The thugs outside the door yell for him to come out. It's useless to hide since they already know that he's hiding in there. Su Chen doesn't hide, of course, and comes out with a hand in his pocket and without a care in the world. It's a critical time for him after all. He can't afford to be disturbed by these guys, so it'd be better for him to take care of them quickly. Before he can make the first move, though, a woman swoops in from the shadows and surprises the thugs. She clamps her thighs around the first thug, while catching another under her arm and snapping his neck. In an instant, 2 of them are dead, and she immediately jumps on the third one and grips him by his face. Then she snaps his neck immediately as well before he has a chance to react. With everyone else dead, Su Chen decides to join in on the party and points a gun at the back of her head, complimenting her moves as he threatens her life. She doesn't wait for him to shoot and instead goes on a counterattack, hitting his hand with her elbow to shift the gun away. Then she jumps on her hands and leaps onto his neck, trying to twist it, but she finds out way too late that his neck is a bit too hard for her to crack like the others. Instead, she's left sitting on his shoulders with her crotch embarrassingly pressing against his face. He takes a moment to breathe in before asking her what exactly she thinks she's doing. After a little bit of struggle, he has her tied up in a questionable position with red ropes, and the gun is once again pointed to her head. With no other option, she finally introduces herself as Bai Kang, the captain of the Azure Tiger Special Operations Team. Despite her current predicament, she advises him to behave himself and let her go. Su Chen ignores her words and asks if she knows someone named Xiao Feng from the Special Forces team. She's surprised that he knows Xiao Feng, and he tells her that he once saved the soldier's life. Not a complete lie, but not the truth either. With that information out in the open, she decides to tell Su Chen everything that she knows so far. A group of fugitives took over the school and used students as hostages while they stole weapons. When the zombie horde attacked the rescue point, Xiao Feng led the civilians to leave first, but he didn't expect that some of the prisoners had escaped and infiltrated among the normal civilians. Considering the circumstances, Su Chen doesn't think it's her fault that the prisoners escaped. Bai Kang agrees and says that as long as they have the proper weapons, then the people have nothing to fear. As she talks, Su Chen spawns a grill and uses it to prepare some meat that he eats right in front of her. That makes her uncomfortable enough to ask how long Su Chen plans to keep her tied up like this. He agrees to let her go, as long as she promises not to clamp his head down with her legs like she did before. She agrees to that, but only if he lets her have some steak too. After he unties her ropes and she gets her hands on her guns again, she tells him that she has her own things to deal with, meaning that she can't help him too much. For now, all she can do is provide some power support. That won't be necessary, and he tells her to hurry up and leave before she ends up bothering him. She reminds him that she actually plans to sneak attack their stronghold and retrieve the looted goods so the people trapped in the college can survive. Because of that, this might be the only time they meet. She turns to leave, but the promise of more supplies causes him to call her back. He lies that Xiao Feng is his brother, and because of that, he plans to help her out. But his true motivation is clearly the supplies that she's after. The supplies are located in a room in the administrative block, and inside there, a group of thugs with guns hold multiple students hostage while guarding the looted supplies. The boss of the gang asks his subordinate how things are going, and the low-level thug replies that most of the guys are waiting outside, and they are ready to storm the students in the dorm. The boss smiles as all his plans start coming together, and he says that those who weren't cooperative in the beginning should be at the front, while the less cooperative guard the back. As they're talking, someone breaks down the door to their hideout and interrupts the meeting. It's Su Chen, and he calmly apologizes for disrupting their gathering. The thugs freak out and ask who he is and how he managed to break in when there are more than 20 people guarding the room from outside. He tells them he got in really easily and shows them a demonstration by lifting his finger and pointing it at the man that asked him the question. Then he goes bang, and the man's head explodes in an instant as he falls to the ground dead. As the other thugs scream in horror, Su-chen tells them that if they move, then they will die. Meanwhile, Bei-chang looks through a sniper scope from the roof of the building opposite the administrative block. She's the one that has been taking out the thugs as well as providing sniper support to Su-chen the entire time. Even with that, however, there are still many thugs in the room, which makes this a very dangerous situation. Su-chen's plan to lure the enemy in alone is way too risky, in her opinion, but the man insisted that he get it done solo. He was the one that gave her the sniper rifle and told her to take an outpost on the roof of the opposite building. The plan is to shoot wherever he points and use that to scare the thugs. It's a really absurd plan, and she has no idea why she agreed to it in the first place. But there's no turning back now. Suddenly the curtains close and she calls Su-chen in a panic, asking how it's going on his end. Instead of his voice in response, she hears the other thugs laughing now that they have figured out that he set up a sniper outside. It seems like she has been spotted just like she knew she would be, and things have turned dire for our protagonist. With no other choice left, she rushes off the building and makes a mad dash toward the administrative block to save her temporary companion. Hopefully, Su-chen can find a way to stall for time while she rushes to rescue him. As she runs through the campus, she hears someone on the other end order for Su-chen to be killed. There isn't much time, and Su-chen must already be dead. When she finally reaches the room, ready to avenge her fallen companion, she's shocked to see that everyone in the room has already been taken out, and Su-chen stands in the center, holding the boss thug by his neck. It seems like she's already too late, and on top of that, there are no more supplies left here. The boss begs for his life as Su-chen holds him up by his neck, while also sneakily moving the supplies into his magical space. He claims that Su-chen would not dare to kill him, since the people behind him would never let him get away with it. Our protag is not fazed by the empty threat and snaps the man's neck, promising that the people behind him will join him in death soon enough. Bei-chang is surprised that Su-chen managed to defeat everyone in the room so easily without her help. He tries to play it off by saying that he has been doing exercises regularly, and that's the reason why he has the strength to pull off these amazing feats. Besides, there are no more supplies in the room, and they were probably already starving and weak by the time he got there. Bei-chang is not convinced and wonders if anyone else could have raided them and taken all the supplies. And now that the supplies are gone, then what will happen to the students? Su-chen will share some of the supplies he raided with them if he needs to, but it all depends on how they behave. While she's still asking questions, Su-chen walks past her and heads to the girls' dormitory, since he asked the thugs earlier, and they told him that Xiaofeng and the other students had all gathered there. Now that they have left the room, one of the bodies hanging out at the back starts to move. She twitches, then her eyes open, revealing that she's actually alive and was listening to the whole thing. Meanwhile, one of the thugs walks through the campus looking for someone who has run off to cause trouble. He finds her in the room that Su-chen and Bei-chang had just left, and it's the girl that listened to the entire conversation. They hurry up and get her down, and she falls to her feet as soon as they set her free. He asks her if she found what she's been looking for by pretending to be a prisoner for several days. She then tells him that since she had a close call with death, she needs the comfort of the man whose name is Steel Fang. He agrees to comfort her and pulls out a thorned whip that he uses on her back. She screams out in pleasure as soon as the whip hits her back, and the thug asks her how she's feeling. It seems like the painful comfort managed to make her feel much better, and she tells them exactly what she saw while she was hanging up as a prisoner. Steel Fang asks her who took all the supplies, and she tells him that it was a devil, and his name is Su-chen. Meanwhile, Su-chen and Bei-chang make their way back to Xiaofeng. The soldier is bandaged and looks hurt, but he tells them that he's fine. He's more interested in the other man that walked in with her. Su-chen asks to see his wound, and although it started out as just a scratch, it's been getting much worse recently for some reason. Su-chen tells him that the wound was caused by the cannibals, which are creatures that eat people. Their nails are full of bacteria and viruses, and without medicine to treat the wound, it could become life-threatening. Now, medicines are rare resources, and they are impossible to find, but at the same time, it would be unacceptable to die like this. After hearing this, Su-chen decides to share some of his medicine with him. They are both surprised by the amount of medicine Su-chen provided them, but he tells them that he did it because Xiaofeng is his brother. In his previous life, there was a man in the military whose combat power was comparable to a humanoid nuclear bomb known as the God of War. If that person turns out to be Xiaofeng, then investing in his friendship and survival will definitely benefit him. Xiaofeng tells our protagonist that he owes a favor, but he also knows that Su-chen didn't come to their hideout just to deliver medicine. He asks Su-chen to tell them what he actually wants, and he tells them that a great flood is coming soon, and they will need to evacuate quickly. The extreme heat is already causing the glaciers to melt rapidly, and because of that, seawater is flooding the mainland rapidly. If they don't leave as soon as they can, they, as well as the entire land, will be submerged in floodwater. The people listen to him in shock, but one of the other survivors doesn't believe him. She accuses him of only trying to drive them away so he can monopolize the school's resources. He remembers exactly who this loud girl is. Her name is Fang Qing, and she's his classmate, a famous female boxer at his university, and a second-generation rich girl who likes to create gender divides. She walks up to him and asks if he has any food in his bag. Before he can answer, she reaches for the bag and tries to take it from him. But Su-chen stops that with a quick dose of gender equality and a slap to the face that's heavy enough to immediately leave her cheek swollen and take out a tooth. While she nurses the wound, the rest of the people in the hideout start to cheer the attack. She has been a nuisance around them for a while, and she has also been hogging a whole dorm by herself just because she has some money at home. Because of that, everyone has been fed up with her for a while, and they immediately cheer for her to be kicked out of the dorms immediately. It looks like she's already quite infamous there, and the cheers for her to be thrown out cause her to lose her mind in rage. She threatens to go and find her father and get them all killed, then she storms out of the area. Bei Kong comes in to check if our protagonist is alright, but he warns her that the girl is heading off to find her father and someone should probably stop her. Though that running to daddy doesn't help much in the apocalypse. She walks out into the school grounds, ranting about how men in the country are all beneath her, especially Su-chen. None of them can hold a candle to any of the gentlemen abroad. The name Su-chen attracts unwanted attention from one of the men that she says is beneath her. It's the thug from earlier, and he grabs her from behind, then asks her where exactly Su-chen is. The man of the hour walks out of the dorms and towards the exit. Captain Bai can handle the evacuation while he goes on to find what really brought him to the campus in the first place. The most important thing is to wait for the Golden King snake to mutate so he can harvest the crystal from it. Maybe he'll even get its ability to manipulate water. As he walks through the courtyard, a girl's voice calls out to him, begging him to save her. He turns and sees Fang Qing tied up and hanging off the ground. Behind her, there's a man laughing while standing on the truck that's holding her off the ground. Su-chen jokingly asks her if she managed to find her dad, while she still begs for his help. The man on the truck introduces himself as someone from the Federal Bureau of Evolution, and he's here to get back at Su-chen for snatching up his supplies. For their meeting today, he has prepared a truckload of surprises. He opens up the back of the truck, and it's filled with a small army of drought demons who all swarm out and surround him. Inside, the soldiers and the civilians hear the cry of all drought demons that have just been released. They know that the sound is coming from the direction Su-chen left in, and that means their new companion could be in danger. Bei Chang tells Xiaofeng to stay put and guard the civilians while she goes and checks up on the situation, but he refuses. This time, he won't let her go off on her own again. Meanwhile, back with Su-chen, the thug asks if the loud girl with the still swollen face is his classmate. If that's the case, then this is his opportunity to be a hero and save the beauty. All he has to do is kneel down and beg, and the girl will be let go. Su-chen takes a moment to think about the offer, and the snobby girl yells at him to hurry up and kneel down to save her. It's not impossible, but there's just one problem. Fang Qing doesn't even wait for him to say what the problem is, and starts desperately asking why he won't be able to save her. He just said he will save her after all, and it won't be impossible. How could he go back on his word when he's a man? Su-chen tells her that he is definitely a man, but he's not worthy of saving her. Instead of him saving her, he can help her contact those foreign gentlemen she keeps boasting about to see if they're willing to save her. That explains why he's so reluctant to help her. It's because she called him inferior, so he's taking revenge on her by doing this. Well, if he thinks that she'll apologize and beg him to save her, then he is completely wrong. According to her, she doesn't even need him to save her. Su-chen laughs and points out the huge horde of zombies rushing towards her from behind the truck. Hopefully she won't regret her own words in a moment. Fang Qing nervously glances at the zombies that she forgot about in her anger. In her last moments, as the zombies gripped her legs, she screamed for help and begged for Su-chen to save her. It seems like she was wrong after all. As the zombies tear her apart, she screams at the top of her lungs for him to save her. But it's already too late. After the screams die down, the Bureau of Evolution officer laughs at how insane the situation was. It seems like Su-chen truly is a terrible person, who can't even help another in a dire situation. But that's alright since he'll be joining her soon. Then he tells our protagonist that he will now show off the technology of the Federal Bureau of Evolution. He pulls out a jar of powder and rubs it on his face. All he has to do is apply this powder to himself, and monsters will obediently listen to anything he says. That's because the powder is actually the ashes of dead drought demons. Once anyone applies it to themselves, that makes the zombies think that that person is one of them. That causes the man to pause and take a look at the bowl in his hands in fear. It seems like he didn't even know that he had been rubbing his face in monster ashes. The man rushes to spit out any powder that might have gotten in his mouth, and he's disgusted by the thought that he had been rubbing monster powder on his body the entire time. Now he's mad, and he orders the monsters to tear him to shreds. They growl and rush at him with their claws out and their teeth bared. Suchin wastes no time and summons a pair of katana from his personal storage, then rushes through the crowd of zombies, slicing them all into bits in less than a second. He finishes them off so fast that he's standing right in front of the truck before the man is even done coughing. The bureau official turns around and sees his opponent casually staring up at him, looking completely unbothered. There were still several zombies swarming him from behind, and his two soldier allies arrived just in time to see him about to be surrounded. The bureau official orders the zombies to attack again, but none of the zombies move. Suchin pats the dust off his shirt and tells the man not to bother shouting. It's pointless since no matter how much he screams his lungs off, the zombies won't do anything. The man from the bureau asks what he means by that, and his questions are answered as all the zombies spontaneously fall to pieces behind him all at once. The man has no idea how that was even possible. Suchin doesn't answer him and instead uses his power to teleport behind the man and grabs him by the neck. He never wanted anything to do with the Federal Bureau of Evolution, so he asks who exactly ordered the man to come and kill him. If he doesn't give up his master, then Suchin has no reason to spare his worthless life. Our protagonist pulls on the man's metal mask while smirking down at him. The man starts to scream as the pressure becomes too much for him to take, and in an instant, Suchin rips his head right off of his shoulders, with the bottom still connected to his spinal cord. Beikang is shocked that he resolved the seemingly impossible situation in an instant. It's similar to before, and this sort of power is not something that can be achieved through training alone. This guy must be some kind of monster. Suchin is more frustrated by the fact that he had to use so much force against these small fries. From now on, he's going to have to show more restraint against people before things get troublesome for him. If only he had a capable assistant that he could work with, then everything would be easier. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Duanya is startled awake by a sudden dream. Once again, she had a dream about Suchin, and she can't seem to get him out of her mind. Why hasn't he returned to her yet? A loud voice comes from outside the room, and she jumps in fear for a moment. Then she remembers Suchin's words about who he needs close to him. Whoever he keeps by his side must be useful to him, and if they are useless, then he will not take care of them. The remainder of Suchin's words motivates Duanya to pick up a gun from the cupboard and face her fears head-on. She's determined to become his right-hand man no matter what, and to do that, she needs to be able to take care of herself. The former cook pushes her way into one of the study rooms in the suite, armed with 2 pistols and a mean poker face. Even with all that, though, there's no one in the room, despite the fact that she's sure that the voices came from there. Another growl sounds behind her, and she turns around just in time to see that one of the drought demons had snuck up behind her. The zombie walks menacingly towards her and pushes her back against a table in the room. She has no idea where it came from or how it even got behind her, but there was nowhere for her to go now that she's been backed up to the table. Her only hope now is the gun that she swiped from the room before she stepped out to fight. Before she can use it, the drought demon slaps it out of her hand and sends it flying behind the table. Then it shrieks at her, opening its mouth wide to attack the former chef. With no other way to defend herself, she shuts her eyes and prepares for the worst. But luckily for her, the zombie misses his attack completely and instead bites into a chair beside her. She has no idea what's going on or what this guy is doing, but it seems like she's safe for now. He has been sniffing around this entire time, and it looks like the eyes on his face are gone. Maybe he actually can't see anything, and he's relying on his sense of smell to find her. She somehow got lucky this time, but now he's way too close. If she makes any sound, he's going to attack her right away. She turns and notices that the gun is still on the table, just at the edge, away from her reach. She turns and tries to stealthily grab the gun while the zombie is still unaware of where she is. She stretches her hand just a little more, but the gun still stays out of her reach, and before she can grab it, it's already too late. Her back bumps into the zombie's arm, alerting him of her presence. It screams at her as it's about to attack, and just then memories of Suchin's words flood her mind. He told her that his resources are limited, so he can't keep her around just because she's pretty. She has to find a crystal core in a monster's head that will give her abilities similar to the ones he has. If she can't do that, then he won't allow useless people to stay around him. That thought triggers a reaction out of her, and she goes on the offensive before the zombie can take her out. With the heel of her shoe, she stabs her leg straight into the zombie's eye so hard that the other side pops out at the back of his head. The zombie stops moving, and she tries to pull her leg back, but it suddenly grabs her ankle, forcing her to stab its face a few more times before it finally falls to the ground. Then she grabs an axe from elsewhere in the room. It's a shame that Suchin wasn't here to see her proving that she's not useless, but now she can check to see if it has a crystal core in its head. Back at the engineering university, Baikang and Lu Xiaofeng took Su Chen's advice and started organizing the students to evacuate. Baikang even contacted her brother Bai Ming and asked him to bring his troops to join them and ensure the students' safety. With that taken care of, Su Chen returns to the snake in the school's reptile laboratory and continues to pay special attention to it. After a time has passed, the creature starts its mutation and begins to grow in size. Su Chen watches it with interest, wondering just how far it can mutate, and the creature stares right back at him in contempt. To help with its growth, Su Chen even prepared a large bucket of water for it so it could grow faster. As soon as he drops the water bucket on the ground, the snake slithers in. It seems like it already knows that it needs to get into the water to complete its mutation, which saves him the trouble of trying to force it in. As soon as its body touches the water, it starts to grow into a large and terrifying beast, with a dragon head and a large, scaly body. Su Chen watches as it violently beats against the sides of the bucket until finally the bucket explodes, spreading the water all over the room and revealing the evolved form of the former snake. It had such massive growth from just the initial mutation, and all of this came from a simple bucket of water. If he had decided to wait until the flood came, then this would have been a much greater disaster. Now that the beast has grown up, Su Chen summons one of his swords and makes it an offer. If it chooses to submit to him, then he might consider keeping it as a pet. The monster is having none of that and tries to escape through the window before Su Chen can catch it. It looks like it really did develop some intelligence and knows that it won't be able to properly fight against Su Chen, especially in that closed-off room. It breaks through the window, out into the campus courtyard, and Su Chen jumps out right behind it. Then it tries to slither away and save itself, but it's not even close to fast enough to escape the sword of our protagonist. Su Chen drops from the sky and stabs the sword onto the creature's scaly skin, but to his surprise, the sword snaps in half. It looks like the scales are much harder than he thought. The snake turns and roars at Su Chen, and he realizes that if blades don't work on it, then he's just going to have to use his fists to smash it to death. He delivers the first punch to the beast's head, sending it crashing to the ground, but it retaliates by wrapping its body around him, trying to choke him out by entangling him. But Su Chen realizes that the attack is actually just a feint, and the creature's true goal is completely different. It opens its wide-fanged mouth and prepares to bite down on our protagonist. Meanwhile, back with the survivors, Baikong can't help but look towards the campus. Her brother notices her constantly staring back and teases her about not wanting to part with the handsome man named Su Chen. She tells him that if he doesn't speak, no one will treat him like a mute, and it's obvious that she wants him to stop talking. That catches Bai Ming's attention, and he realizes that his sister must really like this guy. But that doesn't change the fact that if he stays on campus, then he's doomed. Bai Kang is sure that he won't die. From the moment that she first saw Su Chen, she felt that he was very strong. He had a deep gaze and a mysterious aura about him, which made him look like a monster. Because of this, she's sure that he will survive, and they will definitely meet again. Meanwhile, Su Chen easily breaks out from the snake's strap and grips it by the throat. There's no way such an easy thing would be able to trap him when he has grown so strong. He uses his foot to push down on the snake's body and frees himself while the snake struggles to free itself from his grip. He has heard that snakes have highly developed nerves, so even if he chops its head off, it should still be able to bite. So instead of ripping its head off, he rips the entire snake in half along the middle, making sure that it will never be able to bite again. And in the remains, he picks up the crystal, and he's eager to see what kind of ability it will give him. Eventually, the heavy rains start, and just like Su Chen warned, the city begins to flood. If the extreme heat manages to destroy people's will, then the flood sweeping through the entire world will completely destroy human civilization. Even inland cities like Chengdu could not escape the massive, devastating flood, and everything ended up being swept underwater. The engineering university's low terrain left only tall buildings like the administrative building above water. Meanwhile, Su Chen is also not safe from the rising floodwaters and gets immersed in the water. Thankfully, after absorbing the Golden King Snake's core, it grants him the ability to move and breathe freely underwater. Because of that, his body has undergone even more changes and has become stronger. After coming in contact with the water, his body developed tiny scales, and his strength improved massive amounts. On top of that, his eyes have become more sensitive to light, and a protective membrane has formed in front of them. Even though he's not using his nose or mouth to breathe, he isn't suffocating underwater, and it feels like he's breathing through his skin. All of these are abilities that he borrowed from the Golden King Snake. Although it's not a water manipulation ability, being able to breathe underwater is still very beneficial for him. The floodwaters surged from the Green City Hotel area, so swimming upstream against the current is impossible. The current is fierce, and the debris in the water is like hidden debris. All of this is hindering him from making it back home to the hotel suite. On top of that, it seems like the volcanic eruption has reached its peak, but because Chengdu is far from the volcano, the sky looks relatively clear. When the massive amount of volcanic ash fills the air and blocks out the sun, the Doomsday winter won't be far off. In the face of all these apocalyptic events, human civilization might as well no longer exist. To avoid becoming prey to the creatures evolving through the crisis, it's better to grow stronger and become more powerful so that you can better protect yourself. In his previous life, after the Great Flood, Shangdu saw several powerful factions grow over time. The low-level northern part of the city was occupied by the Golden King Snake and the female Corpse King. The southern part of the city became the gathering place for the cannibalistic tribe of the Devourer clan. The western part of the city was controlled by the Rat King and his army of rats, while the eastern part was occupied by the Skull Crusher Gao Qiang and Hell's chef, Duan Ya. In his previous life, Su Chen almost died multiple times at their hands. However, in this life, he has already dealt with Gao Qiang and the Golden King Snake ahead of time. In order for him to stay strong, the best method is to get the remaining crystal cores for himself. However, the Devourer clan has a large population and numerous factions. On top of that, the female Corpse King is elusive, which makes it nearly impossible for him to find her now. In his previous life, the University of Technology had experienced a rat plague, which means that the Rat King should be there. All he has to do is find it in advance so he can get its crystal core with minimal effort. A few sounds from underwater break him from his thoughts. It seems like he has relaxed for too long, and multiple underwater creatures have ended up surrounding him. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the flooded city, two men hang on for dear life against the raging floodwaters. They desperately wonder how a flood broke out from the middle of nowhere. As they're clinging onto the tower, they notice someone rapidly swimming towards them. Anyone in the water should be as good as dead, but it looks like whoever that is has a lot of energy in them to be swimming that fast. It's not just that either. They also recognize the man speeding towards them. It's Su Chen, the guy that the Bureau had sent them to watch over. If it wasn't for him, then they wouldn't be stuck here in the flood. If he dares to join them up in the tower, they'll kick him right back into the water. One of the men notices that Su Chen is moving really fast for someone that is barely surviving in the floodwaters, and on top of that, it seems like someone is following him. Behind the man swimming like he owns the sea, there are multiple sea zombies sprinting through the water behind him. Despite that, Su Chen is swimming faster than them, against the rising current of the water. He continues getting closer to the men, and they shout warnings at him not to come any closer. Our protagonist recognizes them as people from the Federal Bureau of Evolution, and he's surprised that his influence has already spread that far. That's perfect for him since he can get information out of them in this situation. Our man leaps out of the water onto the tower and uses one of the men as a stepping stone to get to the top. The man loses his grip and falls off the tower towards the zombie-infested waters below. Just before he can meet his wet end, his companion just barely manages to catch him by his arm and save him from death. But now, with the extra weight on one person, the two don't have a lot of time left to survive, and at this rate, they will both end up falling into the water. The first man reassures his friend that he will definitely pull him up, but it's pointless, and if he doesn't let go, then they will both definitely die. Su Chen takes the opportunity to ask them to tell him everything they know about the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The men refuse to speak up and warn Su Chen that even if they die, there will be others to avenge them. If that's the fate they've chosen, then they can't blame him for what happens next. One of the zombies manages to latch onto the bigger man's foot and pull him into the water. His companion screams and dives in after, prepared to die with his friend. That turns out to be the wrong move, and they are both left at the mercy of the hundreds of creatures in the water. When all hope seems lost, Su Chen dives into the water and uses a sword to slice through all the zombies that were about to attack them. In a second they are saved and all the zombies are dead. The man wonders if Su Chen really is human since he seems to be way too strong. Regardless of the circumstances though, they owe him one for saving them. They decide to tell him what they know. They tell him that they were sent by the Federal Bureau of Evolution to monitor him. The Bureau is located in the Science and Technology University, and it's led by Chief Liu and a team of researchers. They were just doing what they were told and following orders that came from above them. In Su Chen's last life, the rat disaster happened at the Science and Technology University, and it seems like there is a connection between the rat disaster and the Federal Bureau of Evolution. He asks them if they research rats in the university's labs, but only researchers are allowed into the labs, so they don't know much about what goes on inside. Su Chen realizes that no matter what, he has to go and investigate the situation before the rat disaster starts. Meanwhile, Duan Ya, who is still in the Green City Hotel, had luckily obtained a crystal core from the zombie's head. After swallowing it, she starts to feel the same burning sensation that Su Chen felt when he first evolved. She wonders if she has succeeded and what powers this will unlock for her, but at the same time, she notices that the water has flooded all the way to the top floor. Inside that water, several small tentacles circle around her feet, ready to attack. By the time she notices the swarming tentacles, The monster has already wrapped itself around her body, lifting her off the floor and wrapping itself around her. It's slimy and gross, and with the way it ties around her, there's almost no way she can escape. Suddenly, the tentacle beast raises its mouth to her face and roars at her, revealing a throat filled with hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. It lunges at her, and she barely manages to catch it in her hands and stop it from biting into her, but the creature wraps itself around her hands, further stopping her from moving. More of them burst out from the water, and before she can think, she's completely entangled and surrounded by dozens of them. They all attacked so fast that she didn't even have enough time to get used to her new abilities. Her mind drifts back to Su Chen, and she remembers when he first showed her his space manipulation powers. He told her that as long as she finds and consumes a crystal nucleus, then she can obtain its ability. But because many monsters look ordinary, she won't always be able to tell what power a monster has just by their appearance. The best way for her to figure out her ability when she doesn't know what it is would be to feel it in her body and in the environment. Once she gains new abilities, she will be able to feel every change and then try to master and control it. She focuses on the environment, and eventually she's able to feel the change in her body. She can see the little brains of the monsters that are attacking her, and she uses her new power to yell out a command, forcing them to stop moving. The tentacles listen to her command, and all of them fall limp at once as if they had all just died. That leaves her free but still covered in sticky goo. Now that they are all immobilized, she picks up her axe and cuts through all of them in an instant, turning them into minced meat. By the time she's done, she's covered in monster guts and slime, so she decides to take a bath. A voice behind her asks if he can join, and she turns around, ready to fight off another intruder. However, it's just Su Chen, and it looked like he had seen her take down all those monster eels by herself. He's impressed by the fact that she managed to even grab a weapon for protection. Duanya rushes towards him and grabs him in a hug, just happy to see him again. He has been gone for so long that she has started to get worried that he will never come back. The reunion is short-lived, though, when she realizes that he's naked again for some reason. She pushes herself away from him and asks why they keep meeting while he's undressed. And he tells her that the water was dirty, so he took all his clothes off. The two of them go to take that bath together. And for the first time in several days, Su Chen gets to relax. After being gone for so long, he realizes that only when you go out do you realize that home really is the best place to be. Duanya gets up from the bath and goes behind him to give him a massage while they both relax. With the mood a lot calmer than when he had first arrived, he asks her whether she managed to awaken an ability. He didn't see her use her ability directly, but he could feel that something had changed in her due to the temperature of her mouth. She asks him how he even knows what kind of temperature could be in her mouth, but he ignores her and again asks if she managed to awaken an ability. She tells him that it seems to be some kind of mind control ability, and Su Chen already has an idea of what her ability might be. He asks her if her mind control ability can be used on food, and she tells him that she doesn't know since she hasn't gotten enough time to practice first. She decides to practice by testing out her ability on him and uses it to make him think that she's wearing a revealing gown. But she immediately notices that Su Chen has immense mental power. If it weren't for Su Chen's consent, then she might have collapsed as soon as she tried to influence him. Regardless of his abilities, he's still impressed by her ability. It's a good one, and as a reward, he'll make her practice more until her legs grow weak. She laughs as the two have fun all through the night. By the next morning, Su Chen teaches her how to hold and use a gun, and they both use it to take out the remaining tentacle monsters. He tells her to focus her mind and control it with her thoughts. Then all she has to do is set her aim and fire. Duanya appreciates the lesson, but she also remembers that they plan to go to the University of Technology, so she's confused as to why he's suddenly teaching her how to shoot. He tells her that he's giving her half a day to familiarize herself with her abilities and her shooting skills. Since she's from the medical university, then for this next adventure, she will follow him and show her usefulness. The couple travel through the floodwaters in a speedboat. For some reason, Su Chen has asked Duanya to wear a bunny outfit while they travel. She asks if it's really alright for her to wear something like that outside, but he tells her that it's fine since in the apocalypse, even if she doesn't wear anything, no one can do anything about it. She asks him if he has ever been to the Science and Technology University before, and he has once. He came to see a friend and now wonders if he survived. Duanya assures him that good people usually have good fortune, and because of that, he shouldn't worry about it. After a little bit more traveling, they arrive at the university. It has completely been transformed to withstand the apocalypse. Suddenly, he notices something odd and grabs Duanya to protect her, right as someone rains down bullets on their boat. The man stops firing for a moment to ask what they are doing there and why they came. This is the Science and Technology University where the mutant Rat King rose last time. He can't tell them that he's here to investigate that, so instead, he lies that he came to join the Federal Bureau of Evolution. The man doesn't care, and he's more interested in the bunny girl with him. He offers to open the gate for her if she spends the night with him, and Su Chen goes home. So they pull out their trump card and offer up some braised pork in exchange for him opening the gate for them. The sight of the food changes his attitude immediately, and he orders the others to open the gate as fast as they can since he hasn't seen meat in ages. They park the boat by the side, and the guard orders that they give him the pork as soon as they get off. He orders his partner to take them inside while he takes the food for himself. While they argue, he doesn't notice the devious smirk on both Su Chen and Duan Ya's faces. He selfishly takes the pork for himself, not realizing that he's eating an entire monster's hand that has been charmed by Duan Ya's power. Thanks to the fake pork that they give him, he agrees to let them in and send Su Chen to the lab later. The other guard has a much friendlier attitude and leads them to the main base, where other people lay looking tired and hungry. The lower levels are for the elderly, the children, and some lowlifes, so he offers to take them upstairs to find a clean room. As they're talking, a kid walks up to them, and she seems to not be able to walk properly. She apologizes and tells them that she's just feeling a little bit dizzy. Duanya notices that she looks weak from hunger and asks her where her parents are. She tells the bunny girl that they went to find food and haven't been back since. So Duanya offers her a piece of bread to hold her off for now. The kid initially doesn't accept it because she's worried that her bunny sister will go hungry if she takes part of her food. Duanya tries to assure her that she won't be hungry if she accepts just a single piece of bread, but the kid still doesn't believe her. So Su Chen shows off one of the banquet tables of food and promises that as long as she's his woman, then she will never grow hungry. The kid is impressed and offers to be his woman as well, but Duan shoves a slice of bread in her mouth to keep her shut and stop her from saying unnecessary things. The smell of food attracts some thugs towards them, and they kick the lowlifes away to reach the banquet of food. Hoarding food is against the rules in this makeshift society, and all materials must be handed over first in exchange for contribution points. The angry men scare the young girl, and she clings to Duanya for comfort. She tells the girl not to be afraid and tells her that she will try to talk to them. Then she looks to Su Chen for confirmation before getting up to summon another banquet table of food for the men to eat. Her eyes glow with malicious intent as she tells them to eat the meal to their heart's content. Clearly something is wrong with the food, but it looks so delicious that the men cannot resist. They all push each other to be the first to get a taste of the meat, and the food is so good that they almost cry tears of joy. Because of this, they tell Duanya that they will reward her later for bringing them all this good food. But they won't let Su Chen go off so easily. He is a newcomer who broke the rules, so they have to punish him, and they decide to do so by bringing out two people who look feral. The punishment is a life-or-death duel where he has to kill the two people or be killed by them. Su Chen recognizes them as the two brothers he met on the tower while swimming through the city. The girl also recognizes them as her brothers who went out looking for food and never came back. She starts crying and angrily yells for the men to let her go, but Duanya holds her back from charging at them recklessly. Because of Su Chen's intervention, the men failed their last mission and couldn't come up with enough contribution points to aid their society. So because of that, they've been sentenced to death. However, killing them just like that would be a waste, so they drugged them and kept them around for fun. Since both Su Chen and the girl know the brothers, the thugs come up with a new rule. If our protagonist loses, then they will throw the two brothers into the river along with their little sister. The two brothers seem to be in some sort of frenzied state, probably caused by some sort of drug. They've been bound by heavy chains and collars around their necks, and it looks like they don't even recognize him. The thugs yell for them to start fighting, and they release the brothers from their chains, sending them charging straight at Su Chen, ready to attack. The fight ends as soon as it starts, as Su Chen knocks them both out with a slap to the first man's face and a chop to the other man's neck. They drop to the floor immediately, and the little girl tries to rush to them thinking they're dead, but Duanya holds her back and reassures her that they are fine. The thugs, however, are not so pleased that the fight ended so quickly. They wanted more of a spectacle, especially after they had wasted 2 doses of their special medicine. He decides to forget about it and continues to threaten Su Chen, telling our protagonist that since they are in a good mood, if he drops all his supplies, then they'll pretend that this incident never happened. Su Chen asks why exactly he should give up his supplies, and they tell him that he must be new there. Anyone entering the Science and Technology University must follow the boss's rules to keep things in order and weed off any freeloaders. They don't support freeloaders in their camp, and if he wants to stay there, then he needs to earn contribution points by handing over resources or finding supplies. In this camp, contribution points must be similar to what money used to be, and just like in the real world, it only benefits those who make the rules. Su Chen agrees to their terms and tells them that their last bit of food has already been eaten by them, so they don't have anything left to give. Then a large man appears and offers Su Chen some contribution points in exchange for working for him. The larger man's presence immediately causes the thugs who were acting high and mighty to quiver in fear. They call him Captain Guo, and it looks like he's the leader of the camp. He rides in on a giant chair carried by multiple slaves while a scared-looking woman rests between his legs. He offers them free meals and accommodation along with high salary positions, and all they have to do is make sure to be loyal to him and work hard. As he's talking, one of the slaves trips and falls to the ground. Captain Guo wastes no time and stabs a knife-tipped spear through the fallen slave's chest, killing him immediately. He tells Su Chen that they are short on people, and he's just in time to replace the slave that's no longer useful. The bunny girl especially can be given unlimited meals and good living accommodations if she decides to work for him. As he talks, he grabs the woman laying against his lap and plays with her body. He reminds them that it's the apocalypse now, and industrial production has ceased. By giving them this offer, he's making a big sacrifice for them. On top of that, he's already bored of the people he's been using so far, and they are due for replacement. The other thugs yell at Su Chen to accept the offer immediately. When their great boss needs a new woman, he'll let the others have fun with the old ones. Their boss, however, has other concerns apart from the new workers he needs. He smells something among the thugs and asks them what they have been eating. In their rush to get the food that Duan Ya gave them earlier, they forgot that eating meat without the boss's permission is a death sentence. They immediately drop to their feet and beg their boss for forgiveness. In the future, they will definitely give him any food they find first. He tells them to stop their groveling and shut up. He's not interested in any food they've been eating, and just the smell of it is killing him. Did they eat poop or something? What in the world did they find that smells so bad? That catches Su Chen and Duan Ya off guard. Did he somehow see through Duan Ya's mental control? It looks like he wasn't even affected at all by it. The thugs tell him that they ate only the food that Su Chen gave them. But with the mental control broken, they immediately realize what they've been eating this entire time. Their stomachs protest the horrible food, and they rush to the bathroom, desperate to push out everything they've been eating. Captain Guo sighs in exasperation and wonders how he ended up surrounded by such idiots. One day he'll get rid of all of them, and bring in people that are actually reliable. Su Chen notices that despite his immunity to Duan Ya's mental control, he can't sense any abilities from the large boss. Despite that, he gives off a very powerful aura that's noticeable even by him. On top of that, his influence was enough to snap everyone out of Duan Ya's mental control. He wonders what kind of person Captain Guo is, and just judging by his subordinates, he can't be anything good. Our protagonist is more than strong enough to wipe out the entire camp immediately, but killing them now will only complicate his plans later. First, he needs to find the mutant rats first. Then he can take care of the rest. Captain Guo snaps him out of his thoughts and asks our protagonist what he thinks of the slavery offer. Su Chen blandly tells the other man that he's not interested, and Captain Guo laughs. He claims that one day Su Chen will come begging to him. Then he calls another one of the people in the camp and orders him to take over the front position so he can leave. As he leaves, Captain Guo tells one of the survivors to keep an eye on Duan Ya. After all, women as hot as her are rare to find. With the other man gone, Duan Ya apologizes for not having the strength to keep her mind control powers active. That man's mental strength was very strong, and it didn't have any effect on him at all. Su Chen assures her that it's not her fault. If those guys didn't die after eating the water ghoul's corpse, then there's definitely something strange going on in this camp. They need to be careful going forward, and avoid anything that will bring too much attention to them. One of the survivors approaches them as they're having their discussion. He tells them that they have angered the guards, and because of that, they should follow him if they want to be safe. It seems like this survivor knows Su Chen, and he introduces himself as Miao Pu Yuan, the roommate of one of Su Chen's former friends named Tian Yue. They met the last time he visited the school, before the apocalypse started. He takes them to another building within the university that hasn't yet been destroyed by the raging floodwaters. There, Duan Ya manages to use the limited supplies to treat the two brothers that were knocked out by Su Chen. Though their supplies of medicine weren't abundant, it'll be sufficient for now. Thanks to it, the two brothers are not in immediate danger, and Duan Ya managed to stabilize their conditions. The little girl thanks her for her help and stays beside her brothers to take care of them. Su Chen asks Xiao Miao if all the students are living here now, and he confirms that all the surviving students, regardless of their gender, are taking refuge in the building. Since Tian Yue often helps everyone in this place, it is considered the field team's territory. The field team is a strong faction that can even take on the Devourer clan that threatened Su Chen earlier. As they're talking, another man comes into the room and asks Su Chen if he wants to join their group. It's Tian Yue, and he doesn't recognize Su Chen at first, but Pu Yuan introduces him, and the field team leader is delighted to see his old friend again. The two men hug, and Tian Yue nearly cries as he holds on to Su Chen. He almost thought that they would never see each other again. Since it's rare for two brothers like them to meet again after such a long time, he suggests that both of them go and have a drink. Since he just came back from a mission not too long ago, he can afford to stay with Su Chen for at least a few days. As they're talking, he notices the beautiful Duan Ya staring at them, still wearing her bunny suit. Tianyue immediately recognizes her as the legendary beauty of their university. She was known back then as the cold goddess Duanya. She's still embarrassed about the whole thing and nervously tells them that those sorts of things were in the past, and they don't matter now. The faction leader asks Xiao Miao how exactly the legendary goddess made it to their settlement, and why in the world she's dressed as a bunny maid. Now that it's been pointed out, Xiao Miao also notices that the woman in front of him was Senior Duanya from the medical school. All their stares and comments cause Duanya to cling to Su Chen and ask for a change of clothes. It's way too embarrassing to be dressed like this in front of her juniors. Su Chen smiles and agrees to let her find a change of clothes, while the other two men seethe in jealousy that their friend is hugging the goddess Duanya. After that, Tianyue offers her a private room to change into. It's a bit messy, but she can sit anywhere she wants and get changed in peace. Su Chen notices that it's a luxury room, and Tianyue must have purchased it with a large number of contribution points. The faction leader also notices that the two of them didn't bring any bags with them, and he wonders where the clothes came from. But Su Chen changes the topic immediately and asks about his regular missions. They must be dangerous if it takes several days for him to go and return. In truth, though, there's nowhere in the world that isn't dangerous. Since both Su Chen and Duanya still look clean, he thinks that they haven't experienced the apocalypse yet. So he offers them the opportunity to join the field team so he can take care of them. Someone as excellent as Duanya wouldn't even need to go out for food. She can just put her medical skills to use and take care of the wounded. However, before any of that, he has to warn them about something first. Su Chen has to stop showing off everywhere. And most of all, he has to stop making beautiful girls wear bunny outfits. What exactly was he thinking with that stunt? Su Chen tries to defend himself and says that he will protect her, and his brother hits him on the head in response. He reminds the now powerful man of a time when he didn't have as much power as he did now. Back in high school, when he used to get bullied and never dared to fight back, it was Tianyue that fought the bullies away. The guard captain Guo is not a nice guy, and when he sets his sights on a woman, they usually don't have good endings. Beautiful women like Duanya are no exception, and now that he has his eyes on her, he won't let her go easily. Meanwhile, in the private room, the chef tries to take off her clothes quickly, but a knife is pressed against her throat by a mystery attacker. She nervously asks this new face who she is and what she wants. The woman doesn't answer the question, and tells Duanya that she is someone sent by her boss to help her arrange her accommodations. She's a woman after all, and she shouldn't be sleeping close to those men. Duanya may not know who she is, but we already know her as the freaky lady is. She's the woman that listened in on Su Chen's entire fight back in the school administrative building, and she saw firsthand the kind of power he has. Right now, though, she's just a messenger sent to capture the beautiful senior Duanya. The chef tries to tell her that there is already enough space in the settlement, and she doesn't need any help. But the other woman insists. The boss asked her specifically to come over, and no one refused the boss. Duanya, however, is about to become a pioneer. She uses her mind control powers and tells on the woman, causing her to pause, unable to move her own body. Then she tells her to let go, and the woman complies, stepping away and dropping her hand. Using her mental power to forcibly control people is always difficult, but she can manage to do it for a short time. For now, though, she has done her part, and Su Chen can handle the rest. As she walks towards the door to alert the others, the woman forces her body to move and manages to stab her own hand. The shock of the pain forces her senses to return to her and uses the brief moment of clarity to attack Duanya. The two slam against the wall, and the commotion alerts the others outside. They bang on the door and ask Duanya what's happening. There's no way someone would make so much noise while just changing clothes. The attacker tries to silence her by covering her mouth, but it's no use. Since they don't hear any answer from inside, they assume the worst and break into the room. The first person to walk in is shrouded in shadows, and the mysterious attacker doesn't recognize him at first. So she rushes at him with blinding speed, ready to attack and kill. Tianyue tries to get in front of him and protect his friend, but that's not necessary since the attacker recognizes who she's up against immediately. She saw what he did in the University of Science and Technology, and she knows his name well at this point. The one called Su Chen took on several zombies by himself and won with little to no effort. Although she has killed many people, her instincts tell her that if she makes a bad move against him, she's not going to survive what comes next. With little opportunity to stop herself or change direction, she instead kneels while still running towards him, causing her to come to a grinding halt right at his feet. Then she nervously asks him to punish her and calls him her master. Su Chen has no idea what she wants and what her intentions are, and she asks him if her sincerity is not enough to please him. To show that she's truly giving herself to him, she strips down her clothes and asks him again if that is good enough for him. Tianyue asks our protagonist if his taste in women has shifted so heavily, while Xiao Miao nervously looks away. But taking off her clothes was just a distraction to get their attention away from her. With everyone properly flustered, she launches a smoke bomb, covering the entire area in a thick fog before rushing off in an attempt to escape. Before she can get very far, Su-chen grabs her by the neck and raises her off the ground, stopping any escape plans that she might have had. He asks her if she really thought that she would be able to escape so easily, and it's obvious that he's going to get rid of her. The assassin begs for her life and tells him that he can't kill her. She tells him that the girl he saved, as well as her 2 brothers, have been taken to the settlement's arena. If he kills her, then there will be consequences, especially for those 3. Su-chen couldn't care less and tosses her into the floodwaters outside the building. The others, though, are more concerned about what she said. The girl she mentioned is Xiaomei, and the guards must have taken her as well as her 2 brothers while they weren't paying attention. Xiao Miao asks what they should do now. If they don't save them, they'll be bitten to death by the big mutant rats. The topic of rats catches Su-chen's attention, since that was the main reason he came to the settlement in the first place. He decides to go and check it out for himself, and Tianyue asks him to stay calm and avoid conflicts. Meanwhile, in the arena, Xiaomei nervously stands in the middle of the field, prepared to fight for her brothers. Captain Guo sits on a stage in front of her, clearly controlling the whole thing. He tells her that since her 2 brothers failed to complete their tasks, then they have been given the death sentence. However, since she is willing to enter the arena and fight, he has decided to give them one more chance at life. The 2 brothers hang by their necks behind the man, inches away from their deaths. They shakily try to tell Xiaomei to not believe him and run for her life, but Captain Guo tells them that it's already too late for that now. Xiaomei, on the other hand, refuses to leave. If there is even a small chance that her brothers will be free, then she will fight with everything she has to get them out of there. She asks the large captain one more time if he will really let them go, and he tells her that he will keep his word only if she manages to survive. Behind her, a cage opens up and a large rat marches towards her. She only has a second to turn towards it before it bites down on her arm, causing her to scream in pain. Then it lifts her off the ground and tosses her around, preparing to eat her. As she fights for her life, memories of her and her brothers swarm through her mind. She remembers a time when they were starving, and one of them managed to find a pile of mushrooms for them to eat. She told them that mushrooms were dangerous, and her other brother decided to test the mushroom by eating it himself. After all, he doesn't want a young girl like Xiaomei to eat something so uncertain. After eating 2 of them, he immediately passes out from the poison, and they barely manage to save him. That incident was what made the 2 brothers journey into the city to complete the task of tracking down Su-chen. If they succeed and come back, then they will earn contribution points, and they will no longer have to starve and eat uncertain foods. Those 2 men that risked their lives for their sister now shouted for her to run and not worry about them. She needs to survive and live well without them, and they can't bear to watch her being eaten alive by a rat. Captain Guo tells his guards to shut them up, and they kick the logs holding the men up, causing them to fall and choke on the ropes. Xiaomei screams for her brothers and tries to fight back against the rat. She takes the large stick she's been holding and stabs it straight into the rat's eye, causing the creature to scream in pain and finally release her. Then she makes a mad dash to save her brothers and tells them to hang in there. That's a poor choice of words, but her heart is in it. The rat monster recovers and manages to rush after the girl before pinning her down under its paw. Captain Gu laughs at the whole spectacle of her trying to save her brothers as Xiaomei cries for her brothers. There's no way for her to escape, and all seems lost already while the rat looms menacingly above her. In one last effort, she screams for someone to come and save them, and Su-chen immediately arrives, killing the rat with one quick slap to the face. The others are right behind in, and Tianyue screams at Su-chen for being too impulsive. To Su-chen, though, that was too easy of a kill, and these creatures were nothing but overgrown rats. Captain Guo stares at him in shock, but manages to quickly recover. He didn't expect someone to come into his arena willingly, but since it's death that our protagonist wants, then he will happily give it. As he talks, large gates open up around them, and the rats inside scurry over each other to escape. Su-chen stares them down and prepares to take on an army of giant rats with one hand in his pocket. While Su-chen faces off against the rats, Xiao Miao and Tianyue manage to free the 2 brothers from their death traps. They thank her for saving them, but the little girl reminds them that it's actually Su-chen that saved them. Meanwhile, in the higher floors overlooking the arena, a soaked assassin watches the match in contempt while standing behind a scientist. The man in the lab coat asks if Su-chen is the special research material that she mentioned before. She confirms that he is someone with superior genes that will definitely solve the instability of the Doomsday genes. If they can do that, then they will be able to make the rats that were created using the latest technology bigger and more ferocious than before. Su-chen stares those same rats down, and it seems like both of them are ready to attack in an instant. The scientist has high hopes for our protagonist, but if he dies here, then he doesn't deserve to be their experimental subject. Su-chen wastes no time unintentionally proving himself by easily killing several giant rats in less than a second. His companions gasp in shock, and Tian Yue wonders if this is the Su Chen he really knows. Unfortunately, despite all of his showing off, there were no crystal nuclei in any of the giant rats. That meant that his only hope of getting one would be from the Rat King. Just then, as if on cue, someone makes an announcement from the speakers set up around the camp. It's the scientist that has been overlooking the fight this entire time, and he tells everyone present that Su Chen is the experimental material he needs for his work. He orders Captain Guo and Tian Yue to bring him up, whether dead or alive. It looks like the two bosses of the settlement answer to him, and Captain Guo is more than happy to bring Su Chen over for experimentation. Xiao Miao quietly warns Duanya to run away with him quickly because the situation has become dire. If she doesn't leave now, then she won't be able to leave again in the future. She tells him that she's not leaving as long as Su Chen is there. Captain Guo mockingly tells Tian Yue that he knows the field team leader and Su Chen are brothers. So now that he has received a direct order from their boss, what's he going to do? Will he stick with his brother, or will he side with the man that helped him survive the apocalypse? Su Chen ignores the fat madman and asks Tian Yue what's going on and why things seem to be growing into chaos. The faction leader tells him that the man upstairs is Liu Heiyun. At the beginning of the apocalypse, the scientist developed a drug that makes people stronger, and thanks to that, he was able to control the university. But nothing is free in the apocalypse. The drug needs a user to trade their life force in exchange for strength. Once they stop taking the drug, they become weaker than anyone else. Because of their dependency on the drug, they have to follow all the orders from the scientist no matter what. His only hope in this situation would be Su Chen, who offers an escape from the drug dependency, but only if Tian Yue follows him. The faction leader bows his head and tells his brother that unfortunately, he doesn't have a choice in this matter. Captain Guo laughs wildly at the apparent betrayal between brothers. Seeing them turn against each other motivates him to take out our protagonist once and for all. He jumps at Su Chen, ready to strike the younger man down, but at the last second, Tian Yue leaps into action and kicks Captain Guo away before he can attack. The large man clearly didn't expect the attack and gets sent flying by the kick. He growls aggressively at Tian Yue, who takes off his shirt, ready for a life-or-death brawl between captains. Despite the odds against him, he decides to stand up for what's right and what he cares about. Tian Yue tells the large man that he's betraying the doctor because he only wants to use the drug to control them. There's no need to stand beside someone who's using his life as a bargaining chip. If he has nothing to lose, then it won't matter if he dies at the end of the day. But if anyone dares to touch his brother, then he will fight them to the death. Su Chen smiles at his brother as he stands in front of the group. In that moment, the faction leader looks exactly like our protagonist remembers from many years ago. Tian Yue rushes over to clash with the powerful captain, and the larger man promises to crush them all together since he's so eager to die. Tian Yue manages to land several powerful punches all over Captain Guo's body, but the larger boss reveals his trump card. Their boss knew that he'd betrayed them, so he gave the captain a higher level drug than he gave to Tian Yue. Thanks to that, the fat is his strongest defense, meaning that no one can hurt him. The captain raises his weapons over his head and brings them down on the unsuspecting Tian Yue. The faction leader just barely manages to catch both clubs before they crush him, but the shock causes him to cough up blood. Then Captain Guo flips a switch on the weapon that causes electricity to surge through them. Tian Yue barely manages to hold on, but just as it looks like he's about to collapse, Su Chen comes in to help out his brother. He rushes in with a large kick to both metal mallets and uses his feet to push them out of Captain Guo's hands, causing them to pierce into his body and fall back. The stabs from the mallets and the surge of electricity cause Captain Guo to immediately pass out dead. The feats Su Chen pulls off just get more and more interesting as time goes on. So far, the scientist has spent all his resources and manpower to find ways to evolve humans into perfect beings, and his research has led to significant breakthroughs in his experiments. However, our protagonist's recent display of strength shows that all those experiments were pointless. The perfect human has been out there this entire time. The scientist gives Su Chen one more opportunity to join him and become the first truly perfect human. Of course, Su Chen knows that there's more to his plan than just humans. When he talks about perfect humans, what he's really referring to is a rat. For the scientist, rat genes are the closest to human genes, and using the rodent's genes, he can create an army of rat men and then conquer the world. In that case, the apocalypse would become a heaven for him and his rat army. Su Chen thinks the plan sounds really stupid and blatantly refuses the offer on the spot. Liu Heiyun only thinks that this must mean that Su Chen hasn't understood just how great his evolution project can be. All he has to do to convince our protagonist is show him just how great of an idea it is. The attacker from earlier lines up a sniper shot from the window looking down on the arena and fires. Su Chen dodges something that looks like a tranquilizer dart, and it flies straight into Captain Guo's chest. The large man immediately starts to mutate into a terrifying new beast, and the electrified mallets also get absorbed into his body. The big guy used to be a sumo wrestler, and his fat made him resistant to most heavy attacks. Combining that with the level 3 drug that was just injected into him, his strength has been enhanced, and on top of that, any damage he gets is healed immediately. Suchen still couldn't care less and sends a flaming middle finger up at the deranged doctor. Nothing about this is great as far as he's concerned. This entire setup is just a huge excuse to turn people into monsters. That insult is the last straw for Liu Heiyun, and he orders the newly mutated Captain Guo to kill Suchen so that he can extract the genes he needs from the corpse. The monster roars and immediately charges towards Suchen with a sumo spin. Our protagonist manages to catch the rolling man just in time. Then he plunges his arm into the large man's head and rips out the battery from the electric mallets before stuffing it into Captain Guo's mutated face. The battery immediately explodes, which should be enough damage to kill the large man. However, thanks to his newly improved healing factor, his wounds heal immediately, leaving him horribly disfigured but strong enough to still fight. Suchen finds the whole thing annoying and rushes back in to end the man and stop the fight all at once. He lands a devastating punch straight to what should be its jaw, causing the man to fall into a crater. Then he increases his speed as he attacks, kicking up a thick layer of dust while also pummeling the mutated man. In the current world, very few people know about superpowers, so it would be best not to let others see how he uses them. Because of that, he uses the dust and dirt to his advantage, which allows him to do whatever he wants while camouflaged. His main issue is the fact that Captain Guo keeps recovering no matter how much damage he takes. Despite how much he has clowned on the whole thing, at the end of the day, Professor Liu Heiyun's research is really impressive. Thankfully, Suchen's space doesn't just contain supplies. It also contains something big enough to crush the man and make sure that he won't have anything to regenerate from. He opens up his space power and summons his secret weapon, which is several tons of concrete and steel. The large noise startles the onlookers outside, but the huge wall of dust stops them from seeing anything. Once it all clears, Suchen sits in the center, on top of the piles of cement with the fatty buried underneath all the debris. Liu Heiyun starts to panic after seeing all of that. At this point, he doesn't care who Suchen is or how special his genes are. All he cares about is the fact that our protagonist dared to provoke him, and now he will do everything to make sure our overpowered main character dies without a proper place for burial. All around him, the cages start to rise as thousands of rats prepare to swarm around them and attack. Suchen isn't worried at all, and he's in fact excited because he planned to make sure none of them survive either. The others turn and realize that they've been completely surrounded. The rat people who start coming out of the cages are all the people who were once sent to the lab. It looks like Liu Heiyun turned them all into rat men, and now they obey his orders brainlessly. Suchen can't deal with these small fry since his target is the deranged scientist watching over them. If he doesn't get up there and deal with Liu Heiyun, then the armies of mutant rats will never end. Because of that, he has to leave them temporarily so that he can take out the source. Duanya remembers he once told her that she needs to have value to stay by his side. If she doesn't prove that she can stand on her own here, then there is a chance that he will abandon her. With that, she understands her mission and assures him that she will keep them under control. Even with that, he tells her that if she needs him and can't handle it, then she should call out to him loudly. With Suchen gone, she immediately takes charge of the situation and steps up to lead the group. There's a lot of rats around them, and she has never controlled so many at once. But in this situation, she has no choice but to do it. With her mind controlling a large number of rats and stopping them, the rest of the group focuses on killing as many of them as possible. Meanwhile, Liu Heiyun continues to watch the carnage from the top floor of his tower. He considers the people fighting with Duanya to be traitors, but it doesn't matter to him since they will become food for the rat men soon enough. Suddenly, his assistants report that Suchen has taken down the security personnel in the building, and he has broken into the room of someone named Miss Yun. That catches Liu Heiyun's attention immediately, and it looks like that room is very important to him. He takes off his lab coat and orders his assistants to inject the Doomsday gene into him. They warn him that the gene is still unstable, and it's way too risky to take it, but the scientist doesn't care. Right now, he needs to personally deal with Suchen and make him pay for everything he has dared to do today. Our protagonist walks through Miss Yun's room and looks into several tanks filled with what looked like failed or still developing experiments. All of them have ghoulish dark skin and they look completely disfigured, but one of the cases catches his eye. Inside it, there's a woman covered in nothing but bandages, floating in the green liquid of the tanks. Unlike the other experiments, it looks like she has not been mutated or tampered with at all. The woman is Yun Yun, the woman from the bar that Suchen went to before the apocalypse started. It seems like somehow she managed to survive for this long, probably thanks to his advice, but he never expected to meet her again in a place like this. He doesn't have time to think about it though, and right now, he needs to focus on saving her. He winds up his fist and punches the glass, shattering it in one hit, Then he pulls Yun Yun out and carries her against his chest. She starts to wake up and immediately recognizes him. He tells her not to worry and promises to get her out of there, but she's more concerned about the fact that she's hungry. Their reunion is cut short by a raspy voice screaming for him to let her go. Then in an instant, an ice arrow shoots out at him, aimed straight at his head. He manages to catch it in time while still holding onto Yun Yun. Liu Heiyun steps out of the shadows and yells again for him to get his hands off of Yun Yun. According to him, that's the woman he chose, and Su Chen touching her makes him extremely angry. It looks like he somehow gained ice abilities, but they're no match for our protagonist. He snaps the cheap arrow in his hands, causing it to fall apart. Then he asks Liu Heiyun if he chooses women as if he's shopping for merchandise. He can't just decide to own someone out of nowhere and then decide to keep them without consent. The scientist tells him that they are in the apocalypse, and in this new world, ordinary people are just ants. But someone like him, who holds the power of evolution, will be able to rule the world. As far as he's concerned, to be his woman is her honor. That little speech just convinces Su Chen that he's as much of a lunatic as the rumors say. Yun Yun desperately clings to our protagonist and begs him not to leave. She's scared of the situation she's been put in, and Su Chen has already come to save her. That makes Liu Heiyun even angrier, and he grits his teeth while asking Su Chen one more time to let go of her. Then he rushes at them, screaming that Yun Yun is his woman and she belongs to him. Su Chen reacts quickly and kicks a shelf at the scientist to slow him down, but the man swats it away like it's cardboard. But in that brief second he spent defending himself, Yun Yun jumps up and kisses Su Chen on the lips as a reward for saving her. She tells him that she's still mad at him for leaving her hanging last time, and she's only taking what he owes her. But that used up the last bit of energy she had, and she collapses on his shoulder in an instant and passes out. That finally sets Liu Heiyun over the edge, and he hunches over in anger while gritting his teeth. This is the worst betrayal he has ever felt, and the anger causes him to lose control of his mind. He decides at that moment that if she doesn't want to be with him, then she can just go to hell together with Su Chen. Then he starts his evolution process, causing his clothes to shred into pieces as his eyes glow white and veins pulse all throughout his body. Then his skin starts to grow dark and his teeth sharpen and grow until they become fangs. Then his body starts to grow, while his skin shrinks around him, and his nails turn to sharp claws. By the time he's done with his mutation, he has turned into a vicious-looking, half-man, half-rat. Then he promises Su Chen that he will show the true power of a god, but Su Chen is not intimidated at all, and calmly holds on to Yun Yun while inviting the scientist to come and attack him. He helps Yun Yun lay on the ground and tells her to rest against the wall. She once again complains that she's hungry, so he gives her some of his chocolate to eat. Yun Yun looks very weak and frail because she has been trapped inside the lab for some time, and Su Chen seems very worried about her. As the two of them share that private moment, his eyes light up as he suddenly notices a hostile presence. An ugly-looking monster appears by his side, angry that the two of them are ignoring it. The monster looks very menacing with its sharp teeth and long claws as it gets ready to rip them to shreds. It tells them that they will be meeting their maker since they are so bold to be distracted. But Su Chen maintains a cool composure and isn't fazed by the filthy monster's threats. The monster almost looks gravely ill, and its body looks skinny and disgusting. In an instant, he weaves his hand and destroys the monster's upper body. The mutated rat's parts fly across the room with its blood and guts spilling everywhere. It is a befitting end for such a repulsive creature. As the blood splatters everywhere, Su Chen is disappointed and asks if that is all the monster has. The look on his face shows that he is expecting more of a challenge, but the monster clearly isn't ready for Su Chen's overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Yun Yun finishes off the chocolate, and she asks him if the people downstairs are his friends as she looks through the window from the corner of her eye. Su Chen confirms that they are his friends. She grabs a chair and says that she is going to repay him for everything he has done. It is only fair, considering the fact that he also saved her life. Yun Yun throws the chair at the window and shatters it, then prepares to jump down to the bottom floor to save Su Chen's friends. She gives Su Chen one last good look and tells him that Liu Huyan isn't so easy to kill and that he needs to be careful. After that, she jumps out of the window, slowly increasing in size, and by the time she lands on the ground below, she is tall enough to tower over everyone around her. The crash scares Su Chen's friends, and it takes a moment for them to figure out what just happened. Duanya and the others turn in surprise to see the huge woman who cries about the fact that she landed right on her butt. The bunny girl barely believes what she is seeing, while Tianyue just realizes that it's a giant woman who crashed the party. Somehow, despite her increase in size, she doesn't lose any of the bandages on her body. With the destroyed buildings and structures in front of them, they don't believe that they are looking at a giant woman. While they are still trying to comprehend what is going on, a lot of the rat army lays dead behind them. Yun Yun grits her teeth and is still trying to recover from the pain of the fall. She eventually gets up and starts walking through the plains of the battlefield. The other people are still asking how a giant woman suddenly appears out of nowhere. As Yun moves around, Tian Yue begs not to be crushed, especially since he can see between her legs from where he's standing, and he even says that he can see the color. She manages to crush one of the rats under her feet, causing it to scream out in pain and wriggle around under her leg. As the rat tries to escape from the giant woman's foot, Yun finally starts to realize just what exactly her new companions have been fighting against. She raises her foot to get a closer look, while the other rats gaze at her from below. The rats all look scared of the ominous aura that Yun gives off. Before she fully realizes that they are rats, they all start spilling out from the buildings and sprinting toward her. All of them are eager to avenge their fallen comrade, and they race through the now empty battlefield, grabbing anyone they can get their hands on as they make their spring. Some people try to run away, but only a few can escape, while the others are caught in the creatures' paths before they get turned into rat food. As Yun realizes that she's fighting against giant rats, she starts to panic. She cries and asks for help because she can't stand the monsters. Everyone else starts to run away from her because she begins stomping the ground, which means that she might accidentally kill both rats and humans in her panic. The shockwaves from her stomps make them all run for their lives. She keeps yelling at the creatures to get away from her, while the other humans try to calm her down before she stomps them to death. Most of them give up on calming her down and try to get away. Suchen watches the chaos as he marvels at Yun's insanely powerful ability. Unknown to him, as he stares out the window, the rats in the room begin morphing and coming back to life. He quickly turns his head and sees the creatures rushing toward him, but he knows that he can take them out. Suchen doesn't resist as the rats swarm and climb all over his body. He acknowledges that Liu Huyan really isn't that easy to kill. Then he allows himself to get engulfed by the swarm while maintaining a calm demeanor. The rats merge together around him, forming a new body that looks like it belongs to the Rat King. A few seconds later, he is completely swallowed up by them, but not once does he try to save himself. From the depths of the horde, Liu Huyan's hand reaches out like an ominous being that has been brought back from the dead. The large rat emerges with his full body, now turned fully into the Rat King that Su Chen has been trying to find. He laughs and says that his body is practically immortal, mocking Su Chen's futile efforts at trying to defeat him. Now that the main thorn in his side has been taken care of, it's time for him to start taking over the world. The rest of the fighters below are shocked when the rats suddenly stop attacking. They all just stand like mindless figures, as if their minds have all been connected to a hive, and they are awaiting their next orders. Duanya and her companions wonder why the rats have suddenly stopped. With the rats all in sync, they gaze up to the top of the building, where their leader stands like a cartoon villain trying to take over the world. There at the top, Liu Huyan revels in his glory. He stands and smiles with his gross-looking body, feeling like he has won and there is no hope for his enemies. His eyes glimmer, and he has an overly confident look on his face. The other fighters recognize him as the king of the rats. They start to panic as they look at the sinister creature. All the rats kneel in unison, pledging their allegiance to their leader and honoring the one who makes their existence possible. The bunny girl and her companions are surprised that the rats are even intelligent enough to perform such actions. Meanwhile, Yun continues to prance around as she swats the rats away and tells them to get out of her way. She is angry enough at the unpleasant creatures and doesn't need their unappealing king, making matters worse for her. She walks up to Liu Huyan, confronts him, and asks where our main character is. She is ready to confront the Rat King on the spot if he doesn't tell her where Su Chen is. Besides, she still isn't done having her way with his chocolate. Liu Huyan isn't fazed by the confident woman who stands before him, and he tells Yun that her precious man is gone. He feels disrespected that she speaks to him in such a dismissive tone, and he isn't going to take it. He tells her that she is asking for trouble, and the unsettling smile on his face shows that he is ready to deal with her. Yun, not noticing early enough when the rats climb her body and start clawing at her skin, is frustrated and scolds them for distracting her from her goal of dealing with their king. It isn't just her who suffers at the hands of these relentless creatures. The bunny girl and the other unfortunate companions find it hard to keep up with the rats because they have suddenly gone berserk and are attacking them fiercely. While they try to stand their ground and hold their position, Yun has been pushed down by the rats, who look ready to tear her apart. She tries to protect her face with her hands, leaving the rest of her body vulnerable. Li Huyan laughs at them and boasts about how he will use his rat army for his global plan, but he suddenly gets interrupted by Su Chen's voice. Our protagonist stretches out his hand from the depths of the swarm and apologizes for wasting time to find the crystal core. The mad scientist can't believe what is happening to him. He has a bewildered look on his face and says that Su Chen should have been completely devoured by him, but he underestimates just how strong our boy is. Su Chen rips open his chest with his two hands as he makes his way out of that chaos. He splits the Rat King in two and steps out with a fierce gaze and a red shine in his eyes. His body is marked with red streaks all over, and Li Huyen, despite being split, still can't believe it. Su Chen looks down at him. Please know that he has found what he has been looking for. In his hands, he holds the Rat King's crystal core. With the Rat King's crystal core gone, the mutated rats begin acting more vicious and crazy. Barricades can barely hold them back because they are able to squeeze through with their bodies. More of the creatures start to appear from tight spaces and corners, looking for the next target to consume. They pop out of the holes in the walls and in the ground. As they reveal themselves, they hold on to the dead bones of their pathetic victims. The guys who are caught up in the battle are irritated at the sight of the monsters. One of them complains that the rats are easily squeezing through even the tiniest of spaces. The man screams out with fear in his eyes as he runs for his life. He tells his companion to watch his step close to a ditch. The little girl's bald brother stops in his tracks immediately when he sees a rat emerging from the sewers. He grits his teeth and stands still as the monster sniffs around for the next person to attack. Sadly for the bald man, the rat grabs his leg as he moves and holds onto it firmly. He is confused and has no idea what to do as he screams out, while more of the rats emerge and begin to drag him down to the depths of their sewage. He struggles and yells at the rats to let him go, but there is no hope for him. He tries his best to escape and claws at the ground, but the monsters hold him firmly. The other brother watches and calls out to the man getting dragged down, while the little girl holds onto his shoulders. Tears run through their eyes as they watch him get dragged into who knows where. There is nothing they can do, and as their brother is taken to his death, he tells them not to worry about him, trying to ease their minds as the monsters take him away. He tells the little brother to take care of the little girl, and his voice gradually fades out as the rats finally pull him away. The rats retreat to their depths to continue their meal as the two keep calling for their lost brother. On the other hand, Tianyue is completely exhausted. He doesn't look like he can still keep up with holding the rats back. There are injuries all across his face, and his mouth is bleeding badly. His eye bags are so heavy, and it looks like he's about to collapse. The faction leader realizes that the whole thing is too much for him, and he looks like he is about to pass out. Su Chen needs to show up fast and do something, or it's all going to be over. With the little strength he has left, he keeps trying to fight back the rats. He slashes the monsters as they approach him, but he has already reached his limit. The rats can't give up a chance to attack weak prey, so more of them swarm him. At this point, Tianyue is basically seeing Jesus already. He is beyond exhausted. He can barely keep his eyes open. His arms give out, and it looks like it's finally the end for him. After the last of his energy leaves, he accepts his fate. Yunyun as well is being overrun by the monsters. The monsters climb all over her and bite her body, causing her to wince and cry out in pain. The buildings all around her keep taking damage as she jumps around in pain. Duanya doesn't have it much easier either. The rat monsters run towards her, and she says that it is impossible to block out or mind control all of them. Tianyue looks towards the sky and he notices a black figure at the top of the building. The strange figure leaps from the roof and suddenly lands in front of all of them with a menacing aura. As it lands, it kills some of the filthy rats and sends them packing. It has a dark face and a bright, sinister-looking grin. The shadow's aura is immensely powerful, and Tianyue is frozen on the spot out of fear. He shouts that it must be the Rat King and thinks it is the end for him. Duanya almost starts to cry as she thinks Su Chen might have failed to defeat the Rat King. It's almost impossible to believe that he somehow failed his mission despite how powerful he is. The monster then speaks to them and tells them not to be afraid. The former chef can tell that the voice belongs to Su Chen, and she is able to calm down for a bit. The dark aura around him clears from his face, and it reveals that it really is our protagonist. Despite their fears, he managed to take down the Rat King and absorb his power. Although the remaining consciousness in the crystal core wants to devour him, thanks to his sharp mental strength, he is managing to hold it back. When in a tough situation, he isn't going to lose a battle of mental strength. He has a wicked smile on his face as the shadow slowly fades away from his body. Tianyue is glad to finally see his brother again. Su Chen thanks the faction leader for all the hard work he has done, and how he managed to hold back the horde until the Rat King was defeated. Just as the shadow fades from his body, the mutated rats all fix their eyes on him. Now that a new threat has joined the party, they look eager to feast. They all rush towards him from behind, hoping to catch him off guard and overwhelm him, and Tianyue warns him to be careful as he sees the monsters rushing towards him. Nevertheless, Su Chen is unfazed and slightly turns his head to tell the monsters to get lost, with a devilish glare in his eyes. The rats stop in their tracks instantly, and the anger in Su Chen's gaze causes them all to scurry away. They turn to run, clearly terrified of going up against our man, and all of them look like they have just seen a ghost. The barriers that are meant to hold back the mutated rats end up being their escape route, as they squeeze their bodies to get through the little holes. The others escape through their underground tunnels, and the rest go through the vents. The rest of the human survivors can't believe their eyes. They wonder what has caused the rats to suddenly get scared and run away. Now, with the battle over, it seems like they just barely made it through the whole ordeal. Even though Su Chen isn't the Rat King, the remaining power of the crystal core is enough to intimidate the rat men into retreating. If he hadn't made it back in time, they would have just kept on coming out of every corner and attacking them. But there's no time to celebrate just yet. Tianyue starts to cough violently now that his body is going through withdrawals from the scientist's drug. Su Chen rushes to hold up his brother as the man looks ready to fall over and faint. It looks like the drugs that the scientist has been giving them are also a type of poison. It gives immense strength, just like they thought. But the more power they use, the deeper the poison effect. Su Chen desperately asks Yun Yun what he can do to help his friend. She tells him that in Liu Heiyun's lab there is a corpse that has the answer to their problems. If he can get to it and extract a sample of its blood, then they can use it to make a serum that should be able to neutralize the poison. With a clear mission in mind, Su Chen heads back into the lab to try and find the monster that Yun Yun described. He reaches a door deep in the building where he found the Rat King, and wonders if this is the place that Yun Yun mentioned earlier. As soon as he gets there, he notices that there is a strong oppressing aura oozing from behind the door. Something unnatural is behind that door, and he can feel it just from outside. With no other options, he opens the door, allowing what seems to be stale, frozen air that is in the lab to leak outside. He notices that walking into the room feels like stepping into a black hole. As he walks in, he seems to pass through a thin barrier blocking the entrance of the lab. He breaks through it, but can't believe the feeling that it gives him. To him, it feels like he has passed through a wall of pure mental power. He analyzes his body to see if anything has changed, but there is none. He glances ahead and becomes confused about who he is staring at. From what Yun Yun told him, there are supposed to be only corpses in the lab, but instead of a rotting corpse, he sees a lady sitting and working on the computer in front of her. From how she greets him, it's almost like she expected him to come and meet her. The lady turns and refers to him as her classmate Liu. Su Chen is confused as to why she is calling him Liu. She must be mistaken. After all, he looks nothing like that madman. He turns to look at himself in the reflection of one of the lab machines, but he sees that he really does look like Liu Heiyun. He immediately realizes that this must be some sort of illusion, and he has to wake up quickly. For now, though, all he can do is play along with the trick. He greets the older woman, calling her Professor Xiao, and she invites him to come and take a seat. Su Chen assumes that he has entered Liu Heiyun's memories as well, since he seems to be reliving his past experiences. Xiao then takes off her jacket, and he asks her what she is doing. She tells him that the lab is really stuffy, and she needs to cool off. On the table beside them is a crab that is being experimented on. Liu explains to her that a common parasite is found in these crabs. She confirms it, and says that it is a strange creature that uses its host to protect itself while coexisting with it at the same time. It's a parasitic organism called a succulina, and that's what both of them are trying to research with the crab. Or at least they were supposed to be doing that until Professor Xiao gets a better idea. As they look closer, Xiao asks if he finds the creature interesting as she rests against his back and starts feeling his chest. Liu is trying his best to keep his cool composure. She isn't making it easy for him at all, considering how revealing her clothes are. She continues to rub his chest, making him more nervous as well. The moment gets more heated when she leans in on him and says that she doesn't expect him to be so knowledgeable, and also have a good physique as well. Liu gives a sly smile and looks like he is ready to make the best out of his current situation. He turns his seat around and Xiao sits on his lap, almost looking like she's trying to push him down. He tells her that she must have dressed so provocatively to try and influence him, and he's not one to look past an opportunity with a beautiful woman. She says that she prefers to practice some chemistry with him rather than work on the experiment, and the moment gets especially heated between the two. The chair Liu is sitting on is making squeaking noises as the two of them are having their fun. As they continue to fool around in the lab, Liu pins the professor against the glass window. At that moment, she looks outside and notices that the moon is looking a little strange. It's the day that the apocalypse begins, and the moon releases its blindingly hot burst into the room directly on the couple, and they both happen to not be wearing much clothing. Suddenly, they are surrounded by a blazing hot fire. She screams and asks for the curtains to be closed quickly. The heat is too much for them to bear, and they wonder when it will all end. The room of fun is turned into a survivor's hole, and the two of them try to ration the little supplies left in the lab. After some time, Xiao tells Liu that they are running low on food, but she is going to take the last snacks they have. There is a small bag of junk food that would only be able to last for one person. Liu gets furious as she takes it and slaps her away before she can touch it. He stares down at her menacingly as he tells her that the supplies are more valuable than her life. The scientist looks like something has possessed him, and you could see the furious rage in his eyes. The professor shakes in fear and apologizes for taking the food, saying that she is too hungry. She can't believe her eyes when he picks up a sharp knife and decides that if he hurries up, then he will be able to get the rest of the food in her stomach that hasn't digested yet. He plans to cut her open and salvage whatever meal he can find inside her. With a firm swipe of the dagger, her blood is sprayed everywhere in the room. Xiao's dead body lies on the floor, while Liu is glad that he has found some food, despite the fact that it is all in her stomach. Later on, he also says that the rats from earlier have evolved after eating her flesh, although their crazy evolution is far from perfect. Then when he starts with his experiments, and while using her blood, he is able to make a serum and finds out that it can detoxify the poison. But what surprises him the most is that her body is still alive and still changing. He sees her as the perfect research specimen to work on and decides to use her to create something amazing. Looking closer at the data he gets, he is amazed by it and considers it to be really incredible. According to him, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to call it a Doomsday gene. As Xiao's decaying body hangs in chains in the lab, he smiles as he tells her to expect more surprises from him, since she just won't die. Then he revs up a chainsaw while laughing crazily and proceeds to cut her up some more. Xiao, who barely looks human anymore, asks if he has found the crystal core that he has been searching for and encourages him to eat it. While he holds a crystal core in his hands and continues his maniacal laughter, she asks him why he is hesitating so much. But Liu comes back to his senses and tells her that he won't eat it because it's just a piece of rotten meat. He shatters the crystal core, which surprises her and asks him how he finds out. Slowly, Liu's image fades and Suchen's face is revealed. He says that if he truly has a crystal core in his hand, she would have died long ago. She curses the fact that Suchen had managed to escape. She finally found a suitable human for her goals, and she was just one step away from victory. But it all got taken away by our main character's insane mental fortitude. Suchen slowly reaches for her head and says that he is going to open up her brain, but she tells him to wait. She starts crying out in anger and desperation, telling him that she is just a poor woman who'd been hurt. Then she tells him that if he wants her power, then she is willing to give it to him as long as he lets her go. Suchen looks at her in pity for a moment and reminds her that once a Sakulina enters a host, then it takes over the host's consciousness. With that in mind, there's no reason for him to let her into his mind. After that, he grabs her head, and she tries to beg one last time, but Suchen isn't moved. He squishes her head, causing her blood to spill everywhere. Her body starts to fade away slowly, and he wonders if it is due to the absence of the crystal core. With the crystal core finally in his possession, he is glad that there is no problem this time. Seconds later, he remembers that his original goal was to get a sample of her blood. With Xiao turned to ash, he wonders what will happen to the antidote he is searching for. Thankfully, he realizes that there must be samples of the antidote in the lab somewhere. It is said that once the crab parasite takes hold of its host, it will form root-like branches in the host, connecting various parts of the host's body and controlling their behavior. The parasitic relationship eventually results in the host becoming a slave to the crab parasite. Now, with the university completely cleared out, dozens of refugees are left wandering the streets looking for a new home. Thankfully, the floodwaters have receded, which means that streets are clear for them to travel through. But it also means that the corpses that were originally under the water have begun to mutate once more. As the group walks through the empty streets, they are told to stop looking around and to keep walking in order not to waste time. Yunyun is noticeably nervous and scared, and she asks Duanya where Suchen is taking all the medical students. Duanya tells her that the escaped mutant rat men are lurking around the University of Science and Technology, and it is no longer suitable for human survival. The surviving medical students are scarce talents during the apocalypse, so Suchen plans to take them to the safe zone area in the next town. Yunyun is upset because they still have a long way to walk, and she is already getting really hungry. She decides that she needs to go and find Suchen in hopes that he will give her something to eat, but Duanya holds her back and tells her that she isn't allowed to go. Yunyun wonders why Duanya is being so overprotective and holding her back from getting food, but for the former chef, it's more than that. Duanya then tells her that since she is following them, she has to be obedient and do whatever she is told. Duanya remembers a time when Suchen once stood over her as she sat vulnerable on the floor. At that time, she was wondering what had gotten into him because he was acting strange. Suchen has a fiery look in his eyes as he grabs her and tells her not to be afraid. He is just a little hot, and he needs to cool off by any means necessary. She couldn't believe it when he suddenly kissed her, but she didn't back out of it either. After that, her body started to feel weird, and the two of them started to fool around in the midst of a night of heavy rain. Back to the present, Duanya thinks about how wild Suchen became after that moment they shared. She starts to wonder if it is a side effect of the crystal cores that he absorbs. As the group continues moving through the city, Suchen says that after the flood recedes, bacteria, viruses, and even plants will start to undergo major mutations. Many resettlement areas will also start to collapse due to a lack of doctors. Doctors are really scarce at the time for them, and if they are able to make good use of the doctors they have, then they will be able to establish their own resettlement area. Apart from being able to get their own area, even if multiple forces emerge in the future, he also believes that they will have the capital to fight against them. In addition to that, the harvest at that time was good because Yun found a method of making serums and recovery potions. Suchen believes that after Tianyue and the others are done recovering, then they will be able to give him a helping hand when needed. Thanks to his space ability, he was able to store all the research equipment and materials from the laboratory building within his dimensional space. He then wonders about the rat's crystal core that he absorbed. Not only did it enhance his berserker ability, it also increased his physical strength. The crystal core also gives him ice powers, and although he can only condense a little ice right now, he is determined to find a way to increase it in the future. As if he isn't overpowered enough, the crystal core of the half-body female mutant also adds more abilities to his arsenal. Her crystal core gives him 2 psychic abilities, but he is upset that he didn't get the power to create illusions. Tianyue notices a weird sound coming from around them, and the others get very nervous. Suchen activates his first psychic skill, which is spiritual perception. The ability probably came from the corpse's appetite for blood. His eyes turn to a sharp red color, and he grows a very intimidating aura, which allows him to see the heat signatures from the blood of living things about 30 meters around him. It is like he has turned into a heat-seeking radar. He then notices that the members of the Devourer clan were preparing to ambush them. He can see the numerous mutated people hiding in the buildings and waiting for the right time to strike. One of the members of Suchen's group sees something frightening and tells everyone else to look up towards where he is pointing. Above them, they can see a female who has been hung on the traffic light pole, and a girl among them notices that the person hung is known as Rui, a former roommate of hers. She tells the guys to hurry up and save Rui before it is too late. It is a life that needs saving, and she can't stand seeing her friend in such a humiliating state. One of the guys attempts to go and save the girl, but Suchen stops him and tells him to mind his business. Suchen then tells his group to keep moving and stop wasting time. The girl can't believe how cold-blooded he is. She wonders if Suchen is even still human because it doesn't make sense that he would just watch someone die when there is still a chance to save her. Other people start to speak up, and they accuse Suchen of not being a man at all. They decide to stay back and help since they can't just stand by and watch someone die before their eyes. The girl orders them to put Rui down quickly so that she can give her medical attention. Some of the men move to the traffic pole quickly and begin loosening the rope in order to rescue her. As they are loosening the ropes, arrows rain down on them and manage to pierce through most of the guys, killing them instantly. The sudden turn of events causes the once confident girl to shiver in fear. All of them can't believe that they just lost 2 innocent souls in an attempt to save one person. They finally realize it is a trap, but it's much too late for them to escape. 2 other guys burst out from the windows above them with axes. They quickly surround the girl and the guy she is with. The 2 men from the Devourer clan are as tall as mountains, and they tower over the group of people who tried to save their friend. One of the Devourer brutes grabs a girl by her face and licks her cheek to get a taste of her. Then he rubs his hand all over her body and calls his companion to come and have some fun with her first. The girl is scared senseless as she looks at the monstrosity that grabbed her head. She begs him to let her go, but there is no use. Her friend tries to fight for her, and he demands that the Devourer let her go, but he doesn't see the other enemy rushing towards him with an axe. The man is slaughtered in an instant and his blood gets splattered everywhere. As he dies, the brute tells him to accept his fate as food. The girl, however, isn't as lucky to have a quick death. The man rips her shirt apart and suggests that they keep her to breed instead of eating her immediately. The screams manage to reach Suchen's group as they continue their march towards the safe zone. She asks him if the woman who was left hanging was used as bait, and he confirms it. But even though they've gotten what they want from the other group, that doesn't mean that they are safe yet. In fact, they are already surrounded by devourers. The guys start to panic and look around, hoping to find the attacks before they jump out. Suchen, however, is as calm as usual since this is a perfect chance for him to test out his latest ability, Corpse Control. He activates it, causing his eyes to glow a bright purple, and immediately, several undead corpses start to march out of an alleyway to attack the devourers hiding away in the buildings. This is the perfect time to make the people about to ambush them know the feeling of being ambushed themselves. The Devourer clan is immediately attacked by the rampaging horde of mutated corpses controlled by Suchen. They have no time at all to react, but they are still able to cut through most of them like paper. These things are nothing but distractions getting in their way, and the 2 brutes manage to rip and tear through them with ease, sending the rest of them back and knocking out the larger group like bowling pins. But in their tussle with the mutated corpses, Suchen and the others manage to leave undetected. The 2 brutes can't accept that, and they jump out of the building they were fighting in down to the streets to try and chase after them. As soon as they land, they see Suchen calmly waiting for them with his hands in his pocket. They fell right for his trap, and now there's no hope of them escaping anywhere. The 2 brutes are excited that there's one more person waiting to die, and they decide to kill him first. But Su Chen isn't bothered. It's too bad that the Devourers don't have crystal cores, unless he would have personally taken them out. Since they aren't worth his time, then he'll let the mutated corpses play with them instead. As he says that, several zombies rush out of their hiding places and surround them again. This time the numbers are way too large for them to just brush off like they did before, and they are forced to fight for their lives. Meanwhile, in Hecheng, Su Chen's group of survivors finally makes it to the safe zone they've been traveling to this entire time. A loud voice asks them what they are doing and why they are trespassing in their safe zone, and Duan Ya, who's leading the group, responds that they are travelers from the University of Science and Technology seeking refuge in the safe zone. Suddenly, a man leaps off the top of a building and lands in front of them. The man has a threatening aura and does not look happy to see them. Apparently, they don't accept trash in this place, and anyone who he doesn't recognize is trash, so he tells them all to get lost. Duanya tries to use her mind control powers on him and asks him what gives him the right to deny them entry when this is a safe zone. But her powers don't seem to work on him. For a moment, it looks like he's under her control, but he's able to snap himself out of it with a few light taps to his head. Duanya realizes way too late that this man must be an able user just like them. The brutish raises his axe and leaps into the air to finish them off, but someone jumps in to defend them just before the large man can land a hit on Duan Ya. It's Xiao Feng, and just like usual, he's fighting to protect people. He tells the larger man, whom he calls Captain Sun, that these people are only seeking refuge and there is no need to attack them. Sun doesn't care since these clearly aren't normal people. After all, normal people wouldn't be able to make it through the Devourer clan's territory so easily. He suspects that they must be spies sent from the Devourer clan to infiltrate them. At this accusation, Su Chen finally appears from behind the group to meet his old friend. He tells the brutish Captain Sun that if he doesn't want them, then he will just take the dozens of doctors he brought along with him to another safe zone. That catches all the guards' attention, and they didn't realize that there were doctors in the group. It's very rare for a single doctor to survive for so long in the apocalypse, and they managed to bring dozens of them all at once. Xiaofeng is excited to see Su Chen again, and realizes that these must not be ordinary survivors from the wasteland. With his old friend there, these can't be spies from the Devourers either. He decides to swear to his life that these people are his allies, and he will personally take care of them. Since Su Chen is in the group, if he says there are dozens of doctors, then he can't be lying. With what Su Chen has pulled off in the past, Xiaofeng would believe him even if he said he had thousands of doctors. With his own soldiers' words as backing, Captain Sun has no choice but to let them in. After all, if they have doctors with them, then they no longer have to bury patients alive anymore, and the sick among them can get proper treatment. Captain Sun walks away, clearly disappointed that he doesn't get to use his giant axe today, but before he leaves, he tells Xiaofeng that if these supposed doctors can't cure the patients, then he will have to take responsibility for the consequences since he's the one that vouched for them. With the captain's permission, the other soldiers lead Su Chen's group into the safe zone, while Xiaofeng hangs back to apologize to his old friend. He asks our protagonist not to take offense and tells him that Captain Sun is just like that. Su Chen isn't bothered, however. After all, he has dealt with his own fair share of annoying people throughout the apocalypse. Putting that aside, he came with his large group of doctors at the right time. The safe zone has had some strange patients who definitely need a doctor's help. The soldier leads them to a warehouse deeper in the safe zone, where they keep the dying and the ill together. In the very back of the warehouse, he shows them the corpse of one of the victims of the strange condition affecting the camp. It's a woman who looks like she has been long dead. Her body is covered by hundreds of small white mushrooms that look like they were growing straight out of her body. They don't know what is causing these things to grow, but cleaning them off only causes them to grow back faster, and each time it makes the person weaker, until they eventually pass on. Su Chen immediately knows that she has been infected by some kind of mutated fungi. The plants are also mutating as well as the people, which means that they can infect and control people. He advises that they warn the others to be careful of young plant shoots and to make sure that they don't get pricked by them. Duanya takes a closer look at the plants growing on the young woman's body and realizes that they are using her for nourishment. For now, all she can do is take a sample of it and try to analyze it so she can develop a cure or medicine for the infection. However, this is just the beginning of the rapid mutations that will take over the world. If these newly mutated plants aren't cleared out, they will quickly grow and start attacking humans. When that happens, the Devourer tribe will use the opportunity to attack the safe zones, and many people will become livestock for them. Because of that, the Devourer tribe will become stronger, and that definitely isn't in Su Chen's best interest. Which means that he has to do his best to protect this safe one so he can use it for his own needs in the future. For now, though, it would be best for him to check out the situation and make sure that everything is secured. As he's considering his next move, a loud noise comes from somewhere else in the safe zone. It sounds like a van, and someone on top of it is shouting for people to get out of the way. It's the Lord's son, and he's driving recklessly through the streets. On top of that, he's firing a gun in the safe zone and attacking innocent people for no reason. Despite all of that, Xiaofeng's team isn't doing anything to stop him. The soldier tells Su Chen that his team has already been disbanded. It's probably because they let the newcomers into the city despite the warnings from Captain Sun. On top of that, this isn't the first time that the city lord's son has caused chaos in the city. He believes that the elderly and children don't matter, and they are useless to the safe zone. Because of that, he casually goes around running them over and shooting them down, and because of his status, there's nothing they can do about it. As he's driving, he notices Yun Yun, who's looking over an injured person lying limp on the street. He pulls his car to a stop beside her and cockily asks if she wants to get in his car with him. If she follows him, then he can take her to get something good to eat. Yun Yun slowly gets up and tells him that she's so hungry that she can't walk anymore, so if he wants to take her out, then he's going to have to carry her. The Lord's son happily agrees and calls her over so he can carry her, while Xiaofeng gets ready to confront him. Su Chen, however, holds him back, knowing exactly what Yun Yun has planned for the Lord's son. As long as he can carry her, then he can take her wherever he wants. As soon as he agrees, Yun Yun smiles deviously, then leaps off the ground into the man's waiting arms. But just before she lands, she grows rapidly to her largest size and smiles down at him as she falls. The Lord's son realizes the situation just in time and manages to avoid getting crushed by a giant woman. Her new size rips her jacket into pieces and makes her heavy enough to destroy the man's car. Unfortunately for him, he isn't fast enough to completely escape and ends up with a crushed leg. The noise of the crash alerts everyone else in the safe zone, and they make their way to the source to find out what happened. Meanwhile, the Lord's son screams as the pain from his broken leg hits him in full force. Yun Yun looks down on him, and luckily tells him that even when he's given the chance to prove himself, he still turns out useless. Then she steps on his already broken leg with her giant foot, causing him to scream even louder. The sound attracts the soldiers from deeper in the zone, and they hurry to check on him and ask what happened. He immediately points an accusing finger at Yun Yun, calling her a monster since she turned into a giant woman and broke his leg. Duanya steps in and uses her mind control ability to warp the memories of the people around them, and they turn on him immediately. They tell the young master that he actually fell out of his car and broke his leg himself. Thanks to Duanya's mind control, they all turn on him, and they are convinced that they saw him fall with their own eyes. The young master figures that they must all be involved in this somehow, and they all did this to set him up. With no other choice, he calls for his father, the lord in control of the safe zone, to come and help him out of this mess. Captain Sun chuckles menacingly and figures that this interaction will be fun to watch. A car surrounded by dozens of soldiers pulls up to the scene of the incident as the young lord still sits on the ground, unable to move. Su Chen's group and Xiaofeng watch as the city lord steps out of his car and demands to know what's going on. The way several people rush to answer him, plus the crowd of security that pulls up behind him, shows that the city lord has an air of importance around him. Xiaofeng defends his friend and tells the city lord about Su Chen and the fact that he brought dozens of doctors along with him to seek refuge in the shelter. Then he starts to talk about the young lord and how he started to cause trouble around the place. But the younger man cuts in and demands that his father kill them all for breaking his leg. The lord doesn't pay attention to his son's ramblings and slaps him across the face as soon as he starts talking. It looks like he has already warned the chaotic kid about his actions, and he's aware of the things that happen while he isn't around. This isn't the first time that he has told his son to treat everyone that comes into the settlement with respect. His vision is to turn the safe zone into a beacon of hope in the apocalypse, and to make everyone that comes to them feel some warmth. Because of his great dream, even his own son gets punished when he does wrong. That must mean that the city lord is a good man, and it's rare to find such a noble-hearted person in the apocalypse. At least that's what the crowd thinks as they start to cheer for him and his good deeds. The city lord turns to them and personally invites them to stay with them and build a new dream together. Here, they will provide the best food and the most generous conditions to make sure that they all survive in the new hellish world. Xiaofeng turns to tell Su Chen that thanks to the city lord, his group can now stay without any problems. But his friend is already long gone, as are his two girlfriends. They left the city as soon as the city lord appeared to avoid any problems. It's unreasonable to think that he won't try to take some kind of revenge since Yun Yun crippled his son. Because of that, the three of them have to sleep in the woods for the night. Yun Yun nervously tells her new sister that it's the first time she has ever had to sleep outside. Surely Duanya must have some kind of experience since she has survived in the apocalypse for so long. The former chef tells Yun Yun to stop thinking about unnecessary things. Besides, with Su Chen around, who knows if they will even be able to sleep at all. Our protagonist comes up behind them and warns them to stop messing around. Someone is coming and they need to be ready for an attack. Then he calls for the people hiding behind a pillar to come out and face them. It looks like they were trying to sneak up on the group without being detected, but Su-chen already knew they were there a long time ago. They come out of their hiding spots and ask if Su-chen thought he could hide so easily after breaking the young master's leg. There are dozens that surround them, and they tell him that there is no way for them to escape. But unluckily for them, Su-chen never planned to escape. He just didn't want to go on a killing spree in the city and end up accidentally hurting members of his friend's team. The men approach him and laugh at the fact that he's talking about a killing spree when he's clearly about to die. They decide not to waste any more time pointlessly talking so they can finish him off. Su-chen casually annihilates one of the men approaching him with a single punch, causing the other men to realize exactly what he meant by killing spree. They open fire on the group in a panic, hoping to take him out quickly, but Su-chen immediately pulls out his dual katanas and cuts through all of them in less than a second. The last man remaining begs for his life and tells Su-chen that if he's spared, then he will reveal the secret about the city lord. Our protagonist pauses his sword just before it slices off the man's head, then tells him to continue. The man tells them that the city lord has close ties with the nearby Devourer clan. Every week, they secretly make a trade behind everyone's back. The city mayor gives up some of the refugees in exchange for food. Yun punches the man on the back of the head after his confession. They've been giving up young people in exchange for food this entire time. The man leads them to the city gate, where the deal usually goes down, and they see several people in a cage while a brute from the Devourer clan looks over them. He tells the guard that brought them that the food will be thrown to the gate by dawn. Then he grabs the man by his neck and lifts him off the ground. The guard struggles for a moment, but it's no use as the Devourer brute bites down on his neck and rips his head off of his body in one tug. The guards are just refugees hired temporarily, and the city lord never leaves any witnesses alive. The man asks if he can go now that he has told them everything he knows, but Su-chen has one more task for him. They take the man and tie him up over an empty street in an attempt to lure devourers towards the area. Their plan works, and his screams attract brutes nearby over to the empty place. To them, a person hanging alone in a dark place is just free food. One of the brutes asks why someone is hanging over in the middle of nowhere, but his companion doesn't care and just wants to get his hands on the free food. They rush up to the guard and punch him in the stomach, causing him to cough up blood and pass out. But the noise they made from their mad dash to get free food triggers Su-chen's plan as a loud voice comes down from above them. It's Yun, who has been the one dangling the man over the alleyway this whole time. She grabs one of the brutes who fights for his life, while another one notices the glare of a sniper scope from a window above them. They finally realize that this whole thing was a planned ambush for them. Upstairs, Duanya carefully aims a sniper rifle at the devourers in the alleyway. She remembers Su-chen's words about how the devourers have mutated so much that their skulls are probably too hard for bullets to pierce, so the only way she can take them out is through multiple hits on one spot. She aims at one of the devourers, then fires 3 shots, managing to hit him straight on his forehead in 3 consecutive bursts. Meanwhile, the other devourer still fights against Yun's giant hand as it threatens to crush him. He doesn't notice Su-chen casually walking up from behind until he feels a hand on his. It's too late. Our protagonist places a hand on the brute's head, crushing it instantly, and then they go on to take out the entire group. With the Devourer clan's main force taken out, Su-chen and the 2 girls take all the food that was meant to go to the city lord for himself. Then they head to a house that's still in surprisingly good condition, despite how unforgiving the apocalypse has been. Inside, he summons a bed from his inventory, as well as more food to create a feast for him to enjoy with his 2 girls. Duanya tells him that if he wants to own a settlement base, then he can just find a different place and conquer it as his own. There's no need for him to get mixed up in the mess between the city lord and the Devourer clan. While that is true, building a base takes a lot of time and effort, and he's not good at that sort of thing. For the actual management of the base and its welfare, he's going to need someone reliable who has experience working with that sort of thing, and that person just so happens to be inside Hecheng. As they talk, Yun appears wearing an outfit that doesn't leave much to the imagination. She sees both Duanya and Su-chen lying on the bed and asks why they decided to start without her. Su-chen lays down on the bed as the 2 girls climb around him, ready to fool around. Thanks to him, they have been able to live like humans since the beginning of the apocalypse, so tonight they plan to return the favor and serve him well. While the 3 of them get freaky in the ruined city, the guards from the safe zone eventually find the hanging corpse of the man that Su-chen used as bait. The city lord Zhang mistakenly takes that to mean that the deal with the devourers went wrong, and he rushes to the Devourer clan to find out what happened. He asks the Devourer leader what happened, but the mutated man asks him the same question. In the aftermath of his deal, he lost 3 of his warriors, meaning that they weren't the cause of the attack. Despite that, the Devourer leader demands that they double the number of people that they send over as compensation for their losses. If he can't do that, then his deal with the Devourers will be cancelled, and they will attack his precious settlement. The city lord agrees to his demands, and Su Chen decides to burst into the party and make his presence known. Our protagonist has seen everything he needs to see, and it looks to him like the city lord doesn't even bat an eye while trading with other people's lives. The Devourers surround Su Chen once they realize that he's the one who killed the 3 Devourers sent to retrieve the people. They have no idea how he managed to kill 3 of their own, but now that he has stepped onto their base, there's no escape for him. City Lord Zhang calmly leaves the area before things get violent. As far as he is concerned, Su Chen might as well be dead for stepping into the Devourer clan's home territory. He rushes back to the safe zone to try and wrap things up quickly before it turns into a mess that he can't handle. He goes back to the safe zone and announces to everyone that there is a traitor in their base. He points the blame at the outsiders that Su Chen brought over and accuses them of pretending to be doctors so they can infiltrate the base. He claims that in reality, they were secretly kidnapping refugees to trade with the Devourers for food. Since Su Chen ruined his plans, he has to be ruthless to make sure that no one goes against him again. The people in the settlement immediately turn their angry eyes towards Su Chen's group. They prepare to attack and kill them, but a loud voice stops everything before a riot starts. It's General Gao Yiwei, and behind him are Bei Kang and her brother. He comes in to defend Su Chen. From what he knows, our protagonist is a trustworthy man who has proven to be capable on multiple occasions. Since Su Chen brought them here himself, then they shouldn't be the problem. The city lord continues his accusations, saying that words alone cannot defend them. If he wants to show that they aren't traitors, then he has to prove it. A voice calls out from the top of a building above the settlement. It's Su Chen, and he claims that he can prove his own innocence. He brought the Devourer clan leader with him and asked the badly beaten mutant to explain the situation by himself. The clan leader confesses that City Lord Zhang is the one who has been making the deals with him this entire time. The crowd turns angrily to the city lord now that they realize that the man they've been supporting was the real monster this entire time. Zhang tries one more time to convince them that Su Chen is working with Devourers to frame him, but General Gao approaches the man and punches him in the face for his crimes. Now that the truth has been revealed, Zhang stops pretending about the situation and laughs menacingly as he reveals that he really is the one who has been exchanging people with the Devourer clan. But now it's the apocalypse, and all the places with supplies have already been taken over by the Devourers. They are just waiting for others to fall into their traps. As long as he keeps sacrificing a few lives that he sees as worthless, then he's doing a good thing and saving people. As far as he sees it, they should all be grateful to him for keeping them alive. After all, even the Captain Gao that's acting so righteous also ate the food that he brought back from the Devourers, so nobody has any right to judge him. Well, that's what he thinks, but Su Chen's fist begs to differ. After a sharp right hook to the face, Su Chen tells the man that he's a coward. In a world where the strong prey on the weak, trading lives for food isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's a coward's choice that makes him no different from the Devourers. With the former lord rightfully knocked out, Su Chen turns to General Gao and makes him an offer. He offers to build a place that truly belongs to humanity and civilization. In his previous life, he once traversed over the ruins and eventually reached a safe haven that was on its way to becoming a utopian base in the apocalypse. There were no shackles of class and nobody cried of hunger. Everyone was well fed and they all had peace of mind. All this came from its creator, Gao Yiwei. But for now, he's only a deputy under the current city lord. In his past life, it wasn't until he discovered the dark side of the base that he decided to leave and build his own. All Su Chen did was make things happen a little earlier. However, the other soldiers had their reservations about the whole plan. Even though building a base from scratch is way too hard, and if they want to do things their own way, then they can't live under someone else's roof. They have to establish a new base by themselves if they want to survive on their own. The city lord laughs at their plans of building a new base. Outside the safe zone of his city, beasts run rampant, and zombies are everywhere. There's no guarantee of basic food and safety. Leaving his safe zone would be a surefire way of sending people to their deaths. The crippled lord's son advises his father to let them leave if they want to go. They'll eventually come crawling back once they've suffered enough. The other survivors also start to doubt if they can survive outside of the city lord's safe zone. If they don't want to die, then they have to take their chances staying with the coward, but at least they will get to live. The city lord feeds into their fears and tells the people that if anyone believes in their delusions, they can leave. But if they starve to death in the wasteland, then he won't be blamed for anything. But in that case, if the only problem is food, then Su Chen has the answer to all of their problems. After all, he was able to bring out the Devourer clan's leader so easily, and he has already made a name for himself as a powerful ability user. For someone like him, providing food should be easy. The Lord's son notices how all the survivors are starting to side with Su Chen, and he angrily asks the man if he thinks that he's some kind of savior. As far as he's concerned, our protagonist is doing all of this just to get attention. There's no way he even knows how much supplies a base needs. Suchin estimates that even though his supplies aren't much, they are probably enough to support about 2,000 people for a month or so. Those numbers sound suspiciously similar to the amount that the city lord has in his warehouse. Just where could he have gotten those supplies? Meanwhile, at that very warehouse, Duan Ya and Yun Yun work together to take out the guards who are monitoring the supplies. Yun Yun uses her giant size to overwhelm them, while Duan Ya provides sniper support. With the warehouse completely emptied, he tells General Gao to hurry up and make a decision. He can either work with Su Chen or stay with the traitorous city lord. With the options laid out in front of him, the decision on what to do isn't hard for General Guo. In this current settlement, people have had to deal with no proper clothing while also being constantly bullied. Now he learns that they have all been treated like livestock and sold to the devourers. Captain Guo decides that he cannot stay in a place like this for another second. He decides to join forces with Su Chen and establish a new base. Then he tells the crowd that anyone willing to leave with him can step forward so they can build a base where they can live in dignity. Bei Kang and her brother call their troops together and stand behind their captain. These were supposed to be the city lord's army, but after his betrayal, they are now only loyal to Captain Gao. He orders the few soldiers that are still loyal to him to point their weapons at Captain Gao and his men. The lord's son menacingly points a gun at Su Chen and fires rapidly. If our protagonist had never shown up with his people and his plans, then his leg would never have been crippled. The bullets all miss, and Su Chen takes the opportunity to rush over and grab the younger man by the throat. He tells City Lord Zhang to order his men to drop their weapons, otherwise he'll snap the boy's neck. Not wanting to lose his only child, Zhang calls off the attack, and Su Chen tells the captain to take his people and the refugees away. Our protagonist will personally handle things from here. Captain Gao agrees to the plan and tells him that they will all be waiting for him at Shangyun University. With everyone gone, the city lord asks for Su Chen to release his son so they can both take a step back and talk it out. That is simply a plan to get Su Chen standing alone so that a sniper stationed on the roof of an opposite building can take him out. Our protagonist sees through that and orders Duan Ya to take out the sniper. In a second, the sniper's head pops like a balloon. With the sniper dead, Su Chen finally lets go of the city lord's son. But right as the father catches his son, he notices a grenade in the younger man's mouth. Just before it explodes, Su Chen asks Lord Zhang how human flesh tastes. Zhang barely has a second to respond before the bomb explodes, killing his son and leaving him shirtless and angry. That confirms Su Chen's suspicions from his past life. The former city lord Zhang Jianshu is a devourer hiding among humans. He's a level 2 devourer, which means that he's too much trouble for Su Chen to take on right now, but next time he won't be so lucky. Several days pass after General Gao leaves with his new followers to form a new settlement. A raid team storms into a warehouse, ready to gather up all the supplies that they heard would be inside. Except instead of the swarms of devourers that they expected to be there, all they find are corpses scattered along the ground, and it looks like all the devourers have already been killed. The soldiers walk up to the supply truck, and despite looking like it has been driven through the desert, its gas tank is full. It has more than enough fuel to drive all of them back to the new base. Su Chen wasn't lying when he told them that there was a truckload of supplies in the building. Captain Sun is disappointed that there wasn't a big fight like he was expecting. This mission is too easy for someone like him, and it's nothing but a complete waste of time. One of the soldiers tells Sun that the general gave the more important missions to Su Chen, even though those important tasks used to belong to him. That ticks the large man off, but he's sure that Su Chen is just a pretty boy with no skills. There's no way he will be able to compete with a trained soldier like him for credit. Back at the new base, Yun Yun wonders why Captain Sun hasn't returned yet, despite the fact that all the devourers in the warehouse were killed by Su Chen a long time ago. All they had to do was get to the supermarket and drive the truck back. Even someone as brain-rotted as Captain Sun can handle that. Yun Yun isn't worried about him at all, and she's more concerned about the medical care of the refugees that Su Chen tasked them with. As they're talking, Duan Ya notices the truck driving back to the base. She advises Yun Yun to shrink down since once they get close, it'll be hard to use her mental power to cloak her size. Captain Sun reports back to General Gao, who's managing the base. The supplies have been secured and delivered, and the base can now have food. The few survivors nearby hear that Su Chen's advice about the trucks was real, and they start to praise him. There were doubts on if he would actually be able to solve their food problem, but it looks like they didn't have to doubt him at all. The more they mention Su Chen, the more upset Captain Sun becomes, and he convinces himself that all the pretty boy is doing is brainwashing people. Eventually, he'll slip up, and all the fame will go back to the one who deserves it. Suddenly, one of the soldiers rushes over and reports that there are signs of devourer tribe activity near a hospital to the south. It looks like it's a tribe of a few dozen, and they look ready to attack. Captain Sun smirks, knowing that this is his opportunity to show people who the real protector is. Meanwhile, Su Chen is still out on his mission with Bei Kang and Xiao Feng. Their plan is to raid a military base near their base. The entrance has long since been flooded, and it has become a death trap full of mutated corpses. Even if they manage to get it, there are only 3 of them, and they won't be able to carry all the supplies out with them. Suchin tells them not to worry about that for now. All they need to do is take him to the armory. Baekhan agrees and decides to personally bring him there. After all, she has been to the base before. But first, to get there, they need a vehicle. Suchin uses his space ability to summon his car, and the 2 soldiers almost panic at how random his ability is. He tells them to stop talking and get in the car so they can get there in time. Then they cruise through the empty streets towards the military base. At the military base, some of Zhang Jianshu's men work to drain the large pool of water covering the base's entrance. No matter how much water they pump, though, it never seems to be enough. The leader of the team tells the rest to go and find a few useless items from their storage and throw them into the water as bait for the water ghouls. Since the city supplies have mysteriously disappeared, if they don't bring something back, then they are as good as dead. The men grab some hostages and throw them into the water filled with water ghouls. The plan works, and the ghouls get lured to the surface, which means that someone can dive in to check the place out. The leader tells his men that whoever goes down to pry open the door will be rewarded with a woman by the city lord once they get back. One of the men steps up to take on the task. Before the apocalypse, he had no money and no woman, so now that the apocalypse is in full swing, he has to take any chance he has to make it ahead in life. His courage motivates the others to start diving too. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng watches the men as they try to get into the military base. It seems like Zhang Jianshu has set his eyes on the base's supplies and weapons as well. Luckily, Baekang knows another way around that can avoid the city lord's army, but they will have to dive underwater. Suchen accepts the idea, and the 3 of them dive into the ghoul-infested waters to try and reach their target. As they swim through the dark water, Beichang notices several eyes watching them from deeper in the pool. It's the water ghouls, and the shock of seeing them causes her to gasp and lose her last bit of air. Suchen pulls her close and calms her down. Then he kisses her, transferring some oxygen into her mouth. That manages to save her from drowning, but the water ghouls take the opportunity to attack them while they're down. Suchen uses his ability to stop them before they can attack, and they all stop dead in their tracks, almost like they've been hypnotized. His eyes glow red, and Baekang realizes that he is somehow controlling all the water ghouls with one of his abilities. The ability wears off, and some of the ghouls start trying to attack them again. Suchen manages to hold a few of them and tells Baekang and Xiaofen to escape while he handles them. They rush to the surface and manage to make it out of the floodwaters into the military base. With the number of abilities Suchen has, they start to wonder if he's human, as several bodies start floating up from the water as our protagonist wipes them out. They wonder how many abilities he has that they don't even know about. After taking out all the ghouls, Suchen emerges from the water completely unharmed. After taking out all the water ghouls, one of them managed to drop a white core, which has a low drop rate in monsters. Getting a white core in such a short time is usually a miracle, but Suchen doesn't seem satisfied. Although a white core doesn't grant new abilities, it can strengthen old ones, making him even stronger than he already is. As they talk, 2 yellow eyes watch them menacingly from a distance. The silhouette looks like a cat, and it seems particularly interested in the crystal Suchen is holding. It leaps out as soon as he's distracted and snatches the crystal from his hand before he can react. Why is a cat even in the military base in the first place? The base probably had cats to control any rat problems they had, and one must have survived the apocalypse by staying strapped in the base. The feline has dark black fur and glowing stripe patterns all over its body with bright yellow eyes. The kitty is quite impressive since it managed to snatch the core from Suchen's hand before he could even react. Suchen angrily but calmly tries to offer the little guy some superfish snacks, in hope that it will trade that for the white core. However, the cat leaps up and manages to snatch the snacks from his hand before running deeper into the base with both its prices. It looks like the great and powerful Suchen has been outwitted by a cat twice in the space of a minute. Anything that survives in the apocalypse can't be an ordinary creature, and there definitely seems to be something special about that cat. They keep walking through the base, and eventually they find a lever that reactivates the electricity in the base. Thankfully, the power systems are still operational despite how long they've been abandoned. Before the Great Flood, the survivors evacuated in a hurry, which means that there was no way they had time to take all their supplies with them. They finally arrive in the base's arsenal, and there's enough weapons to arm a force of up to 500 people. Xiaofeng figures that if they can find a tank, then they might even be able to arm 1,000 people. Beikang warns him to be careful as he runs off to find a tank. The storage is full of things they will definitely be needing, but the problem now is how to get everything back to the base. The City Lord's troops could show up at any moment, and going back to the safe zone for reinforcements is out of the question. A loud rumbling noise drags them out of their thoughts. Xiaofeng found a tank, but unfortunately, something else found him. It's a large mutated monster that almost looks like a giant dog. It's chasing Xiaofeng, who is desperately driving away in his tank. The monster shoots a laser from its snout and it hits the tank dead on. The panicking soldier asks Su Chen to do something since if it blows up the armory, then they will probably get blown up along with it. Su Chen activates his space ability and stores everything from the warehouse into his pocket dimension. In a matter of seconds, the warehouse is cleaned out as Xiaofeng drives up to them. He asks if Su Chen can store the monster in his space. But unfortunately, the space only works on inorganic material. Living mutated creatures can't be stored in it, meaning that they have to find another way to take care of the monster. Beikong decides to step up to the occasion and lure the monsters away, while Su Chen and Xiaofeng retreat. That's a reasonably stupid idea for Su Chen, and he grabs her instead and carries her over to the tank. Beikong tries to protest and tells him that since the supplies are in his space, then he has to make it back to the base safely. As they're talking, the monster rushes up to them and charges up another blast. Su Chen manages to dodge out of the way, but the tank isn't so lucky and gets blasted head-on. Su Chen tells her to stop wasting time and to go check on Xiaofeng while he deals with the monster. She runs off but orders him not to die on her. Now that he's alone with the monster, he takes a good look at it one more time. He doesn't remember hearing about a mutated beast like it in the area during his last life. That doesn't matter though, because its crystal core will belong to him regardless. Back in the smelly sewers, a deep loud rumble came from the entrance of the base. The city lord's men jumped, all confused. The blast sounded like it came from inside. One of them noticed the water level dropping fast and guessed that something underground probably cracked. The fat guy wasn't happy at all. He shouted, saying someone must have snuck in first, and told his men to go take care of them. But his men weren't paying attention. They were staring off into the distance. One guy pointed out a rabbit and said he hadn't eaten rabbit meat in a long time. Another one agreed but said the rabbit looked kinda weird. It was smiling in a creepy way. It didn't look cute at all. The rabbit didn't like what they said. It let out a nasty scream as a bunch of tentacles shot out from its body. The men froze in shock, their eyes wide with fear. The tentacles dug right into them. In no time, the fat guy's face twisted and looked just like the creepy rabbit. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still locked in a fight with that dog monster. His punches were strong, but the monster blocked them easily. It could match his hits and even fired powerful laser beams. Su Chen dodged as best as he could. The thing's body was tough, like steel. It reminded him of Zhang Jiangshu, that level 2 guy who walked away from an explosion without a single scratch. Su Chen wasn't on that level yet. His hand was already bruised. The monster didn't let up. It kept attacking. Su Chen thought to himself that even though the monster was strong, it wasn't unbeatable. The real problem was that weird vine inside its head. He needed to get rid of it. But before he could, the monster wrapped him up with more tentacles and blasted pink energy straight at him. He used his teleport power just in time to dodge it. Then he heard a sound. It was that cat again. Its body looked like it was glowing with power as it walked toward him, growling. Su Chen was surprised to see it here and told it to stay back since things were dangerous. But the cat kept coming. It looked serious. Su Chen asked if it was a mutated beast too. Not far from there, Bai Chang was digging through the broken pieces of rubble left by the monster. She was yelling out for Xiaofeng. After a second, Xiaofeng's voice came from under the rocks. She said she dodged just in time and almost got crushed. Bai Chang started moving the rocks quickly, saying she'd get her out. Suddenly they heard creepy laughter. Bai Chang yelled for whoever it was to show themselves. That's when the city lord's men stepped out from the shadows, smiling in a creepy way with twisted faces. Bai Chang was shocked. She realized that they were the ones who opened the gate, but something was seriously wrong with how they looked. The pig-faced guy stared at her with a gross look in his eyes. Bai Chang could tell they weren't normal anymore. Back with Su Chen, the cat let out a loud roar. Its claws grew longer, and its eyes were glowing like crazy. It seemed angry that someone called it a kitty. Su Chen, feeling a little nervous, asked if it just got bigger. But the cat wasn't focused on him, it was going after the dog monster. Su Chen watched and thought cats and dogs really don't get along. It was clear the two monsters hated each other. Su Chen stepped closer and said the cat probably used that energy core to bring them here. He got serious and told the cat they should work together. The cat, sensing how strong he was, seemed unsure. Su Chen jumped onto its back. The cat didn't resist. They were going to fight as a team now. Now that Su Chen's sitting on the giant cat, it's clearly not happy. It tries to shake him off, but he holds on tight. With serious looks on their faces, both charge straight at the dog monster. Even though the cat's not thrilled about carrying him, there's no time to argue. The monster strikes first, and the cat goes right back at it with its claws. Su Chen watches closely. The cat's claws barely scratch the monster. It's not enough. Su Chen pats the cat and tells it to move fast and distract the vines. He'll do the rest. The cat doesn't really want to, but it listens. As the monster attacks again, the shockwave blasts through a wall, and water starts pouring in. The cat zips around the monster, slicing the vines apart with ease. Suchin takes his chance, jumps off the cat, and lands a solid punch right to the monster's face, sending it flying. The cat, clearly impressed, starts to take things more seriously. They team up properly now. The monster goes wild, swinging and firing everywhere, but the cat is way too quick. In seconds, the thing's body is covered in deep cuts. Eventually, it drops to the ground. The core rolls out from what's left of it. The cat, eyes locked on the core, jumps toward it. But Suchin gets there first and snatches it. He pops it into his mouth without a second thought. The cat lets out an annoyed meow, but Suchin just ignores it. Meanwhile, the water keeps rising. Suchin looks around and figures the place is going to be underwater soon. Out of nowhere, he hears panicked meowing. That same big scary cat from earlier is now splashing around like a scared kitten, begging for help. Suchin picks it up and teases it a bit, asking if it's scared of water. He says he'll protect it if it stays with him. The cat shakes its head and tries to wriggle free, so Suchin tosses it back into the water. But right away, the cat scrambles back up onto him, crying like it's changed its mind. The cat agrees immediately, clearly not wanting to be left behind. He tells it again, this is its choice. Elsewhere, Bai Tang is trapped. The city lord's men are surrounding her, faces twisted and creepy. She can tell they're not human anymore. Xiaofeng's voice shouts that the tank won't start and tells her to leave. But Bai Chang doesn't know where to run, and she's not planning to abandon the fight. Then, in the distance, she spots a rabbit. But it's not a normal rabbit. This one's got sharp teeth and a creepy smile. Its real form comes out, a mess of vines draining energy from the city lord's men and using their bodies like puppets. Before she can react, the vines come at her from behind. Xiaofeng yells a warning. The vines tear at her clothes and try to wrap her up. The monster rabbit jumps at her, ready to bite down. She braces herself, thinking it's over. But just in time, Xiaofeng's tank roars to life. It slams right into the rabbit and knocks it away. He's yelling, furious that the monster touched Bai Chang. The tank fires again and again, the night sky lighting up from the blasts. The rabbit gets torn apart by the explosions. Bai Tang is left stunned, staring in shock. Xiaofeng leans back in his seat, tired but relieved. He thinks it's finally over. But he doesn't see the monster core, now moving straight toward his face. The core flies straight into Xiaofeng's mouth. He looks shocked. His eyes start glowing as he takes in the power. Bai Kang rushes over and asks if he's okay. He says he's fine, but he's holding his stomach and says he feels weird. Suchin walks up with the cat and asks if he really just ate the core. Bai Tang looks at him like he's crazy. Xiaofeng asks why he can't feel any powers. He wonders if there's some trick to it. Suchen says the best way to figure it out is by fighting. But first they need to leave. Suchen looks over at Bai Kang's ripped clothes. She tells him the monster did it. Then she spots the cat and gives him a look. She asks why he has a cat in the middle of the apocalypse. Suchen just picks it up and says it's with him now. The scene changes to the city. Black crows fly around. A girl is hanging from a lamppost. Nearby, some guys from the Dao clan are bothering another girl. She's crying and begging to be let go. One of the guys says the more she begs, the more fun it is for him. More Dao clan guys walk over. They start laughing and making creepy comments. Then they drag the girl away. She keeps begging them not to kill her. One of them tells her that if she listens, he'll keep her as a slave. If not, he'll hang her up like the other girl. Scared and shaking, she gives in. She says she'll do her best. The guy smiles and calls her a good girl. Then her screams start echoing through the city. Suchen's car drives in. One Dao clan guy sees it and gets annoyed. He says they should finish quickly and have fun later. Xiaofeng gets out of the car and walks toward them. The Dao clan guys get mad and yell about how these random kids are ruining everything. One tells the others to kill them and eat them later. Bai Kang asks if Xiaofeng can handle 3 guys on his own. Su Chen, still playing with the cat, tells her not to worry. He's here as backup. He thinks to himself, if Xiaofeng really is the god of war like in his past life, then this should be easy. Fighting is also the best way to unlock powers anyway. The Dao clan guys feel disrespected because Xiaofeng isn't even moving. They yell at him for standing there like he's tough. Then they charge at him and start punching. Bai Sang freaks out and says he's going to be killed. But Su Chen says he's got it under control. Xiaofeng is learning how to use his power. One Dao clan guy is shocked that Xiaofeng isn't getting hurt. Xiaofeng starts glowing and says he's been soaking up their energy. They don't believe it and keep swinging. Then Xiaofeng's eyes glow even more. He yells that it's not just absorbing, it's stealing. Blue light surrounds him as he drains their power. The Dao clan guys scream, saying their strength is being sucked out. Su Chen watches and thinks this is wild. Xiaofeng is like a black hole. He's pulling in everything around him. Su Chen is now sure this guy is the real deal. Out of nowhere, a giant axe flies through the air and slices off all 3 Dao clan guys' heads. Xiaofeng stands there stunned. Captain Sun shows up with 500 soldiers. He says he came just in time or Xiaofeng would have ended up as food. Then, without even blinking, he asks for their food as a thank you. Xiaofeng is confused, but Su Chen tells him to get in the car. Su Chen walks over and hands Captain Sun some food, saying this is all they have left. Captain Sun opens it, takes a look, and loses it. It's dog food. He starts yelling, but Su Chen is already driving off, yelling back for him to enjoy the meal. One of Sun's men asks why he didn't kill Xiaofeng when he had the chance. Sun says the axe moved on its own. He looks mad and says the general trusts that outsider more than his own soldiers. Another guy says now that Xiaofeng has powers, they'll be kicked out of the spotlight. Captain Sun says if the general doesn't trust him anymore, then he'll just make his own move. He clearly wants to take over. Back in the car, Su Chen asks Xiaofeng if Captain Sun has a problem with him. Xiaofeng says nope, he's always been like that. Su Chen thinks Xiaofeng can't even protect himself from his own team. If he didn't step in, Xiaofeng would be toast. That means Captain Sun might be up to something. Su Chen figures he's building his own team inside the base. If that's the case, he'll handle it himself. Meanwhile, at the base construction site, the workers cheer as Yun Yun helps build the wall. She's moving fast and getting it done like it's nothing. One worker says they've gotten way faster with her helping. Yun Yun smiles and says that she needs to eat a lot whenever she transforms. The workers say it's fine. As long as the wall keeps everyone safe, they don't care. One guy even wipes away tears while saying it. Then Yun Yun spots a car in the distance. She gets so happy as she sees that Su Chen is back. Su Chen's car enters the base, driving through streets packed with workers fixing the place up. The cat jumps out of the car, but Su Chen tells it to chill and not scare anyone. The cat meows like it actually gets what he's saying. Bai King watches it and says the cat looks super happy. Xiaofeng asks if Su Chen's not scared it might run away. Su Chen stores the car into his space and says he spent a ton on snacks and ice cream for it on the way back. He says the cat's basically living like a king. Where else would it get that kind of life? Later, they head to a big empty warehouse. Galway asks if the space is big enough. Su Chen says yeah, it's good. Then he uses his power, and a flash of light fills the room. Galway stares with wide eyes. Huge piles of stuff from the military base suddenly appear, like mountains of supplies. Su Chen says with all these weapons, the base's safety is pretty much handled. Galway is still shocked and asks why Su Chen told them about his power. Su Chen just laughs and says they're all in this together now, so if he doesn't trust them, who can he trust? Galway agrees and says without Su Chen, this new base wouldn't even exist. He promises to keep Su Chen's secret. Then General Baikong says the base doesn't have a name yet. She says since Su Chen helps so much, they should name it the Dawnlight Base. Galway thinks about it and says that name sounds nice. It stands for hope and new beginnings. Su Chen's a bit surprised and says in his last life, the base Galway built was the last safe place left. Now it's named after him. That's a big deal. While all that's happening, the cat wanders off into an operating room. Someone's praising Duanya, saying she handled the surgery like a pro. She says the conditions aren't great and a lot of people are already too far gone. Then someone mentions how nice it would be to take back the hospital from the Dao clan, since it probably still has a lot of medical stuff. She picks up a scalpel and the cat flinches, clearly freaked out. It remembers something bad from the past, watching one of its siblings get neutered. It lets out a loud meow. Duanya turns around and sees the shaking cat. She walks over and gently pets it, asking where it came from. She guesses it's hungry and picks it up. She says she'll ask Su Chen if they can keep it when he comes back. Things are already hard enough for everyone, but maybe they can make it work. She brings the cat back to her room and tells it this is their place for now. Just as she's about to take her shoes off, someone grabs her from behind. He calls her beautiful and tells her to have some fun. She yells and tries to fight him off as he pins her arms over her head. Even the cat freezes, too scared to move. But when she opens her eyes, she sees it's Su Chen. She's shocked and asks when he got back. He says he's the only one who doesn't fall for her mental tricks. She gets it now. He lets her go. After that, Duanya takes the cat to wash up. She talks to it and says Su Chen must have brought it back. Then she looks at its fur and says the gold stripes look nice. She decides to name it Gold. The cat seems pretty happy, enjoying the warm water and her gentle scrubbing. Su Chen walks into the bathroom and hears her call it Gold. He says it's a nice name, but asks if she forgot she's supposed to help him bathe. She asks about the armory and if he found anything. Su Chen pulls out a core and says of course, now he can level up to level 2. Gold stares at the core, looking confused. Didn't he already eat that thing? Su Chen laughs and says things were too crazy earlier, so he just hid it in his space. But he felt like he really needed it, so he brought it back. Then he puts the core in his mouth. Duanya gets shocked and asks if he's really going to eat it now, but it's too late. Su Chen's body starts to change. His skin turns darker, red veins pop up, and this strong energy comes off him. Duanya gasps and says this must be level 2. The whole bathroom shakes from the power. She yells at Su Chen to stop because she can't take it anymore, but Su Chen just keeps going. Outside, Yunyun is helping with the wall when she hears weird noises from the bathroom. Gold doesn't care at all and keeps purring. Yunyun frowns and walks over. She peeks in and sees Su Chen holding Duan Ya close in the bath. She yells out, asking why Su Chen didn't come find her first. She's mad. She shrinks back to normal size and storms into the bathroom. When Duan Ya sees her, she calls out for help. Yunyun freaks out, calling Su Chen's name in a panic. Su Chen steps out of the bath, his whole body glowing with that level 2 energy. He looks over and says she showed up at the perfect time. Right now, Duan Ya and Yunyun are both lying on the bed, totally drained after everything with Su Chen. They look like they just ran a marathon. Both of them say his name at the same time, barely able to move. Turns out, messing around with a level 2 human is no joke. Duan Ya says she feels like she's about to pass out. Yunyun agrees, saying the side effects are way too much. Su Chen apologizes and says he might have absorbed too many cores. Yunyun says they both need to get stronger too, or else Su Chen's just going to keep overpowering them like this. Duan Ya agrees and asks how his powers have changed now that he's level 2. Su Chen decides to check for himself. First, he tries out his physical ability. His berserk and serpent powers have merged into one. His skin turns dark and now it's even tougher than steel. There's a strange energy flowing across his body too, kind of like a force field. He wonders if he can actually use it to attack. He holds out his hand toward the girls and suddenly they get blasted across the room, blankets and all. They land on the floor with a thud. Su Chen laughs, saying his attack power is way stronger now. Next, he tries his spatial ability. Before, he could only open space where he touched it. Now he can make small spatial gates all around him within 20 meters. Yunyun calls him a jerk for throwing them like that. Su Chen just keeps going. Then he tests out his ice powers. Before he could just make ice shards. Now he can cover his body in layers of ice too. It's not super useful yet, but it's something. Then he gets an idea. He channels the ice into the spatial gates and shoots shards out from different directions. Each one hits like a bullet. He says this will be great for sneak attacks. Duan Ya and Yunyun are both kind of shocked. Yunyun says if he keeps evolving like this, he might be shooting rockets next. Duan Ya agrees. Finally, Su Chen tries his mental sense. His sharing gun activates. The range hasn't changed much, but now he can sense everything inside his body, like he's got some kind of built-in scanner. But then something weird happens. He suddenly feels like he's not in his body anymore. He looks around but sees that everything is strange. He realizes he's inside some kind of mental world. Then he hears a voice. It's that woman from the lab where the mutated rat was. She tells him they meet again. Su Chen recognizes her right away and is confused. He thought she was gone, but she tells him he swallowed her core, and now she's living inside him like a parasite. Her hair whips out and ties him up. Su Chen's really pissed off now as steel body and spatial jumps don't work in this mental space. She says since she's here now, she wants something from him. She leans in, trying to kiss him, but our boy is definitely not falling for it. He remembers he has another power, so he summons chains and traps her before she can get close. She tries to break free but can't. He tells her straight up he doesn't trust her. She tells him he can't kill her here, since her real body is fused with him. Su Chen says fine, then she can stay trapped here forever. The woman refuses to give up. Her hair shoots out of the ground and wraps all around him like a giant web. Su Chen tries to fight it, but he gets completely covered, like some kind of obese mummy. She laughs and says now no one is leaving. She wants them to stay here together, locked in this mental space forever and ever. Now our MC is trapped together with the parasitic Xiao, whom he trapped with him. He is trapped in her cocoon which he can't break out of, and she is trapped in his bindings. If they continue like this, they will be trapped there in the conscious part of his mind for a very long time. So she suggests that they talk instead. Our boy is willing to listen, so she goes on to tell him how she only needs just a bit of his ability to survive. It will be too little to actually affect him, and she doesn't have the power to take over his body even if she wanted to. Our ruthless protagonist doesn't trust her and inquires about how she intends to leave his body. She reveals to him that leaving just like that would mean instant game over for her, unless he can find for her another suitable female host that is a strong ability user, also good-looking with a hot body too. Talk about being picky even in her current position in all this. Our boy asks how he would know if someone is suitable, and she tells him that she will inform him if they meet the one. She also goes on to promise him a sweet reward for helping her find a new body, but our MC isn't even interested in any of that. He just warns her to stay out of his business, and she will do well to heed to that warning unless she wants to be next on his chopping block. She hurriedly agrees to do just that and begs him to release her from his binding, which he does, and she releases him from her cocoon. After that, he is able to return to his real body in the normal world. His women Duan Ya and Yunyun express how they were really worried about him for a second there. They had thought his soul had left his body completely. That statement makes our boy Su Chen begin to worry as well. In order to minimize risks as much as possible, he takes extra measures by freezing the entire space Xiao is in. You definitely cannot be too careful when it's the literal end of the world. At least his ice powers are still very much effective even in that mind space. He thinks that he better hurry up and find her a suitable body, and commands his woman Duanya to find him other women at once. His women misinterpret the situation and conclude that he is not satisfied with them. Our sleek MC, now realizing what he said, quickly changes his words and directs it towards a general concern for the rest of the refugees. He definitely isn't planning on replacing them anytime soon or anything of the sort. After all that, Su Chen and his lady Duanya go for a walk and she explains the situation to him. The general, Gao, has already done a head count, and the base currently has 1,300 people. Of that number, over 400 are soldiers responsible for security. These soldiers have already succeeded in repelling several attacks by the Devourer tribe and other mutated monsters. The other men are currently building temporary walls. Yun Yun is giving them a huge helping hand in a literal sense, and it's making the work go a lot smoother and faster. The women and children, on the other hand, are clearing mutated plants that are sprouting within the territory and also handling logistics. Some got injured by mutated plants while trying to clear them, but Duanya and other medical students are taking care of them in the surgical room they have set up, so that is being handled. Duanya hopes that once the wall is completed, everyone can take a breather and relax a bit. Although our boy doesn't really think anyone will have a chance to relax. Not at this time. Although security and supply needs have been resolved for the most part temporarily, they still need to take over the hospital occupied by the Devourer tribe so as to obtain medical resources. The matter is being discussed in a meeting, and the general in charge, Gao, is open to suggestions as to how to carry this mission out successfully. Captain Bai's brother is about to suggest Captain Sun, who is currently their best fighter and has the most coordinated team, but he is stopped short as the bull-headed Sun cuts him off, inquiring about our protagonist's whereabouts. He complains that our MC is hypocritical if he encourages the establishment of a new base but doesn't show up for meetings like this. General Gao cautions him to watch his words. The truth remains that without our MC there wouldn't even be a base, and he definitely wouldn't be here to talk crap all day, so he had best watch his tone. Gao reckons that the Sun is way too short-sighted. In the past, Su Chen had willingly entrusted leadership to him. Our boy wasn't interested in all that, but he did trust Gao enough to leave everything in his care. He did warn him, though, that even with the protection of the base, if he's not vigilant, it can be gone in an instant, and everything will be destroyed. Gao understood this and still took on the role. He knew that a strong being like our MC would never stop pursuing more power, and leading a base would only slow him down. Back to the present, Gao ensures Sun and everyone else that our protagonist will step in without hesitation if need be. Sun points out that the enemy they are about to face is really strong, and he cannot bear any responsibility for any loss of life that might occur, basically suggesting that there definitely will be loss of lives in the battle. So Gao then decides to send Lu Xiaofeng for assistance. He also promises to ask our MC for help to ensure their complete victory. Sun then agrees to this, and leaves the meeting to go prepare for the mission. On his way, his subordinate asks him why they are still obeying commands when they are already planning to seize power and control of this base for themselves. Sun then reveals to him that he is worried about our boy and his pal Xiaofeng, because they are both ability users. But this mission just presented the perfect opportunity to take care of them both swiftly and without suspicion. After that, taking over the base would be much easier. Meanwhile, back at the meeting, Captain Bai's brother points out to Gao that things turned out exactly the way our MC thought it would. Gao can only hope that Sun doesn't do something incredibly stupid. He then inquires about the city and scouting it, and he replies that he has sent his field team there already. Su Chen had informed them earlier on about something huge that is currently going down there. At He City, which is another refuge zone, the field team sent there to scout is none other than our MC's old pals, Miao Pu Yuan and Tian Yue, who are currently in hiding. Miao Pu Yuan can't help but be jealous of our MC's rapidly growing strength, and asks his partner if they could beg him for some crystal cores. Tian Yue shuns him in the idea. They should be grateful enough that Su Chen risked his life to save theirs. Besides, true strength depends on oneself. He understands this, but they have been fighting monsters and zombies like crazy and still have no luck. It is getting frustrating. As he is still complaining, he is cut short by his partner. Tian Yue can hear footsteps. People are approaching them. Well, the people aren't approaching them exactly. They are actually approaching the gates of the city the men are scouting. Two dumb-looking goons come to deliver female slaves as goods to the city lord. Among these women is that masochistic psychopath from the Federal Bureau of Evolution, Jie. After inspecting them, the guards lead them into the city to meet the city lord. The two goons can already smell the fortune they are about to make and are really excited. When they meet the city boss, he is satisfied with the women they brought in as goods. He promises to spare the life of whoever can produce a male child for him. The girls are scared and plead for their lives, but he reminds them that they are nothing but baby makers with no right to beg for mercy. He says this as he grabs one of the girls by the neck and starts molesting her publicly. As he is still breeding her, someone informs him of our MC and his group's plan to attack the hospital. This infuriates the city lord, and he orders all his men to attack. He will do anything as long as our protagonist ends up dead. The informant then informs him that their people have no strength to fight because they have been starving for so long. Another way forward is to forcefully turn all of them into devourers, but that process takes a whole lot of time. This conversation is going on while the pig of a city lord is still ravishing the body of a poor maiden. At this time, our favorite masochistic psycho, G, who has been sitting still with the rest of the slave girls all this while, speaks up and offers an idea. The city lord then turns to face her and gives her a listening ear while still giving the poor girl very painful backshots. The goons who brought the girls to the city lord are now buried alive up to their necks, in a way that only their heads are visible on the surface. They are so confused and turn to their boss, pleading for help and answers. The city lord simply tells them that a certain woman wants to help him build a devourer army quickly, but she needs their heads as ingredients for her potion. The goons try to beg their way out, claiming that the woman is lying to him and only trying to get revenge on them for selling her as a slave. The city boss admits that that can indeed be the truth, but then again, he would never really know until he tests it. Now would he? A swift swing from his nail bat has both of their heads flying away from their bodies at the same time with just one swing, flying from their bodies and landing in a huge concoction pool of blood, where other humans are also being tossed in whole and alive. Jai uses a second-generation enhancement serum to speed up the devourer evolution. She pours some into the blood pool, even though it is a bit unstable. More humans are then dropped into this pool against their will, obviously. They are forcefully submerged and even drowned until there is nothing left. Jai tells those terrifyingly awaiting their turn that they should feel honored, as only the chosen ones are allowed into the blood pool, and only the strongest warriors can serve the city lord. She is definitely a total full-blown psycho. She swears to exact her revenge on our boy Su Chen for destroying the evolution base, which led to her capture, enslavement, and endless suffering. Just then, the first batch of the fully cooked devourers starts emerging from the blood pool. Meanwhile, the scouts who have been watching all this from behind the city walls can't believe their eyes. They just found out that the city lord is planning to turn everyone in the city into devourers. All 2,000 residents would become pawns for him. They have to get this information they've just gathered back to their base. Otherwise, they will all be cooked. Just then, a group of devourers appears behind them, having spotted them earlier while spying. Once they realize they've been discovered, the situation immediately becomes dire. Tianyue decides to make a move and hold them off, and commands his partner to escape while he has the chance. But the devourers think it's better they both stay and become their dinner. The more, the merrier. Back at the base, young Xiaomei rushes to greet our MC, and he asks after her and if she's being bullied. She tells him that no one would ever dare come near his woman, which is her, a joke obviously. Just then, General Gao joins them and informs our MC of their plans regarding the upcoming mission. He then explains that the job might be too much for Sun and his men to handle and asks for his help. Our boy casually agrees to the request with no complaints whatsoever. But our general isn't done yet. He has one more favor to ask of our MC, Su Chen. Gao informs our MC that the hospital, being too close to the base, will become a pain in the backside sooner or later if not taken care of. Also, they really need the medical resources that are stacked up in there just waiting to be retrieved, so he pleads with our boy to let them keep some for the base. Our generous protagonist assures Gao that he'll only take what he needs and nothing else. Not like he needs much to begin with anyway. Gao then introduces him to the other ability users that are in the base, including Captain Bai's brother, and they are all under his command during this operation they're about to undergo. That's all fair and good, but the first order from their new leader is to stay behind at the base and play lookout while he goes and deals with the actual threat. They're to keep a special eye on his city for any suspicious movements that may occur. This shocks the ability users team to the core. Our boy obviously has his reasons for giving such an order. He suspects that He City might experience uncontrollable changes because of his presence. And just as usual, he is very much correct. Meanwhile, back at He City, our two scouts, Miao Puyuan and Tianye, are still surrounded by very hungry devourers. They are trying to hold their own, but the monsters aren't giving them any fighting chance to catch their breath. Tianye points out that they have to end this quickly and asks his partner if he remembers all the crises and trials they went through during their field missions. Of course he does. He is the most experienced in the field after all. The devourers are getting fed up with these games and are ready to get serious. But just then, Tianye pulls out yet another trick, throwing some lime powder in their eyes. This gives them a small chance to escape and make a run for it. Just when they both think they finally have the jump on the devourers, a spear from behind pierces a not-so-lucky Miao Pu Yuan right through the chest. It's a deadly blow. Tianya screams, but it's too late. His partner has fallen to the city lord, who appeared from nowhere and struck from behind. He plays with the idea of having the human he just caught as a little snack, but he's way too skinny for him to get satisfied in the slightest, so he offers him to his men instead as a treat. Miao Pu Yuan is thrown into the hands of the hungry devouring beasts, and his partner, Tian Ye, tries to save him, but is struck at the back by another beast who had sneaked up on him. Right before Miao Pu Yuan is devoured, he yells at his partner and best friend to escape while he still has the chance. And then he is ripped apart limb from limb and eaten by the monsters right before his partner's devastated eyes. Tianya swears to avenge his friend, and he uses the distraction opportunity his friend's sacrifice created to make an escape, attempting to jump into a river beside them. They realize his plan and try to stop him by throwing spears at him, but he succeeds and heads straight down for the river. Although injured, both physically and emotionally, he makes a successful escape. The devourers are angry at this. They really want to eat meat, human meat, and don't really care how they get it. The city lord then tells them to take over the Dawnlight base if they really want meat. There are many people down there who would serve as excellent dishes. With this command, the devourers make their way to the base. They are so hungry and would do anything for some fresh human meat. Just then, the city lord screams the name of his enemy, RMC, as he takes his now multiplied army of devourers and brings the fight to the base. Meanwhile, at the city hospital that our boy is planning on attacking, a woman is in serious pain and gives birth to a devourer baby with no medical equipment or assistance whatsoever. The father of this cute angel of a baby is none other than Feng Pangzi, the devourer's tribe hospital leader. Originally, he was actually a mental psycho patient admitted to the hospital for obvious reasons. He always fantasized about getting women around him pregnant, so of course he was the first person to mutate into a devourer. Now that he's an actual monster, he has the power and freedom to fulfill his deepest and most messed up desires. The poor lady, trembling in pain, is desperately trying to figure out a way to escape, but the psycho freak is already gearing up for round 2 with her. He promises to pump her full with another baby in no time flat. Mere minutes after giving birth, she is forced into another session of backshots with the monster. Truly horrifying. Still at the city hospital, the attack begins, and the devourers are ambushed by soldiers from the Dawn Light base. The first set of attacks is led by Sun and his men, using guns to eliminate the small fries at the entrance. After that, he steps down and demands that the ability users, including our MC, clear the rest of the way. Lu Xiaofeng questions this demand, as they are only a handful of ability users at the site. Sun gives his reasons for his absurd demands. He might have way more men behind him, but they're still just ordinary people with a bit of firepower in their guns. It's only fair that the superpowered humans lead the battle. Our MC perceives this as a threat and confronts Sun, but the bull-headed captain won't budge and stands by his demand. Our boy finally agrees to it but warns them that anyone who dares stab him in the back never, ever meets a good fate. And he has proof of it too. He orders his team to move, and he himself, together with his woman Duan Ya and Lu Xiaofeng, goes on ahead to take charge of clearing the path. Of course, Sun has ulterior motives for doing all of this. His plan is to let the ability users deal with the devourers first, then strike them down and eliminate them when they are worn out. His logic is that even an ability user won't stand a chance against 100 guns after that kind of fight. One of his men suggests that they spare the beauty goddess Duan Ya, and yeah, he agrees that it would be a waste to get rid of a sexy woman like her, so he orders them to leave her out of it when they go on the killing spree. Just then, they realize something isn't right. Our ruthless protagonist and his team have completely disappeared without leaving a single trace. He quickly orders his men to search for them immediately and not to let them escape. They have no idea that the people they are desperately trying to find are right there in front of them. Duan Ya explains to a doubting Xiaofeng that she can control ordinary people's visual nerves, and that is exactly what she is currently doing to put Captain Sun and his men in their current state of confusion. She admits, though, that Captain Sun is also an ability user, so he is somewhat immune to her powers and might sense something is off. Our MC steps up to take care of that particular problematic possibility, and uses his upgraded space ability, setting up different portals at specific angles all surrounding Captain Sun and his men, which they do not notice. After he sets them up, he fires ice shards at them, creating simultaneous attacks from different angles. The men are thrown off guard, and their captain orders them to take cover, so they all rush forward in a panicked and confused state. They leave behind our MC and his crew, who are still hiding behind Duan Ya's powerful ability. Our MC figures that charging in head-on is more suited for people like them anyway, so why not give them a little push? While they are running forward, Captain Sun asks if anyone detected where the attack came from, but no one can answer. Meanwhile, our favorite psychopathic monster, Feng Pangzi, has just finished playing with his baby-making tool. Or rather, It would be more accurate to say that the poor maiden has finished with life entirely, as she lays lifelessly on the ground, having succumbed to death. It is only then that he notices that his other playthings are being tampered with. While he was busy, his subordinates had helped themselves to his other women. He demands an explanation from them, and they explain that they wanted babies too. They want to be just like their boss, and this terrifies the hell out of the girls, having seen the fate of the last girl the boss handled. This whole scene irritates Feng Pangzi. He is greatly annoyed that his subordinates have the audacity to touch his property. Out of anger, he attacks them, and that sends the Devourer's subordinates flying through the walls. Unfortunately, that is exactly where Captain Sun and his men had run to. So the impact not only blows away some of his men, but also reveals their location to the enemy, and it is the boss no less. So much for the element of surprise. Captain Sun and his men are surprised and scared to see the biggest devourer they have ever seen in their lives standing in front of them. But they are petrified to realize that they are not just up against 1 or 2 dozen mutated monsters, but hundreds of them, just waiting to have lunch. They are completely surrounded by the enemy. Captain Sun still stands his ground though, and orders them to release fire. They begin shooting, but the guns are just lighting up and causing no damage whatsoever. They soon realize that they are shooting blanks, with just gunpowder and no actual bullets. Someone obviously tampered with their weapons, and that is just too bad for them, because they are very much cooked right now. The Devourer Tribe Lord orders his Devourers to slice them up and roast them for a good lunch, and that they gladly obey. They start cutting down the men, and it is almost way too easy for them. They surround the captain, but he still stands his ground. He grabs his battle axe and fights back. He then orders his men to get up and keep fighting until the very end. This motivates them a bit, and they begin to take formation and prepare to back him up. He is actually holding his own in this battle, despite the circumstances. He swears to come for our MC after he takes care of his current situation. Captain Sun orders his men to follow his lead and fight their way out. Their plan is to keep killing as many as they can until they find a way out or die trying. Meanwhile, the Devourer's plan is to kill all the humans and leave no one alive. It is a ferocious battle between monster and human. One particular guy decides to take the coward's way out and look for a place to hide amidst all the chaos and bloodshed. Just then, he notices something weird in the corner of his eye. It is a newborn devourer next to its lifeless mother. That same baby the devourer boss and his now dead baby-making tool had created together. As he tries to approach it, the baby sinks into a shadowy portal and completely disappears into thin air. The confused guy can't find it anywhere. Then the next second, it appears directly under him from another shadowy portal it seems to be able to create and attacks from below. It tears his flesh and devours the poor coward bit by bit until it completely kills him. The devourer then grows, and he learns that eating human meat makes him grow stronger, and it also makes a pretty delicious meal. That is his first discovery in this world and a very saddening fact, to be honest. Back to the battle, the men are amazed at how strong their captain really is. He fights so fiercely and stands his ground even against all odds. He takes out 10 devourers by himself. Unfortunately, those are just small fries compared to the rest of the devourers, plus the boss still waiting for him. Feng Pagzi lets him know this, so he uses the opportunity to try to take out the boss in one swift swing by launching his axe. The boss catches his axe before it is able to make contact though, and that only leaves him dumbfounded. Amidst his distraction, the evil devourer baby sneaks up behind him. He notices it, but not soon enough. The child then uses his arms, which mutated into blades, to slice off the captain's arms. The man screams in excruciating pain, and the kid pushes him to the ground to die slowly. As the kid is about to land the finishing blow, a kick from the side sends him flying across the room. The kid is really shocked and infuriated at whoever dared to kick him. Turns out that our ruthless MC and his team, consisting of his woman Duan Ya and his guy Xiaofeng, arrive just in time to save the day. Our MC informs the overgrown devourer brat that the captain isn't his to kill. Someone in Su Chen's team catches the eye of the boss lord who was previously actually starting to get bored. It's our beauty queen Duan Ya, and he recognizes her as his next baby maker immediately. He then promises to let our boy choose his method of death, since he brought such a beauty goddess to him. In the split of a second, our boy is all up in the devourer boss lord's face, and he complains that this overgrown pig talks too much. He strikes a serious punch and does a hell of great damage to the boss. He has made a choice, all right. He chooses to send the pig in front of him, right back to the deepest parts of hell from which he came. Our boy is bursting with aura. Playtime for the Hospital Devourer Tribe's boss Feng Pagzi is over. It is about time he takes things around here seriously. Feng Pagzi, on the other hand, recognizes him as an ability user. He then points out that his meat must taste even tastier as he absorbs the damage from our boy's blow and regenerates. While this is happening, the young devourer kid wonders why his father, the boss, has taken a liking to a woman that looks very weak to him. But since his father likes her, He agrees to allow her to stay and be his mother. That sicko parasite. Seriously, like father like son has never been more true in this scenario. He announces his decision to Duanya, and she is even more than disgusted by the thing she is looking at. He tells her not to worry, as he isn't really planning on eating her anytime soon, as he is still growing anyway. He did just eat some human meat though, so he tells his new mom that he needs some milk ASAP. Our girl Duanya thinks she must be tripping because there is absolutely no reasonable way in hell she just heard a filthy devourer brat, grown enough to be a middle schooler, call her mom and request breast milk so casually. Out of sheer annoyance and pure irritation, she lands a skull-crushing axe kick directly on the brat's head and sends his face smashing into the ground. He goes full psychotic mode like the monster he is, thinking that must be what having a mother feels like. But before he could get up, another hit from a silently pissed-off Duanya sends him flying up again. Our girl uses her heels to launch another kick that pushes him to the left. And finally, she spins around and gives him a hot and critical back kick to the gut. And that does it finally. This is what you get when you mess with our MC's woman. Good riddance. It's about time someone gave that brat a good beating. Duanya has the brat pinned to the ground under her heel, but the psycho is really enjoying the pain. I guess it shouldn't be too surprising if the evil psycho devourer kid is also a masochist as well. He then uses the ability he used to kill that first guy who tried to run away from the fight, creating a shadowy portal directly underneath him and using it to slip away from our girl's heels. Duanya is shocked to find out that he is an ability user just like her. Turns out, he can move through darkness and attack from anywhere, which greatly increases his mobility. He then resurfaces from behind and tries to land a sneak attack from behind, but is stopped by our MC's pet, the kitty cat, who had secretly followed them on this mission without anyone's knowledge. Duanya is surprised that Golden followed her and is worried about its safety, so she tells it to hide behind her while she continues her playdate. She believes that with her mental perception, she can lock onto the brat's movements and shoot him down with her gun. The brat resurfaces again, this time from above, and his target is set on the cat as revenge for blocking his attack earlier. Golden sees him on time though and casually sends a claw attack, but Duan couldn't react in time and misses the whole confrontation. The brat narrowly evades the cat's attack by a hair, by jumping into the dark just in time. He realizes that it was almost game over for him a second ago and decides to make a tactical retreat. Back to Captain Sun and his men, Sun is still in serious pain, screaming over the loss of his arms, while his men try to defend him from the other devourers. Xiaofeng orders them to stay close to him, as the battle is getting too dangerous. The devourers laugh at him. At a first glance, Xiaofeng looks kinda weak and pathetic, so seeing him order the rest to stay close to him as if he could protect them is kinda hilarious to the devourers. Captain Sun reckons that since Xiaofeng is honest and kind, he would serve as an efficient meat shield and he could use him to escape. He calls our guy's attention and orders him to protect him and get him out of the battle safely, since he is technically the leader of this operation. Xiaofeng happily agrees to his request, but before he does anything, he is going to need a little assistance from our fine captain here. Sun is shocked when our guy casually stretches out his hand and holds him by the neck. Then he uses his ability, Plunderer, to drain and absorb all of Sun's remaining strength. He is armless now anyway, and therefore practically useless, so he should give up the last of his strength so that our guy can use it to get revenge on the devourers for him. With his weak last breath, Sun reminds Xiaofeng that they are supposed to be teammates. But our guy tells him that the terms in their relationship changed once he decided to point his gun at him and the rest of his teammates. It went from brothers to enemies, and in this apocalypse, you show no mercy to your enemies. Since his men are also in on the plot against them, they are enemies as well, so he goes ahead to drain all their strength too. He plunders every single drop until there is nothing left. Thanks to our MC's genius thinking and warnings, the Dawn base discovers that a large devourer army is heading straight for them. At the just finished wall, Captain Bai orders the soldiers to go prepare as they had previously planned. She meets Yun Yun and asks why she is still there. Yun Yun had built the wall on request of her man, Su Chen. She really doesn't want to see it destroyed by some overgrown pigs. Bei Chen then brings up another topic that she has been meaning to ask Yun Yun. She is now blushing and rubbing her knees, obviously very flustered and embarrassed. She asks Yun Yun why she isn't disturbed that she and Duanya are both sharing a man. Yun Yun replies quite calmly. She admits that it all felt odd at first, but it's the literal end of the world, so why should she care? Worldly rules don't really apply anymore when there are deadly natural disasters and mutated monsters eating humans daily. To herself, she knows that she really can never handle Su Chen by herself anyway. Our boy is a monster of his own type as well. She then goes on to ask Captain Bai if she has feelings for her man as well. Bai immediately denies it. Still very much flustered though. Yun Yun goes on to tell her that it is okay to be attracted to someone as strong and handsome as our MC, and she shouldn't be ashamed to admit so. Bei then starts to reconsider her earlier response. Just then, a soldier sees the army is now visible and calls out to Captain Bai's attention. The two women are shocked when they see the number of devourers they are up against. Captain Bai immediately orders that this be reported to the general immediately, and all citizens be evacuated. Yun Yun, on the other hand, reaches for her backpack and grabs a quick snack, a chocolate bar, and some other foods. She then asks Captain Bai if she is planning to abandon the base. Of course she isn't, but she still has to evacuate the innocent civilians as a precaution, just in case the worst happens. Yun Yun really isn't going to allow a wall she just built for her man to get destroyed before he even gets to see it. If he comes back and the base isn't there anymore, he definitely would not be happy. And heaven knows that she more than anyone knows how he gets when he is furious, in bed of course. She definitely will not be able to handle it one bit. After she finishes her snack, which consists of a lot more than just the chocolate bar by the way, she reaches for her bag and pulls out some green liquid in the form of an injection. It is an enhancement potion, and without hesitation, she jams it into her arm. With that, she steps over the wall and tells her friend to organize people to fight off the monsters. Whatever happens, they absolutely cannot let them get to the base. With that said, she jumps over without batting an eyelid. Captain Bai is genuinely shocked at how this woman can completely disregard her own safety just for a man. She grows big, her clothes expand, and she is ready to battle. She spots a tree and picks it up, deciding to use that as her weapon. She is determined not to let the monsters, who are now fast approaching her, get through. What a woman. Yun Yun realizes that the enhancement potion has quite a significant effect on her body. She is slowly but constantly growing bigger even after reaching her max limit. I just hope her clothes don't rip off during this process. Anyway, she needs to take full advantage of the change and stop as many of the devourers as she can. The city lord honestly doubts that they could be stopped by just one woman, even though she is quite gigantic. He orders his army to attack, and they rush headfirst into a confrontation with our Yun Yun, who is very much ready for them. They try to slip past between her legs, but not only is our girl really big, she is also really fast as well. She swiftly uses her tree weapon to sweep them all out, creating a powerful force in the process. Some devourers who think they are smart try taking another approach and jumping directly on her arm in a bid to at least injure and distract her. This doesn't really work in their favor though, as our girl quickly smacks them flat like mosquitoes on her skin and continues clearing out the pests. Begs the question of what they actually thought would happen at this point. Captain Bai, watching what is going on from a distance, admits that all of our boys' women are truly very strong. Even with that, there are still way too many enemies for just one woman to handle alone. She deduces that her friend probably won't last long if she continues like this. But what is bothering her more is that the base's original defense system has been disrupted. She can't just sit back and do nothing while all of this is happening, so she runs along to go make something happen. Back to Yun Yun, she is successfully preventing the army from advancing and clearing them out as well. The devourers swallow their words and admit to themselves that the gigantic woman is actually a force to be reckoned with. They are now terrified and begin to lose their morale. Then a solution shows up in the form of our old pal, the masochistic psycho, Jai. She swoops in to save the day with an idea to beat the giant woman. The devourers forget that she is on their side though, and proceed to attack her like the stupid animals they are. She already planned for that possible outcome, and quickly goes ahead with her plan whether the devourers are consciously aware of it or not. She swiftly plants seeds on the 3 devourers that are stupid enough to attack her. The seeds immediately start to grow plants and bloom flowers on their heads. The devourers are so confused right now, but she definitely isn't. She knows exactly what she's doing. You see, in the past, she discovered that mutated plants mixed with her blood could temporarily boost strength a whole lot. But the cost of that power was the life of the host. And boy, did it boost the strength of the already strong devourers, making them almost as huge as our girl Yun Yun. Our girl soon realizes that she now has 3 enemies almost as big as her, and they are all coming for her head. Their strength and size multiply many times. The Lord is very pleased with this new development, and commands the rest of his devourer army to attack the base and do as they please while the giant woman is busy with her new play pals. The order is to charge forward, kill the men but leave the woman for future baby-making needs. They happily comply, but as soon as they try to advance, they are met with very deadly and explosive firepower. Tanks. Multiple tanks loaded with very heavy ammunition are now heading straight for them, with their orders to fire at will at the devourers. They definitely weren't expecting this, and can't figure out how the humans got their hands on such explosive firepower. Yun Yun is relieved to see that backup is finally here as she looks down at the tanks that are coming to her defense and that of the base. But as she lowers her guard to catch her breath for just a bit, one of the giant flower devourer monsters springs forward and launches an attack on her, using roots to bind her hands. This distracts her from the incoming attack from another one of them, but luckily she's able to block it in time using her other hand and tree weapon. The impact pushes her back though, and she slams into the wall. Her two hands are currently engaged, and this prevents her from moving, so she can't block or dodge the third attack coming from the third giant flower devourer monster. Just when she thinks she is cooked, an attack from a drone saves her by a hair. These attacks continue relentlessly, and that gives our girl enough time to breathe and think. Even she wasn't really expecting drones. Captain Bai stands at a safe place in the battlefield while controlling the drones. She is grateful now more than ever to our boy for providing them with such powerful weapons. Even though there aren't many, they are still currently the only reason this base is still standing till now. Now let's head back to our MC, who is still battling with the hospital devourer Lord Feng Pangzi. His blows are being absorbed by the overgrown pig, and although he's receiving damage from them, they are still regenerating. He has to admit that our boy is quite strong for a human at least, but unfortunately, he doesn't believe that he is strong enough to actually harm him. Not by a long shot. It's now his turn to land a hit on our boy. While all this is going on, parasitic Xiao, who has been inside our boy Su Chen this whole time, is wondering what is going on in the real world. Xiao can't help but keep wondering what is going on outside our MC's mind. She blames him for trapping her in that place, thereby cutting her ability to sense the outside world. She is really curious and wants to know what is going on around her at this time. So she decides it is finally time to break free of the ice prison our boy put her in. She gathers all her strength and hair strands and forms it into a drill, and uses it to try drilling a hole out of the ice chamber. She better not do anything stupid that will distract our boy, who is currently still engaging in deadly combat with what seems to be his toughest opponent yet. He dodges the beast's incoming attack but realizes that this battle is getting tough, and his pig friend is getting harder to deal with. So he has to end this quickly. Xiao finally gets free of her ice prison that is inside our boy's mental dimension, and sure enough, it distracts him from his current battle. This gives Feng Pangzi the opening he needs to finally attack. Our boy, on the other hand, is pulled out once again from the real world, ripping off his clothes in the process, back into his mental world. She has really done it this time. Out of all the times she could have suddenly dragged him out of the real world, it's now that he is in a very serious battle to the death. Once he lands in space, she traps him with her hair strands before he has the chance to freeze her again. She has been waiting for this moment, and without thinking, she wraps her body and hair around him in an attempt to trap him. Soon they're both trapped in her hair cocoon, once again right there in his mental space. Our boy Su Chen would like to know what this woman is trying to do, and she tells him that she's doing everything in her ability to stop him from using his ice powers on her this time. She is going to punish him for trapping her in that ice prison for all this time. It is only then that she realizes that something is really wrong. She is feeling something hard, something throbbing and pressing against her. She then scolds him and accuses him of being a pervert, demanding to know why he isn't wearing any clothes. But he yells right back, complaining that it is her fault for dragging him over here so suddenly without any warning whatsoever. His clothes must have either gotten ripped off in the sudden transportation or didn't form at all because of how sudden it was. She makes it known to him that that wasn't her intention in any way. It is too late for excuses now, because she is currently trapped with a naked man in a very tight cocoon that is shaking due to the activities going on outside the mental space, in the real world. She points out that she has never experienced what she is experiencing now, and this surprises our boy, considering what he saw in her memories with that zombie scientist. And she explains that that was just fake experiences that never really happened. They are both in a very inappropriate situation, and doing something I'm probably not allowed to say. So let's go back to the real world for a sec, and give them some much-needed privacy. Back in the real world, Feng Pangzi is having the time of his life toying with an unconscious Su Chen. Punching him to the ground shakes the entire mental space, which in turn shakes the cocoon violently, and that causes gravity to create some more inappropriate actions in the cocoon. She begs our MC to do something because she doesn't know how much of this she can actually handle. The more the actual body receives damage, the more violently the cocoon shakes, and it is really driving Xiao crazy. Throwing the cocoon ball up and down so roughly, you could only imagine the dirty things that are going on there. Very dirty things. Okay, seriously now. Let's leave them to their immoral actions and focus on the outside world. Feng Pangzi has gotten bored of playing with a lifeless body and proceeds to make our boy his next snack. Gunshots from behind block him from starting his meal, and he's surprised to find out that it's from Duanya. The woman he had chosen to be his dares attack him, but she does not really care about all the BS he is spitting out. He's holding something that belongs to her, and she commands him to let go of her man. It's then that Feng Pangzi realizes that the so-called woman he had chosen is already tainted and has been touched by another man. He then reminisces that back then before the apocalypse, before all this madness, before he had been admitted as a mental patient at the hospital, there was once this woman in his life, who was also the woman he had fallen for. The woman had promised him that after 100 gifts she would agree to marry him. So he stupidly believed her and bought her 99 gifts. When he brought the 100th, he was devastated to find out that the woman was no longer interested in him. She was getting married to another man already, and she didn't want anything to do with him again. Even after accepting his gifts, she would never date someone as ugly and pathetic as him. And not to side with a gold digger, but bro really was quite ugly and fat to a disgusting degree. No offense though. Even after all that, he still stood his ground and demanded that she leave that mystery man and marry him as she had promised instead. She laughs at the idea that he thinks that in any lifetime, she would leave a second-generation rich man and marry a loser like him instead. Besides, she was already pregnant by the man. This was the fact that probably broke the last sane thread in his head and turned him into the psycho he is today. Back to the present, the fact that our beauty goddess isn't a virgin anymore puts him into a berserk state, probably because it reminded him of his unfortunate luck with ladies back in his last life. He swears to make her clean again while licking the dead body of his son's mother, whom he had molested till she died. He then goes full monster mode and starts chasing Duanya, who is running away with Golden in a bid to distract the pig from hurting her man even more and buying him some time to return back to his body. Our unconscious boy better hurry up and get his body up and running again. Okay, let's go check on the last member of our protagonist's team, Xiaofeng. He has just finished draining the men who betrayed them of every last drop of energy they have left. He drains them dry until they all die. Now that is taken care of, he can face the remaining devourers with his full might. Just when he is about to get started, our beauty goddess and the pet cat burst through the walls, being chased down by a berserk devourer with an extremely large head and disgustingly long tongue. He uses his now very large tongue to attack, but Duanya dodges it by a hair. It is then that she sees the true form of our boy's pet Goldie, as it transforms into its beast form and carries her out of the way. No wonder her man is persistent in keeping it as a pet. She sees now that Goldie is a valuable asset to them in battle. Xiaofeng, thinking on his feet, tries to plunder the hospital devourer tribe lord's strength, but he's not able to, as the power gap between him and the monster is just way too much. So much that it hurts him when he tries to plunder. Duanya tells him to give up and escape with her for the time being, and he joins them in running away from, and I can't say this enough, a very disgusting tongue. The devourer lord simply refuses to let them get away and is hot on their heels. Meanwhile, our boy's body, laying there half naked, is still unconscious. In his head, the shaking has finally calmed down, and things are stable now that his real body isn't directly receiving damage from the monster anymore. Xiao has released him from the cocoon, exhausted from what she just experienced. Our boy then turns to leave to go deal with the situation outside, but warns her to behave herself until he gets back. As for what just happened between them, he promises to come back so that they both can have a long, serious discussion about it. She tells him that she would even go as far as helping him in the outside world, just as long as it would help him come back sooner, because he needs to take responsibility for what he just did to her, whatever it was. Goodness knows what went on in that cocoon. Back at the base, the battle is still fiercely going on between the devourers and the opposition. Captain Bai's brother leads a charge and orders his men to coordinate attacks with the tanks and attack with everything they've got left. Another of the ability users uses her intense speed to strike through enemies, and Captain Bai herself also uses her drones to attack from a safe distance. It does great damage to the enemy, especially the big flower mutated ones. Yun Yun is also pulling her own weight as well, now using a pole which is a much stronger weapon than the tree and does a lot more damage. Captain Bai is proud of her but leaves herself unguarded. This leads to her not noticing the incoming tank that was thrown away from the battlefield and is now heading towards her and makes direct impact. Yun Yun sees this and is horrified at the sight of Bei Chang's bleeding body, buried between debris. The devourers have started advancing a little and even go as far as overturning some tanks, one of which unfortunately lands on Captain Bai. The barrier has gotten breached and the men have started to consider retreating as a plausible option at this stage. This really infuriates our Yun Yun. She had worked so hard on that wall too. She really doesn't want her man to come back and see their base all torn up. This breaks the last fuse in her head. The devourers, who are now gaining morale, are about to charge in and have fun in the base, but meet the feet of a very angry Yun Yun, who smashes them splat with a stump on her feet, and nothing is left of the first set of devourers but a bloodstain. This vexes the devourer lord, who had led the charge. He quickly jumps on walls and makes his way up until he is on the same level with our Yun Yun. He swears to get one in on her from getting in his way multiple times. She sees him on time and tries to grab him, but she misses, or rather, he successfully evades her grasp. He then uses the opening he just created and lands a solid hit on her face that sends her falling on her back. Captain Bai, who has miraculously survived and recovered from the attack, screams in horror when she sees her friend take a serious hit and fall on her back. She crashes down into the debris behind her and takes critical damage. This gives the Devourer Lord false confidence as he thinks he just took down a giant, but our Yun Yun is far from done. She made a promise to her man, and she's gonna make damn sure that she keeps that promise. She rises, and now she's twice as big as she was before. These annoying insects are seriously starting to annoy her. She has to eliminate all of them, and soon too. Yun Yun is now more than thrice her former size, and she looks very pissed. The Devourer Lord begins to panic at the scene. Bet he didn't think she could get any bigger. Well, think again, because she just did. She makes a fist with her hands, and this terrifies the hell out of the Devourer Lord. She then gears up to attack and sends a huge punch towards the Devourer Lord. Before it even makes an impact, just the air pressure it creates is enough to pin the Devourer Lord to the ground and bury him in the rubble. He is shocked and screams in rage, trying to get free, but this is nothing compared to when the punch actually connects. It slams him down right through the building he was previously standing on, bringing him face to face with Yun Yun. That is definitely going to hurt him way more than it hurt Yun Yun. The impact of this attack is so strong that it reaches the general who is on the opposite side of the battlefield. His soldiers have to protect him from the blast, and everyone is shocked at how strong Yun Yun actually is. They begin to get relieved that the base might be saved by her after all. But General Gao knows that it can't be so simple. Right he is, because just then Yun Yun releases a loud and painful cry that would make your eardrums bleed. Everyone has to cover their ears to protect themselves from going permanently deaf. General Gao called it this time. Yun Yun has entered a berserk state, totally losing control of her abilities. Her powers are trying to completely take over her body, causing her to lash out. He quickly commands the ability team to search for our boy Su Chen, because he is the best chance they have of calming her down at this point. One of the ability users, a speed type, volunteers to go alone. She's the fastest among them. She speeds off to get our protagonist to calm his woman down a little. Our protagonist, on the other hand, has just woken up from his mental slumber. He comes out of that state to find that most of the devourers are either dead or injured. He notices something is different now, though, and surely it is. You see, Xiao actually follows him out of his mental state this time around. He asks her why she came out with him, and she explains that it is probably due to the commotion that happened earlier in his mental space. She found out that she can leave his body now. She then tells him to follow the tracks that the monster left so they can find it and the rest of his team. He shuns her and tells her to go back, that he can handle the situation by himself. But she refuses, insisting on helping him and calls him ungrateful. He lets her know, though, that the best help she could possibly give him right now is to stay out of his way. Since words are obviously not doing it, she decides to use actions instead. She grabs our boy by the shoulder and wraps a hair strand around the edge of a distant building. If you guessed that she is planning to use her hair and swing them over like they're Spider-Man, then you'd be correct, because that's exactly what she does. Before our boy can object, they are already swinging in the air at full speed. No way is this actually happening. I guess Xiao is a little bit crazy. He hates to admit it, but it's actually working. Swinging instead of running greatly increases his speed and mobility. Just then, Xiao notices something happening in the far distance. Our boy is also quite shocked when he sees what is going on. It is Yun Yun, and she's way bigger than she normally is when she's gigantic. Xiao asks him what's going on with her, and he thinks something must have happened over there, causing her to lose control over her ability and go berserk. He predicts that she will self-destruct if someone doesn't stop her quickly. Xiao, being clingy all over our boy's shoulders anyhow, reveals that things aren't looking very good for them, as something bad is happening over there as well, right where they currently are. She says this while pointing out a battle that's currently going directly below them. It's Su Chen's team versus the Monster Hospital Devourer Tribe Lord. Xiaofeng throws all his plundered power at him and Goldie uses all its strength to attack. But the unfortunate truth is that a rookie ability user who hasn't even completely mastered his ability yet, and an insignificant cat who happened to mutate, are just no match for a Tier 2 Devourer monster like Feng Pangzi. With a wave of his tongue, he smashes them both into the wall with one attack. Then he goes over to face our beauty goddess Duan Ya, reminding her of his promise to make her clean again. He uses his tongue to attack her and slash open her clothes. Xiao points out that Feng Pangzi is a Tier 2 Devourer, and even our Ruthless MC won't have a very quick victory in a battle with him. Meanwhile, Yun Yun is currently running out of time. He has to choose which one of his ladies to save, and quickly too. The monster then uses its tongue and is about to land a critical hit on Duan Ya, but Xiao's hair stops it just in time. Except that wasn't Xiao's doing. It was our MC. Without her knowledge or permission, he borrowed her power and used it to save his woman just in time. There's no way he is letting another man touch his property. Not this time, bro. It's time to go full Spider-Man on this overgrown pig. Our Ruthless MC doesn't believe in choice. He is planning to save both his women no matter what. Xia reminds him that she only exists in his consciousness, which means that he is the only one who can see her at the moment. Basically, he is on his own in this battle. But no worries, because as usual our boy is not even baffled the tiniest bit. Our beauty goddess Duanya is so relieved when she sees her man is okay and back in the game. She really shouldn't act so surprised, knowing the kind of guy he is. Our boy finds out that he can now make use of Xiao's powers at will. A sweet bonus. He decides to test his new ability on the Hospital Devourer tribe's Lord Monster in front of them. He sends the whip-like abilities that resemble strands of Xiao's hair but are not quite. And they go ahead and tie up the monster. Feng Pangzi is still quite confident that our boy and his team can do nothing to hurt him at this point. But it is only then that he realizes what our boy Su Chen is actually doing. See, he is actually tying him up to a nearby concrete building, and before he can speak, the ropes tie him down to the building. He asks our boy what his plan is, and he explains it to him quite casually. Since a pig monster over here can regenerate quite easily, he wants to test what will happen if he is cut into tiny pieces. He wonders if he can regenerate from that. I guess there's only one way to find out. With a flick of his wrist, the ropes tighten way too hard and way too fast, and the result is the slicing up of the monster into a million pieces. It's raining devourer parts everywhere. Duanya realizes that her man didn't only come back to the fight, but he came back even way stronger than before. She will have to hurry up and get stronger too if she wants to keep up with him. Our boy doesn't waste much time on the scene. He needs to hurry up and go save his other woman quickly. He tells his beauty goddess to take care of his pet and his guy Xiaofeng, while he goes to deal with the other problem happening in the base. Xiaofeng and Goldie report that they are fine though, so that's a relief. Meanwhile, the speedster from the ability users team that had come to call Su Chen finally arrives at the scene. She immediately begins to look for their savior but can't seem to find him anywhere. She is completely exhausted from all that running, but knows that if she wastes any more time, it might be too late. Just then, she notices that something is coming straight for her, and really fast too. It's the savior she had come looking for, Su Chen, and he has a very serious look on his face. He doesn't even slow down for her a bit and zooms past her so fast that it knocks her down to her feet. The girl can't believe her eyes. She is shocked to see that our boy is almost as fast as she is now. She tries to call out to him, but he is already far gone. Actually, he does notice her and even hears when she calls, but he is way too focused on his current objective to care for whatever her business is with him. So naturally, he ignores her. Xiao comes out again and tries to discourage him from going. She tells him that they may not come out of this one alive, but our boy wants to hear nothing of it. He is going to save his people, and that's the end of it. Besides, he worked really hard to build that base and would be damned to see it all go down like that. Xiao just hopes that his woman can hold out long enough for them to get there. Our boy then decides that it is time to try a move he has been working on. He uses his space ability and opens 2 gates, allowing him to jump from one to another almost instantly. He calls this move Space Jump, and it is quite nifty. The speedster girl who had been watching them from behind is shocked to see him instantly disappear into thin air. She almost can't believe what she is seeing. No one man should have that much power. Before, the distance our boy could space jump was only about 3 meters, and his use was limited to about 3 times a day before it felt like his body would rip apart. But now he has upgraded to level 2, he just jumped about 8 meters, so there's definitely an improvement. Time to test how many times he can do it in a row. He activates another of his abilities, Steel Body, and Xiao is starting to get seriously worried about what he is planning to do. It is time to test the real limits of his level 2 abilities. He keeps jumping continuously, and the speedster girl is just there staring, totally in awe. Back at the base, Yun Yun has completely lost it and is just attacking randomly. There are still some devourers left, and they are seriously considering retreat at this point. One particular devourer is thinking about climbing her. He wants to see what it feels like up there. Can you really blame him though? They are monsters through and through, completely void of any human reasoning whatsoever. Some try to talk a little sense into him, but fail miserably. In fact, there are others that start to see his point of view, and soon many of them all feel like climbing her. One starts climbing, and the rest tell him to wait for them. Before long, many devourers start climbing the legs of our Yun Yun, who is totally lost in her ability. The devourers are almost at the promised land. They're so close to under her gigantic skirt they can almost taste it. Such perverts. Then again, they are animalistic beasts, so you really shouldn't expect much. They forget about the remaining men though, who are still down on the ground, and they immediately open fire, but they are stopped in their tracks by Yun Yun, who is attacking anything and anyone at random indiscriminately. General Gao is starting to panic, but Captain Bai notices something approaching. She notices someone heading towards Yun Yun at a very high speed. It's Su Chen. Our boy makes a grand entrance with so much main character energy. Both the general and captain are so relieved when our boy lands. Now they have a much greater chance of stopping this chaos. Xiao warns our MC that his woman is still growing, and if she continues, she just might explode, literally. They need to find a way to wake her up from her berserk state before that happens. Yun Yun quickly turns her head and spots our boy, so she shifts her attention to him. She tries to smack him, but he forges by jumping up and landing on her hand instead. It is quite obvious that she has no idea what she is doing at the moment. He runs up her arms to her shoulders, then slides down her chest to her bust area, while swiftly evading attacks from her. He reckons that he better take care of the devourers that are on her first before anything else, so he jumps from her bust straight down to her legs. On his way down, Xiao notices and points out how high quality and durable her stockings must be to be able to withstand her size with only a few tears here and there. Our boy explains that it must be due to her ability, but now is not really the time for that kind of discussion. Now is it? One lucky devourer has finally made it to the entrance of her skirt, and just as he is about to claim his prize by stepping into the promised land, he is stopped by a black rope that is around his neck. It's from our boy, and he is not planning to let him go any further. He throws the devourer away, and as he is flying, he screams that our boy isn't a man of culture. It's kind of funny he would say that because he has no idea that our boy has done way more indecent things numerous times. Anyway, that is one devourer taken care of. He goes ahead to take out more and more devourers as they try to advance. He zips around with high speed, throwing down devourers as he goes. Some devourers back on the ground gather around our favorite masochistic psychopath, G. They are furious as they remember that they were once human until she turned them into monsters. They come for revenge and strip her of her cloak. She carries her witch staff that she has been carrying along and stabs it in one of the devourer's eyes. The rest are even more irritated now and prepare to attack, cornering her to a cliff. She tells them to be grateful as she takes a step back and falls off the cliff, screaming that she just gave them a gift on her way down. The gift is that staff, as it starts rapidly growing roots in the head of the devourer it was stabbed in. Soon it mutates into another devourer plant monster hybrid, much bigger than the last three. The monster even attacks other devourers, and once it sets its eyes on Yun Yun, it targets her for an attack. The first devourer has finally made it up her leg, and is proved to be the first person in her skirt. But just then, a terrible shake sends many devourers flying. She is raising up her leg to attack the flower devourer monster and squash it to death. Those that manage to react fast and look for a way to cling to her leg are taken care of by our protagonist, Su Chen. He uses his ropes to tie them and throw them off the leg, causing them to fall to their deaths. Captain Bai and General Gao are relieved that all the devourers are gone, but that doesn't solve their major problems. Now Yun Yun has grown so big that our MC's entire body can fit in half of her face. She is way bigger than she ever was when he arrived. Our boy has got some very gigantic problems on his hands now. Yun intends to stop her from exploding, harming people and destroying things. She raises her hands above Su Chen as she is about to strike him. Everyone calls out his name to alert him of the danger. They are worried for Su Chen so he doesn't get hurt. Yun Yun pounds her hands on Su Chen, destroying a building too. Yun Yun raises her hands, and Su Chen is nowhere to be found. The others wonder where he has gone. Su Chen is told that going again, Yun Yun heads on, is a terrible idea. They had hidden inside the breasts of Yun Yun. They started to notice something strange. Yun Yun is glowing, and her body seems to be cracking. It appears that her body cannot hold on any longer. Su Chen uses the jump space ability to have a better look at what is about to unfold. Yun Yun's body glows and cracks as she screams at the top of her voice and gets flashbacks. She is naked and cold. She is submerged in a clear liquid. She had lost count of how many times she had woken up in despair, the number of times she had lain on an operating table, and she had been pierced with needles multiple times. She feels like she is a lab rat in this apocalyptic world. She asks for help from God if he really does exist. She is willing to give everything in exchange for a way out. She hears her name and transitions back to the moment she had thought it was God that had called her back, as she had just asked for help. Su Chen doesn't need useless people by his side, so he raises his hands and gives a powerful strike to Yun Yun in an attempt to get her to wake up. Yun Yun remembers everything now. She remembers her encounter with Su Chen. He had asked her to stock up on food at home. She remembers how Su Chen is always there for her whenever she is in despair. She had survived the apocalypse because of him. She had felt a very strong connection between them, like a ray of light piercing through the darkness in her heart. She can give anything to him. It appears that Yun Yun is about to self-destruct. She glows even brighter and brighter, and everyone thinks she is about to self-destruct. It was so bright that no one could look in her direction. She had disappeared together with Su Chen. They wondered if it was all over. They are all out for Yun Yun and Su Chen, but it appears they have vanished and are nowhere to be found. Su Chen and Yun Yun have disappeared, and the General and Captain Bai wonder where they are. Captain Bai is sad as she thinks that something bad might have happened to Su Chen and Yun Yun. She is kneeling on the ground with her hands on the ground, looking so sad and devastated. She still has a lot to say to Su Chen and Yun Yun. Yun Yun had just saved her. The General yells in a loud voice asking her to look up. She gasps for air as she raises her head. They are both surprised by what they see. It is Su Chen carrying Yun Yun and descending from the sky. Yun Yun looks badly injured. The general is happy to see Yun Yun. It is great that they are both safe, he says. The captain notices that Yun Yun is badly injured and yells out an instruction for someone to find a doctor. As he finishes his statement, he hears a voice above asking him to wait a second. It is Duanya riding on Goldie. The captain is impressed by the fierce-looking big cat. Su Chen calls Duanya's attention. Duanya thinks her condition is critical. She thinks Yun Yun might lose her life at any moment if left unattended. Duanya suggests they go back to the base first. The bathtub is running as they are instructed to carry Yun Yun into the bathtub. The water appears to be glowing, which makes Su Chen ask Duanya if she has added anything to the water. Duanya has mixed in the recovery serum from the evolution base. As regular medical treatment will not work for the kind of wounds Yun Yun has sustained, Su Chen acknowledges. Duanya asks Su Chen to check if Yun Yun's wounds are healing, but Su Chen does not feel any difference. Duanya thinks that it is impossible, as she has refined the recovery serum so many times. Su Chen thinks that the wounds could require the ability to heal. This makes sense to Duanya, but as she is about to finish her statement, she is shocked as Yun Yun is now responsive. Su Chen holds her up close. He thinks the medication has worked. Duanya turns around and leaves them both alone. She says she will leave the rest of the wounds to Su Chen to handle. Su Chen is uncertain if that is a good idea. Back in the building, Bai Chang and Duanya have something to talk about which requires privacy. They have asked Xiaofeng to leave and give them room, which he does, although he wonders why. Duanya walks into the room behind Xiaofeng and slams the door, and Xiaofeng is left with a confused look on his face. While on the other side of the door, Duanya is disturbed. Even though she will not admit it, she thinks that Su Chen will never stop on his path to becoming even stronger than he currently is. Baiteng walks in on Duanya and asks what she is doing. Duanya has always suspected that Baikang has feelings for Su Chen, so she wants to confirm her suspicion. Duanya asks Baiteng the question directly, but right before she can finish, Baiteng catches on and completes the question. Baikang's face is filled with surprise mixed with shock. The scene cuts to where Yun Yun is lying down. Duanya attributes Yun Yun's healing to Su Chen. She thinks her wounds are mostly healed because of him. Duanya dismisses Su Chen, saying that she will take it from there. Duanya tells Su Chen that Xiaofeng has brought back a crystal core for him. Su Chen is surprised and asks again, which makes Duanya reassure him and tell him that it is in the reception room outside. She urges him to go check it out. Su Chen tells Duanya that he will be leaving Yun Yun under her care as he goes out to check the crystal core. Su Chen is stunned by what he sees. He thinks it's a black stone. He wonders if they have mistaken the black stone for a crystal core. He believes he cannot blame them as he makes a fist. He has only heard about this thing in his past life, he thinks to himself, and lands a powerful blow on the black stone. In the apocalypse, all sorts of bizarre materials start appearing. The black stone does not seem to be affected by the powerful blow he has just launched. He thinks the black stone is incredibly tough, and it might also be a rare material born from the apocalypse, which is actually connected to one person, Blackblade King Wang Song. He happens to be a legendary figure in his past life. He carves through the apocalypse with a single black blade. Rumors have spread saying that the Blackblade King has forged his blade from black stone. Su Chen stands and stares at the black stone in awe as he thinks to himself. He thinks he is lucky this time, as he wants to take possession of Wang Song's fortune. He then decides to store it away for the meantime. He is to make his own black blade as soon as he finds a blacksmith. The scene cuts back to Duanya and Baikang. Baikang wonders why Duanya is just bringing up her suspicion now. Duanya is worried that after Su Chen absorbs the crystal core, a powerful curse will take effect. She is also worried that if nothing is done about it, something bad might happen to Su Chen, which she does not specify. Baikang is now highly inquisitive, asking her to be a lot more specific. Duanya does not know for sure. She does know that it is something bad, but one thing she knows is that they should not let that happen. Duanya is worried about Yun Yun. She cannot leave her behind, as she still requires attention amidst her healing process. Baikang tells Duanya to stay back and assures her that she can handle the curse. Duanya tries to talk Baikang out of it. She tells her that this might not be what she thinks. Duanya persuades Baitang to listen to her, but she refuses. Baikang is confident. She says it is fine no matter what it takes or what she has to do. She urges Duanya to leave it to her. She has blurted that out too quickly. She wonders why she has to wear a different outfit and say some weird lines. She is about to step out as she sees Su Chen, who appears to be fine, which makes her wonder if Duanya is tricking her. Baitang does not want to take chances, as Su Chen's safety affects the entire base. She just has to confirm the curse situation first. She stares at Su Chen, who is standing a couple of steps away from her and looking outside. Baikang wonders if he has finished absorbing the crystal core. She has rehearsed her lines and has made up her mind to say the words for the sake of saving Su Chen from the curse. She picks up a tray with a bottle of wine on it and 2 empty glasses. Baitang is nervous as she is dumbfounded. Suchen turns around and sees her carrying a tray with a bottle of wine and empty glasses coming towards him. Baikang calls him master, which shocks Suchen. Duanya is still taking care of Yun. She wipes down her face with a white towel. She thinks Bai Chang should be fine. The curse is the most reasonable explanation she can think of. Duanya has prepared all this for her. She also thinks that she should be thinking about how long she can endure this. She has made up her mind to help her once Yun stabilizes. At the base perimeter, they have just gotten rid of the Devourer tribe, but now they have to clean up the corpses approaching them. They ask him to stop whining. If they leave the corpses there, things might spiral out of control, and a plague might break out. They could potentially lose a lot of people. Their attention is now directed towards the Devourer corpses, as they have all disappeared. They are all surprised, as this does not seem normal. They all wonder what must have happened. They wonder if the bodies have grown legs and hands and walked away. They all have a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, in her consciousness space, she is getting a feeling. She looks intrigued and anxious about something. It's a moment she has been waiting for a while now. She cannot exactly pinpoint the exact location, so she tries to reach out to Suchen for help. Suchen pours himself a glass of wine as he hears all about the curse that Bai Kang was talking about earlier. Bai Kang submits to Suchen. She tells him that she is all his for whatever he might want to do to her later. This makes Suchen so surprised that he spits out his drink from his mouth. Bai Chang immediately asks if everything is okay with Suchen, but he rubs it off, saying that it is just the alcohol. Bai Kang says that there could be something wrong with the drink and decides to give it a try. As she raises the cup to take a sip, she hears Suchen asking her to wait. He warns her about the outrageous alcoholic content of the drink. It's 64%. Bai Kang takes it anyway. She looks intoxicated. She feels a sudden burst of energy after taking the drink. She acknowledges how strong the drink is and admits that it is her first time taking an alcoholic drink. She also tells Suchen that she feels so energized as she is waving her hands around. Suchen is intrigued that she could get intoxicated that fast from alcohol. He asks her if she is drunk already. Bai Kang rubs off the question and asks him how she can possibly be drunk. She raises her leg and places it in between Suchen's legs as she looks him in the eyes and tells him that she still has to help him lift the curse. She says this while coming up close to him in a seductive manner. Suchen has no reason to reject a meal served on a platter, but he makes it clear that he doesn't like the sudden shift in power dynamics. He tells her that she needs to properly understand the kind of relationship they have. This raises confusion in Bai Chang's mind. She appears not to understand what he means by relationship. Suchen reminds her that they started off with her calling him master. He says this with so much aura. He also tells her that he is now sober, and Bai Chang drops to the floor with her head raised up as she calls him master. She also admits that she was wrong. Suchen acknowledges that. As he is about to finish his statement, he gets a strange feeling. He had been drawn into the consciousness space. He laments as he was just getting to the fun part with Bai Kang. He asks her why she pulled him in, but she is really excited. She jumps on Suchen and tells him that it has finally appeared. Suchen is not sure of what she is talking about, and he asks. At this time, she is already on top of him. She asks Suchen to help her, but Suchen still doesn't have a clue about what she is talking about. So he asks her to explain properly. She goes on to say that she had found a body that perfectly matches her. She had initially asked Suchen to help her find a body, as she could not sense the body's exact location. Suchen still wants to know why she pulled him in. She needs to borrow his power so she can sense its location. Suchen wants to know what she means by using him as a signal booster. She does not explain, but instead, she rolls up a ball and launches it like a slingshot. She intends to project their consciousness to the place, which she does. They get to a corpse tide. They see many man-like figures all facing the silhouette of a female with long hair hovering in front of them. She notices that the silhouette is summoning the corpse tide. She remembers that it's only a corpse that can do that. Suchen asks if she has set her eyes on the corpse queen's body. He also has concerns about their safety, as he thinks that they might be too close for comfort. She asks Suchen to relax, as they have nothing to worry about. As long as they are in the spirit form, they will be fine if they don't cause any significant disturbance. Then something strange happens, which startles them both. Meanwhile, in the physical world, Bai Chang thinks that the curse has activated and is starting to take effect. She is standing and looking at Suchen's body. She plans on taking away the curse. She calls him and asks for his permission to lift his curse. This she says as she goes up close to Suchen and whispers in his ears. It cuts to a dark figure with glowing eyes asking who is there and for whatever it is to show itself. She thinks that she and Suchen have been spotted. Suchen wonders what the woman is doing. He sees that she is coming their way, so he suggests they run away. She thinks it's already too late to run away. The woman launches at them at an incredible speed, her eyes and mouth glowing as she gets closer and closer. This wakes Suchen up. Su-chen is sitting up on a bed, shirtless, with a blanket over his legs. He coughs, wonders what is going on. He puts his hands on his head because it hurts. She tells him that it is just some of his mental energy being drained. She thinks that with his strength, that he will recover soon. Su-chen noticed that she seemed fine, but she objected, stating that she nearly got bitten off by the Corpse Queen. They had escaped from the attack launched by the Corpse Queen. Su-chen thinks that the Corpse Queen is not an easy target to deal with, as she controls tens of thousands of corpses. He thinks it's a huge problem. As her corpse tide gathers, she keeps getting stronger. Su-chen cannot risk going after someone that is too dangerous to help her. Su-chen is only willing to help her if she has something to offer, something worth risking his life. She pledges her loyalty to Su-chen if he helps her. She is willing to become his servant after this is all over. She says this as she kneels to the ground with one knee to show respect. Su-chen does not buy that. He does not believe that a few words may be worth his life. She wants to know what it would take for him to believe her. He thinks for a moment and tells her to hand over her crystal core. She objects. She tells him the importance of the crystal core in her life. Giving Su-chen the crystal core is like giving him her life. Su-chen then makes it clear that moving on from here is solely her decision. If she really needs his help, then she should hand over the crystal core. She understands. She hands over the crystal core, hoping that Su-chen keeps his word. He assures her of his loyalty to his word, saying that she is his girl from now on, and he will help her fulfill her wish. She bends her head and hopes he does, as she has just handed over the crystal core. She asked if that was all, but right before Su-chen could say anything, she just disappeared. Su-chen is not happy with how she leaves. He does not think servants behave that way, and he thinks she should have referred to him as master before leaving. On a second thought, he agrees within himself to let that slide since he already has her crystal core. In the past, the Corpse Queen once led her horde and swept through Shangdu. Everyone could only survive in her shadow. He expresses how powerful the Corpse Queen is. He has to stop her at all costs if she does not want to live in a world overrun by corpses. He takes another close look at the crystal core he had just collected and thinks it is time to leave. He gets into a car and zooms off. Xiaofeng and Baikang watch as Su-chen speeds away, so he asks why she is not following Su-chen. She tells him that there is still a lot to handle at the base, stating that it was not necessary to follow him. She personally thinks that she is too weak to be of any help to him, but she believes that she will catch up with him one day. It is raining, and Yun and Duanya are all alone in a campfire they had set up on what appears to be a wrecked gas station. Yun is concerned about their safety. She still thinks it could be dangerous, even though they are in the apocalypse. Duanya tells her that she can go stand in the rain if she is too worried. Yun laughs and tells her that there is no need for that as she has just recovered. Yun is worried about Su-chen. She asks Duanya where he had gone. She feels uneasy because of the rain. Duanya tells her that before the apocalypse, fuel was not easy to find in bulk. He didn't have much left, so he is out looking for any remaining supplies he can find. Yun asks when he is coming back. She is starving. Right before Yun could finish her statement, they hear footsteps approaching. It's a man covered in a dirty and torn piece of wet clothing from the rain. He walks into the gas station and tells them that he is freezing cold. He stutters as he says this due to the cold. Yun and Bai see the old man with ice on his body. The man gets excited as he sees fire and jumps straight into it. Duanya thinks he is crazy for jumping straight into the fire. Yun notices that the man is emitting a thick cloud of smoke. They both cough from the smoke as they notice that there is something wrong with it. They both cover their nose and mouths. Some other group of men comes in. The old man happens to be their instrument, and acting like he is freezing and jumping straight into the fire is one of their tricks. They are happy as the trick never fails. Yun and Duanya are lying down helplessly on the ground, looking up at the silhouette of those men closing in on them. It was hard to see their faces, so they had to ask who they were. The men finally come close enough for their faces to be visible. One of the men tells them their intentions. Once they are done having fun, they intend to sell them off to the New World base. Another bald man says that they would be begging for more by the end of it. Duanya pulls out a handgun and points it at them, and warns them to stay away. The men make fun of the gun as they are able users, and he calls it a toy gun. Duanya attempts to shoot, but the gun just clicks, but doesn't fire. The gun appears to have been frozen from the intense cold. Yun suggests that they leave, as they would not be laughing when Su-chen returns. One of the goons tells them that Su-chen will be of no help as he will be facing his own problems. He tells them that he had been marked for execution by a crazy woman. He goes on to tell them that anybody whom the crazy woman sets her eyes on does not survive the night. Lady Poison Master is looking for Su-chen. She is amazed because Su-chen dared to enter such a confined space alone, which she thinks is a very dangerous thing to do. She sees this as a perfect opportunity for her. Her face brightens up and fills with a creepy smile as she goes closer and closer. She exhales cold air and steps her feet into the place. She tries to call him out, but he asks where he is, but does not get a response. She notices that the place is filled with a toxic gas, and inhaling even a little would set a person's body ablaze with desire, make the person completely helpless. She sees a figure which she mistakes to be Su Chen. She tries to lure him into coming closer. She asks him to come into her arms, referring to herself as a big sister, and offers to help him. The fire gets closer, and she discovers that she had been tricked. It is a figure made to look like a human being. Lady Poison is not happy with this. She angrily asks what that is, to which Su Chen responds from behind. He asks her who she is, but she is still not happy with such trickery. She calls him a bastard and asks him why he tricked her, as she was waving her chain with spikes on it. She launches the chain toward Su Chen, but he catches it and takes a moment to examine it. He finds out that the weapon was forged by an artisan. Su Chen grabs her by the face and demands answers. He wants to know where he can find the artisan. The Lady Poison Master claims that she has no idea about what he is talking about. The lady from the consciousness space appears and asks if this artisan is that important. Su Chen narrates that if they were to stand a chance to defeat the Corpse Queen's horde, that they would need to find the artisan, and if they do, it will greatly increase their chance of victory. She then offers to enter the Lady Poison Master's head and extract the information herself. She does this and gets the information. The Lady Poison Master disapproves but cannot do anything about it. She asks her what she is trying to do, but soon enough she has extracted the information they need. She sees that the artisan is located at a place called New World Base, but she doesn't have all the details, although she saw some other things in her mind. The Lady Poison Master believes that her brain has been tampered with. She also believes that her mind can be torn apart remotely. Su Chen gives her an inquisitive look, to which she says that she knows nothing about. The Lady Poison Master still feels like her brain is being bound by something. She drops to her knees and keeps her head on the ground and begs for her life. She asks that Su Chen spare her life, and she will become his most loyal dog. With a smile on Su Chen's face, he thinks this is interesting. He stands in front of her as he is glowing, while the Lady Poison Master's face is on the ground. She appears to be bowing to Su Chen. He would like to see how well she can play the role of a dog. Back at the gas station, Yun Yun asks Duanya what is going on. She is feeling hot. It must be the effect of the smoke. Duanya also feels hot. They both wonder if they had put something in the smoke. The goons respond with laughter and affirm it. He says that just a little something could make things more exciting. One of the goons goes forward to have fun. He instructs the other to stay back, as they would take turns having fun. Duanya and Yun Yun are both standing now. They appear not to be affected by the drug. Yun Yun tells Duanya that she guessed correctly. It was actually the kind of medicine she thought. Duanya says it was not that hard to figure out. The goons are shocked because they look completely unaffected by the drug. One of the goons asks them why they are unaffected, and Yun Yun tells them that it does not work on ability users. The goons are now even more shocked, and one of them urges the rest to reach for their weapons, and they have the girls rounded up. Yun Yun wonders why they have a water gun and asks. One of the goons lets her know that it is a high-pressure water cannon, and with a combination of their leader's ability, he can attack them from all directions. The leader of the goons yells for them to attack the rest of the goons, fire their rounds, and it hits him. He is in so much pain, and he yells. He looks at the wounds and asks why, but he soon discovers that his goons are being controlled. Their eyes are glowing red, and they are now motionless. He also blames himself for being so careless. He hears a footstep from a distance, and it's the Lady Poison Master. The leader of the goons is happy that she is here. He assumes that Su Chen is already dead as he makes fun of Duanya and Yun Yun, but he immediately gets slapped by the Lady Poison Master, and he falls to the ground. He tries to complain, but she immediately instructs him to shut his filthy mouth. The leader of the goons watches from the ground as the Lady Poison Master walks over to the silhouette of a man, and she refers to him as Master, and bows to him. The man steps into the light, and it is Su Chen. The leader of the goons is shocked, and tells the Lady Poison Master that Su Chen just offended her. He further asked how she would like to deal with him. He watched as the Lady Poison Master dropped to her knees by the side of Su Chen, and he had his hand over her head and said that she was a good dog. The Lady Poison Master is ordering her men to carry barrels of gasoline. She intends to offer this gasoline to her master, Su Chen. The men are worried. Their master has become someone's dog. One of the men suggests that they do not intend to lower themselves to that, and their leader agrees. The leader of the men approaches Lady Poison and confronts her on her submission to Su Chen. He laments her decision to give Su Chen all that gasoline, given that it was extremely hard to find. The Lady Poison Master whips him and the rest of the men with her chain of spikes, and they scream in pain. Yun Yun and Duanya watch what is going on between them. As the Lady Poison Master was about to kill them, she is instructed by her master, Su Chen, not to do so yet, which she does. One of the men refers to Su Chen as a pretty boy, and tells him that he does care about what he had done to Lady Poison Master. He claims that he is from the New World and promises to act like nothing happened only if he lets them go, but Su Chen has a different plan. He starts to glow purple and stretches out his hand and towards them, saying that he is not in the habit of leaving loose ends. He reaches into their heads and this puts the men in a lot of pain. They all screamed with their eyes wide open, and after a little while their heads explodes. Everyone is shocked. Even Su Chen didn't expect that to happen. Previously, Professor Xiao saw a strange parasite attached to the brain inside Lady Poison's head. She called it a brainworm, but the one inside Lady Poison's head was already dead. The lady in the consciousness space thinks it must be her own toxins that made her immune to the brainworms. Suchin had just killed the brainworms inside those 3 men, but they died too. He thinks he is using the brainworm to control everybody in the New World. He needs to find a way to make Yun Yun and Duanya immune too. Still fascinated by the head explosions she had just witnessed, the Lady Poison Master is on her knees and bowing to her master, Su Chen. Su Chen calls her and asks if she could drive, and she stutters as she responds positively. This makes Su Chen happy, and he makes a car appear in front of them. Lady Poison's master wondered where the vehicle had come from. Lady Poison's drive them as she laments to herself. She was a minor leader in the New World, but now she thinks she is just a puppet. She intends to survive at all costs, even if it means eating tree bark or mutant rats. She would not mind. She hears the party going on behind her and wonders how that could be possible. They are having a hot pot in the back, and this is the apocalypse. She thinks that even the broth should be gone by now. The smell is drifting towards her in the driver's seat. With tears in her eyes, she cannot seem to resist the aroma of the hot pot behind her. She wants the hot pot so bad. She thinks should calm down and stay cool, but that is very difficult for her to pull off, as she shakes her head, and cannot possibly risk her life because of a meal. She now hears the refreshing sound of a canned soda being opened. She takes a moment to recognize the sound to be cola, and this completely drives her insane. She is stunned by the fact that they even have cola. She hears a gentle voice behind her saying here, and handing the Coke over to her, it is Yun Yun. She wonders why she is being so nice to her, and wonders what she could be up to. Yun Yun encourages her to drink up and asks her not to worry. She also added that Su Chen likes it when he is called master. Duanya laughs, and Su Chen asks Yun Yun if she dares to mock him. Yun Yun introduces herself and suggests that they could be comrades now. The Lady Poison Master is still nervous and unsure of how to feel about this whole thing. She believes that Yun Yun could be hinting that she is also being forced into this. It makes perfect sense for women to depend on men during the apocalypse. She does not think that anyone in her shoes would refuse a hot pot and cola. She also thinks that it is too bad that the sugar-coated bait does not work on her. Yun Yun brings her a piece of meat for the Lady Poison Master on a chopstick and asks her to open her mouth wide. The Lady Poison Master raises her head and opens wide, and also exhales poison. Yun Yun sees the green vapor coming out from her mouth as she opens her mouth wide and asks if she just exhaled poison. She also wants to know if that is her ability. The Lady Poison Master explains her ability. Her poisonous gas can make men drop dead from exhaustion and make women burn with desire. She further explains that the ability is less effective on ability users. Su Chen gets an idea. Maybe he can use the Lady Poison to make Duanya and Yun Yun immune to the brainworm. Yun Yun feels hot and she verbally expresses it to Su Chen. The Lady Poison Master turns around and tells them that she did not do that on purpose, because he had accidentally induced the feeling in her when she fed her meat. Su Chen asks her to focus on the driving as Yun Yun leans on him in a seductive manner. Duanya excuses them and goes to stay with the Lady Poison Master in the front. Duanya starts up a conversation with the Lady Poison Master. She wants to know about the New World. The Lady Poison Master asks if there will be food, as she is starving. She said this as she was crying. Duanya then assures her of a meal afterwards. The Lady Poison Master asks her what she wants to know, and Duanya wants to know about how she joined. The Lady Poison Master had joined a beauty pageant. The scene opens to the New World. There stood a wrecked skyscraper together with other buildings. The Lady Poison Master is touring them. She says the New World may not be large, but it is an apocalyptic den of indulgence. She says it has everything like auctions, slaves, a black market, beauty pageants, gladiator arenas, and many more. Yun Yun admires how tall the old rugged skyscraper is. Yun Yun asks why so many people are gathered at the entrance. The Lady Poison Master explains that they are scavengers. These scavengers see the New World as a beacon of hope in the apocalypse. They all long to join, but the entry requirements are so harsh and many fail to make it. Su Chen thinks they should go and check it out. They hear a voice of a man from a distance talking about the identification card. He raises a copy of the identification card in the air for everyone to see as he throws more light on the process of getting it. It is the only proof of entry into the New World. He further entices the scavengers at the gate by saying that having one means escaping hunger and danger, but to obtain it, you must first pass a trial to prove your worthiness. Some scavengers discuss what the man with the eye patch just said. The other person explains that no settlement wants dead weight. The scavengers get to know that the spots are limited, and this makes people rush to sign up, causing disorder and chaos as they push each other. They also get to know that women cannot participate, and they wonder why. The Lady Poison Master tells Su Chen that the identification cards are managed by the city lord's personal guards. Hence, she cannot do anything to get her hands on them. This is beyond the lady's poison control. She tells Su Chen that he would have to participate in the trial first. Yun Yun thinks that this process is too troublesome and suggests the possibility of them killing their way into the new world, which the Lady Poison Master disapproves of. She tells them about how powerful the city lord's guards are and the fact that they are capable users. Duanya reminds them that the blacksmith is a very cautious person, according to the Lady Poison Master. She thinks that if he finds out that they had broken into her place, he might just flee in fear. Su Chen concludes by instructing them to stay low for now. Su Chen is going to check out the trial while the Lady Poison Master finds another way to sneak the rest into the new world. The lady agrees. Su Chen gets to the place and sees the scavengers. One of them instructs him to join the last team there as the trial is about to start. The instructor is about to narrate their tasks to them. He begins by telling them that more and more mutant spiders have been gathering in the back mountain, and for the trial, they are to hunt those spiders. He advised them to stick to the outskirts and not to go too deep into the forest. Anyone who brings back 5 spider corpses or a single spider egg before nightfall passes the trial. One of the scavengers is shocked by these instructions, saying that finding 5 mutant spider corpses or a spider egg is way too difficult. He says going to a spider nest is send a person to his grave. Another scavenger tells him to just bring mutant spider corpses if he cannot bring an egg. Everyone was advised to leave through the electric fence if he could not do the task. He also added that those participants who decide to work alone become targets for mutant spiders as well. And afterwards, he wishes them good luck and leaves. The last team asks Su Chen to join them as others had left, but Su Chen refuses as he chose to walk alone. He believes he is safer without them, as he does not want to be their cannon fodder. They all stare at him as he leaves. As he leaves, he thinks about going to check out a mutant spider nest in the forest, as he had just heard. The rest of the team is disgusted by Su Chen's attitude as they think he is ungrateful. The other asks the team leader if they should follow him and kill him, but he objects, saying that he would die anyways. Then with an evil smile, he says that they would wait here for other teams to come back so they can steal from them and submit. Su Chen is in the forest and he is calling on the spiders to come out. He notices that there are quite a lot of them and wonders if there would be a mutant spider queen. Su Chen plans to know how many crystals they all have combined as he launches and attacks them. He is disappointed that he did not find any after killing it. Meanwhile, Lady Poison Master plans to sneak them in as beauty pageants. They walk into a beauty contest where the same man with the eye patch from earlier is auctioning the ladies for 3 packs of instant noodles, having other people bite for even more packs of instant noodles just to have her for the night. The Lady Poison Master explains that for girls who do not make it to the top 3 of the competition, but want to remain in the new world, she has no choice but to become a tool to drain men's wallets. She goes on to assure them that they would have nothing to worry about because they are top-tier beauties. Yun Yun thinks this is so tragic as she feels bad for them. Duanya asks if they hold beauty contests every week, to which the Lady Poison Master affirms. She further explains that the weekly champions compete for the monthly title. Some women refuse to take this path. Their other option is the gladiator arena. She further tells them how the new world will squeeze out every value left in you in one way or the other. She tells them that most women would prefer to have food and safety without risking their lives than staying outside. She urges them to change their clothes as she will wait outside. The Lady Poison Master thinks they are living in paradise because of Su Chen and sighs. The man with the eye patch calls her and instructs her to bring those beautiful girls he had seen earlier so he can savor them properly. He adds that if they serve him well, that he would give them identification cards. She tries to object, but Lord One Eye says no buts. He further asks her to poison them to make things more fun. The Lady Poison Master has to obey him to get those identification cards. She has no choice, so she walks into the room and poisons Yun Yun and Duanya. They get a strong burning desire and start to caress each other, but Yun Yun wants to know why. Duanya and Yun Yun are still feeling the effects of the poison from the Lady Poison Master. They are all over each other and rubbing their bodies against themselves. Lady Poison is sorry for what she has done, and had to explain to them, it is the only way to get the identification cards. She further begs them to bear it for a while. Meanwhile, One Eye Lord is have a glass of wine with one of his brother, as he is waiting for the beauties he had asked the Lady Poison Master to bring for him. The man with him in the room is happy that he never fails to share his beauties with his brother. One Eye Lord further affirms that by saying that they are real brothers after all. He says with a smile. One Eye Lord tells his brother that finding beauties like this was even rarer before the apocalypse, His brother is getting excited thinking about it. He wonders what is taking them so long, but One Eye Lord tells him that he had sent Lady Poison to drug them, so he had to exercise patience. The ladies finally came. The One Eye Lord notices that they are clearly under the influence of poison, and he cannot wait for the fun to begin. His brother likes what he sees. He thinks they are top-tier beauties. He asks his brother to pick first. Lord One Eye picks Duan Ya while his brother is left with Yun Yun. Lord One Eye's brother is happy with what he sees, and he is about to feast. Lord One Eye is thankful that Lady Poison was able to poison them and make the experience even more enjoyable. He plans to reward her afterwards. As the men are about to get some action, Duan Ya uses her ability to make them have fun with each other instead, as they stood there and watched. Lord One Eye and his brother compliment each other as they make out. Duan Ya sees them and thinks that they were much easier than she thought. The Lady Poison Master is stunned by this and says her ability is way more brutal than she thought. Yun Yun still wonders why she poisoned those guys. She tells the Lady Poison Master that they are still feeling the effects of the poison. Lady Poison Master explains why she thinks her actions were necessary. Her master had told her that her poison could resist brainworms, so she had to poison them before dealing with the city lord's guards. Duan Ya thinks she did the right thing. Duan and Yun Yun would have to stay in this poisoned state for the rest of their stay in the New World, but Yun Yun thinks it going to be hard to endure. They ask her to hurry and get those ID cards. Lady Poison Master asks about those guys, and Duan Ya tells her that they would keep on going at it. She tells her that she is free to enjoy the show if she wants. Lady Poison watches them for a while and leaves. Meanwhile, at the forest, a team is casually having a conversation as they are looking for what they were asked to return with. The boss of the team seems to be struggling with navigating the forest. He has looked for the path that leads to the spider nest, and he is unsure of the turn to make. His teammates catches on and asks if he had lost the way again. They notice the corpses of a lot of spiders, which suggests to them that someone might have beaten them to it. All the spiders were decapitated. They witnessed as Su Chen attacked one of the spiders single-handedly. The spider covers his hands in a web, and Su Chen acknowledges that he let his guard down. With the web still in his hands, he notices that there is another spider hiding there, and it looks like it's almost at Tier 2. The rest of the team hides in the bushes and wonders who that guy is, and why he is walking into the spider nest alone. One of the team members observes that he does not look weak. He asks their leader what they should do, and he says that they would watch the show and see how the overconfident fool dies. Their leader cannot wait to see Su Chen's body hanging on a spider web. Su Chen takes the web off his hand and pulls the spider with the web and smashes it on the ground, and follows up with a powerful punch. The entire team is stunned by his performance, particularly the leader. He is amazed as Su Chen has just killed a mutant spider with one punch. They change their plans on the spot. They intend to take his crystal core as they all draw out their knives to attack. The team leader is impressed as his blade is perfectly sharpened. He is confident that his teammates are skilled enough, and they all think his plan is foolproof, as they have pulled this off many times with big smiles on their faces. They plan to wait for Su Chen to come out. They intend to attack Su Chen as they feel that he is an easier target. The leader of the team is so confident, he believes that Su Chen has no idea of what is about to befall him. Su Chen is about to experience his true power. Meanwhile, Su Chen had just extracted the crystal core. He is holding it up and admiring it as the team leader of the group rushes towards him from behind. He uses his position swap ability to take away the crystal core from him. He also ties him to a tree using chains, as other team members hold up knives in front of him. The team leader has secured the crystal core, and he is happy. He holds it up and stares at it. As Su Chen admires his position swapping ability, he thinks it is a rare ability. He is fascinated, as he had also prepared iron chains ahead of time. He also guesses that he must have scammed a lot of people with this. The team leader is behind him. He cannot take his eyes off the crystal core as he is still admiring it. He thinks Su Chen talks a lot. Su Chen refers to them as prey, ridicules them, asking them if they think they are the hunters here. He adds that even experienced hunters can get taken down by their prey. The team leader notices that Su Chen sounds confident, and he wants to know how Su Chen will pull off a reversal, he says with an inquisitive look on his face, which later turns to rage as he instructs his men to kill him. The men goes on to attack him as they ask him if he thinks he can turn this around. They all want him dead as they begin to strike him with their weapons, with every single energy in their bodies. They notice that their knives and swords are breaking without harming him. Su Chen's body had broken all the knives. They wonder who Su Chen is, and they are still yet to know how powerful it is. They can see that his skin is as hard as steel, and since his skin is that hard, they wonder how hard he is down there too. The leader concludes that he is a Tier 2 human. The rest of the team is shocked by this discovery. They never knew they were dealing with a Tier 2 human. They believe that the hardness of his skin is comparable to that of a Tier 2 mutant beast. They intend to inflict as much harm on his as possible while he is still in chains. But right before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen breaks the chains. This terrifies them, and they intend to split up and run away for their dear lives. Su Chen spots one of the men running away. One of them climbs a tree. He wonders how someone could power up so fast as he climbed. Su Chen remains calm. He holds his chains in his hands. Their attempt to flee amuses him, and he tells them that as he gets ready to attack them, the team is on the run. He still has the crystal core he had taken from Su Chen with him. He intends to rob another person of their crystal core and level up too. He hears Su Chen's voice behind him calling him. Su Chen is chasing after him because he wants his crystal core back. He makes a fists, and as he is about to land a powerful punch on his face, but at the very last second he uses his position swap ability to get away from Su Chen. He fall on his face in the new location he swapped to as he thinks he was lucky. He stands and wipes his face, and he is thankful that his power had saved him. He says he would remember the grudge, and he is going to kill him one day. Su Chen now uses his own men against him by controlling them. They are now like zombies. Their eyes glows red as they scream. With this, all Su Chen needs is to find him. He uses his psychic sense to look for him, in an X-ray-like representation of him, jumping around in the bushes. The leader of the teams is running as fast as he can to escape Su Chen. At this point, he is no longer running away from Su Chen. He is also running away from his very own men, who are also hunting him down, because Su Chen is now controlling them. Su Chen catches up with him, and he is in the air, right behind him. The leader of the team cannot believe that Su Chen has already gotten to him. He looks behind and sees Su Chen dashing towards him at an incredible speed, his eyes glowing, with his hands in the air. He uses his position swap ability to get out of there again. Su Chen keeps finding him no matter how much he uses the position swap ability. He wonders how Su Chen keeps finding him. He need to get out of there immediately, he thinks to himself. But he cannot seem to decide which way he should run. He gets an idea. He is just going to sprint in one direction. He believes that there should be a way out. Meanwhile, Su Chen finds one of the other men again and pins his head to the ground with his feet. He refers to him as a scapegoat and urges him to move faster next time. Su Chen believes it is a problem if the team leader escapes with the crystal core. Su Chen sees him running towards his direction. The team leader is mad at Su Chen's ability to find him effortlessly. He intends to get stronger and face Su Chen. He laments as he is dashing along, not knowing that Su Chen is right in front of him. He raises his head and sets his eyes on him and starts to brake. His feet screeches along the ground as he tries to stop. When does? He asks Su Chen how he keeps finding him. He does think the team leader would believe him if he told him. He tells him that he found him instead. He was just stationary and he ran into Su Chen. The team leader asks him if he had just walked into a trap. He does not think it means anything as Su Chen still cannot kill him. He tries to use his position swap ability. Right before he is able to disappear, he receives a powerful punch from Su Chen as he tells him that he is too slow. Meanwhile, Goldie is left in a pink bag. He meows and sticks his head out. Duanya, Yun, and the Lady Poison Master are backstage for the beauty contest, and Goldie is completely out of the bag and stretching himself. The Lady Poison Master tells them that they should go in. They see other women looking at them. They do not seem too happy. The girls see this and feel a little uncomfortable, and the Lady Poison Master urges them to be calm. He refers to the other ladies as weirdos and assures them that they can win even with their eyes closed. Yun thinks everyone is giving them the stink eye. Duanya urges her to be careful. One of the other ladies confronts them, instructs them to stop right there, and asks what they think they are doing. To which she gets a response from another lady who says nothing much. She is wondering if there is someone bold enough to cause trouble here. Yun is amazed by her. It's the superstar Lin Meyer. Lin Meyer believes that no one in this contest is qualified to compete against her. She urges her to get lost and makes a threat. Lin Meyer immediately gets interrupted by Duanya, who calls her out for sleeping with the director. Lin Meyer had slept with the director to rise to fame, according to Duanya. Lin Meyer is not very pleased with this revelation. She looks and Duanya and recognizes her. It appears that Duanya was her bestie previously. Lin Meyer is enraged as her eye glows red and launches towards Duanya with her feet in the air, intends to land a powerful dropkick on her. As her feet get close to Duanya, she dodges it. She turns around and tries to return a kick, but their feet collides in the air, hanging right above their heads. Lin Meyer does not expect to see Duanya alive, but Duanya says she is sorry to disappoint her. Yun asks Duanya if she had known Lin Meyer in the past, and this raises confusion in the mind of the Lady Poison Master. She believes that Yun should know, as they have been best friends, which prompted her to ask her. Duanya and Lin Meyer have been friends in the past, but have their differences. As they face off, they begin to recount the times they had wronged each other. With their face less than an inch away from each other, Ya remembers when Lin Meyer had put hair removal cream in her bottle of shampoo, and also how she had added laxatives in her water and dead rats in her closet. Lin Meyer is also unhappy because Ya, always all high and mighty, stole all the spotlights and took away the lead role from her. Even when she knew that Lin Meyer really dreamed of becoming an actress, Ya defends herself. She claims to have just gone to the audition with her as she never even wanted to act. She further reaffirms her previous accusation of sleeping with director for fame. Lin Meyer asks her to shut up. She believes it's Ya's fault, as the old man would not have been necessary if it weren't for her. Ya ridicules her. She asks if her beauty is her fault now. Meanwhile, Yun is watching all these together with the Lady Poison Master. Yun is impressed as she has never seen Ya like this before. Lin Meyer believes that Ya is still full of herself. She believes that nothing has changed about Ya. She further talks about her success. She tells her that she is now a household name and everyone adores her. Ya reminds her that they are in the apocalypse and nobody cares about her anymore. They now intend to compete in the beauty contest and let the most beautiful girl win. It is time for the beauty contest as the stage is set. The atmosphere is filled with energy as many people are seated to know who come out victorious from all the contestants that will be participating. It is the New World Beauty Contest, says the host, as he also thanks them for waiting. The crowd is already running out of patience as they want to contest to begin immediately. This contest is all they have looking forward to after the apocalypse. Some have worked hard for the city lords just so they can witness this beauty contest. Some have not eaten for a month so that they have enough to buy a woman. The host also adds that the city lord is going to have a personal meeting with whoever wins today. The crowd is shocked. They think the city lord is here with them as they look towards the direction the host is pointing. Yun and Ya hears this. They believe it is the sole reason for Lin Meyer to want to win so bad. She is determined to meet the city lord. Yun thinks that if they can get to the city lord, they can easily find a blacksmith with his help. Ya tells Lin Meyer she must not win. Yun can still feel the effect of Lady Poison Master's poison. She needs Su Chen to detox her, as it is unbearable for her. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer believes that all the judges and the host of the contest are under her control. She finds it insulting that a bunch of nobodies are to compete with her, just in case he instructs the other girls not to let them leave the stage. Back at the arena, the host is about to introduce the judges. All three of them are already in position. The one in the middle sees the rest are still standing and asks why they are not sitting. The brother to the One-Eye Lord is on the right side. He complains that his butt hurts ever since he woke up, which makes sitting down painful for him. The One-Eyed Lord, on the other hand, is thankful to Mu Yinxiao for waking them up, as they would have missed the contest. Mu Yinxiao acknowledges and expresses how happy he was to help. Mu Yinxiao had already heard that the One-Eyed Lord and his brother are perverts, but he believes that they are something else. When he woke them up, they were both naked playing man-on-man. It's no surprise to him that their butts hurt. He thinks he has found something that he should not have. He wonders if he is going to be silenced. The host continues with the contest. He is preparing the crowd to see who will win the crown and gain access to the upper ranks of the new world. The crowd grow even more impatient and clamors for the beauty pageant to come out. Meanwhile, at the back of the stage, Yun, Ya, and the Lady Poison Master are getting ready. Ya senses that the other ladies are coming towards them. They are coming to attack them as Lin Meyer had instructed them. As they got closer, they made it clear to Ya and the rest that they are not in for a fair competition. They intend to kill the three of them even before they can set their feet on the stage. They attack them with axes. And this is all playing out as Ya expected, and she seemed to be ready for them. One of the attackers further reminds them that this is the apocalypse as they should not expect anything to be fair. And whoever has the bigger fist makes the rules. Yun wishes to handle them as she refers to them as grunts. She uses her ability and grows bigger as she now wants to see who has the biggest fist. The first lady who launches an attack gets thrown off, and this shocks the rest of the girls. They are stunned by Yun's size. Yun bends towards them as she intends to blast them all to the skies. Meanwhile, Lin Meyer is already at the stage as she had already planned for Ya, and the Lady Poison Master not to make it out. The judges recognize her as it is the first time they had gotten to set their eyes on a celebrity since the apocalypse. Her beauty and appearance impresses the judges, which prompts them to her all 9 points from all the judges. Lin Meyer thinks her plans of not letting Ya show up had worked, but not so long after. They hears an announcement from the host, ushering in the next contestant. Lin Meyer looks behind her, and it is Ya. She is quite shocked and cannot believe her eyes. Things explode like fireworks in the sky as Ya walks down to the stage. She is looking beautiful with her white dress, white wings behind her and her long hair. She looks like an angel. She is what any man would dream of. The crowd believes she looks even prettier than Lin Meyer. Lin Meyer cannot believe her eyes. She wonders how she got those things to explode in the sky. The remains from the explosion fall to the ground, and she recognizes them to be human limbs. It turns out that it is the remains of the other girls who attacked them that were scattered in the air. Lynn Meyer is still in shock. She is still trying to figure out what has happened. The judges are impressed with Duanya's beauty and appearance, and they all give her 9 points each. The judges recognize the remains to be those of other girls. It is now a tie between Duanya and Lynn Meyer. Yunyun is unsure if the entrance was good. Lady Poison thinks she has done too much, as she has launched people into the air. Lynn Meyer comes up with a crazy plan to win, and before she executes it, she blames Duanya for it. She strips herself naked to please the crowd and the judges even more, which prompts the judges to award her a perfect score of all 10s. Lynn Meyer celebrates her victory. Duanya thinks she is insane. The city lord instructs one of his maidens to send down the identity cards, which she does, carrying them on a platter. She gets to the stage and tells the judges that she had been instructed by the lord to issue these ID cards quickly. She gets Lynn Meyer and Duanya to hand them the ID cards, and Lynn Meyer wishes to meet the city lord. They all pick their cards as Lynn Meyer is being congratulated again, as she is being told that she not only has access to the new world, but she also has access to the upper level, as selected by the city lord. Lynn Meyer is happy as she will become one of the elites. She is asked to follow the maiden who leads her to the city lord. As they leave, the maiden asks Lynn Meyer if she likes fish, but she is unsure of why she is being asked that. Yunyun is sad that Duanya had lost to Lynn Meyer as she would not be able to meet with the city lord, while Duanya is optimistic. She believes that they would find another way, as she already has the card. The maiden and Lynn Meyer get to the city lord as she announces their presence to him. The city lord is named Kang Ming. He is very old. He thinks that youth is a very beautiful gift. He goes on to tell her that the apocalypse is too boring for an old man like him. He further tells her that old men like him just wants to plant flowers. He turns her to fish and puts her in a huge aquarium and then completes his statement. Chang Ming is looking at her at the aquarium. He thinks that she is really a superstar. He also thinks she is beautiful. Lynn Meyer looks at him with her eyes glowing red, but Kang Ming asks her not to look at him like that. He thinks that she should be grateful that she is becoming one of the fish. One of the maidens alerts him to the arrival of a child he may have sent for. She further adds that the boy has undergone some physical tests, and he is very healthy. Chang Ming is impressed. He holds the boy and asks him if he is scared, to which the boy responds negatively. He appreciates Grandpa City Lord for not letting him starve to death. Kang Ming tells him that he has no need to be polite. He holds the boy's head and continues. He believes that children are the future as he unleashes creepy creatures like insect, which massively crawls around the boy's body and begins to attack him. Kang Ming's eyes begin to glow as he is absorbing the energy from the little boy. It is the ageless gene which is only found in children. Chang Ming feels bad as the effect does not last long, which is why he has an array of women who are in control of their purpose is to bear as many children as he likes. He still thinks that this is not enough. He needs more crystal cores to upgrade his abilities. He says that the apocalypse had made a decaying old man like him a ruler. The new world would be a starting point of his eternal life. The maiden is going to ask the lower ranks to collect the crystal cores faster. Kang Ming is happy with this. He also urges her to deal with the defective women below, and she agrees. Meanwhile, Duanya and Yunyun have been intoxicated again by the poison of the Lady Poison Master. The purpose is to prevent them from getting brainworms. Duanya thinks her poison is so annoying and so uncomfortable, as they keep rubbing their bodies against each other. Lady Poison Master further affirms that they have to bear it to keep them safe from brainworms. Duanya tells the Lady Poison Master that she has the ID cards, and she needs her to take them into the city. Soon enough, they get confronted by the One-Eyed Lord and his brother, who intend to sleep with them for gain. His brother starts by admiring them as it is rare to find beauties like them, especially during the apocalypse. The One-Eyed Lord and his brother has come to buy them both. Duanya is not sure of what they mean by that, but the Lady Poison makes it clearer to her. She reminds Duanya of when she said that women are just a resource in the new world. She goes on to tell her that having ID cards does not change much. The One-Eyed Lord and his brother are willing to offer 2 crystal cores, one for each lady. They further explain how valuable crystal cores are, as no one has ever offered something of such value, but they are able to do so because One-Eye Lord and his brother are already strong. They believe Yunyun and Duanya are very addictive. Judging from their last experience, Duanya uses her powers to remind them that they had slept with each other and not with them. They recall the disturbing moments from the encounter, which traumatizes them. Back in the forest, a young man walks to the nest of the spider that Suchen had already killed. He sees that someone had already beaten him to the crystal core, but luckily for him, he is not there for the crystal core. He takes the legs of a couple of spiders and hopes it is enough. He notices someone behind him. He turns his head, and it is Su Chen who has made a fist and is about to punch him, and makes a fist to punch Su Chen too. But they fists collide, leaving a powerful explosion. The young man notices how strong Su Chen is and tells Su Chen his intentions. He is not here to steal the core or fight Su Chen. Su Chen asks why he should believe him, and the young man further affirms that admitting that he knows that Su Chen is powerful, also telling him that he is also strong, because if he goes all out, it might not benefit him either. He further makes it clear that his target are those spider legs. He also suggests that they could be friends too. He introduces himself as his name is Wang Song. He would be forever grateful if things goes as planned. Su Chen recognizes him from a past life. He was the Black Blade King. He wonders what he is doing here, as he thinks he is also looking for a forger in the new world. Su Chen agrees to be friends with Wang Song. He also tells him that he can keep the spider legs. Wang Song appreciates. Wang Song also asks Su Chen about his own intentions and also asks for his name. He introduces himself and adds that he heard about the new world and how decent it was, so he came. Su Chen further asks why he needs the spider legs, and Wang says that a friend had asked for them. Wang further states that he has urgent business and he needs to take his leave now. Before he leaves, he urges Su Chen not to touch the identity cards. This he considers a tip. Su Chen asks why, and Wang Song urges him to trust him without a solid reason. Su Chen wants to know if there is any secret behind the ID cards, but Wang Song has gone far away. Su Chen then makes up his mind to follow him as he believes that he might lead him to the forge. Wang Song is on his way to the gates of the new world, where he is confronted by the team that never left for the mission. They ask him to hand over the mutant spider corpse he is carrying. The team is happy that they listened to their big brother. They are also happy that someone actually came through with the corpse of a mutant spider. They try to threaten him into submission. They are going to harm him if he does not cooperate. Wang Song is surrounded by these men. None of them notices that he is only carrying mutant spider legs. They all go in for the attack, but he immediately destroys them all effortlessly. He thinks they are annoying as she leaves. Su Chen witnesses this, and he is not so impressed. It is expected of a past life powerhouse already at tier 3 or maybe peak tier 2, same level as Su Chen. He believes that if he absorbs this core that he would be able to break through tier 3, although there would be side effects. Su Chen is being handed an ID card as he had brought back the corpse of a mutant spider. The soldiers at the gates congratulates him as he has become a member of the new world. He wonders why he was told not to touch the ID cards. He notices something strange with the ID cards. It starts to emit black smoke. The consciousness space lady then comes out. Su Chen asks her how she had gotten out and she explains. She had noticed a swarm of brainworms burst in, and she wonders what Su Chen must have done for this to happen. She had wiped them out quickly at this time. Su Chen wonders if this is a brain invasion. As he notices his card still emitting black smoke, she tells him that the card is a brainworm transmission medium. She fears that Duan Ya and Yun Yun might be in danger now. Meanwhile, the city lord Kang Ming is disturbed, which prompts the maiden to ask what the problem could be. He believes that someone tried to sneak into the inner city, and he thinks Duan Ya, Yun Yun, and the Lady Poison Master are accomplices. While at the arena, the girls are still with the one-eyed lord and his brother. They had just been visually reminded of how they both made love to each other, resulting in their inability to sit down. Yun Yun cannot seem to endure the effects of the poison. Lady Poison Master urges her to stay calm as the poison is probably killing the brainworms. She tells her to stay composed, just like Duan Ya. Duan Ya had just finished visually traumatizing them with vivid imagery of their lovemaking, and they are still going crazy. The one-eyed lord and his brother are not so happy with this. They get enraged and begin to attack the ladies. They intend to kill them, as they launch themselves like a spear to impale them with their heads. One of the heads straight to Duan Ya, and she dodges this, resulting in them both destroying a building with their heads. Their heads had become sharper after the apocalypse. The audience is unsure of why a fight has broken out, but they are still enjoying the show. The crowd notices that the center is too dangerous, and they urged each other to climb to the stands to avoid getting hurt. With the unbreakable iron head technique, they had smashed into a building and destroyed it. They launch another attack towards them and plan not to give them time to use their mental powers. The ladies try to dodge but are held down by an invisible hand. Duan Ya feels like someone is grabbing her hands. Same for Yun Yun, she is being held to the ground by this invisible hands. Duan Ya immediately notices that it's the judge sitting in the middle that is causing all these trouble. He is impressed that she noticed, but it is already too late. Duan Ya is about to be impaled by one of the men, but she is saved by Yun Yun, who immediately grows big and holds him like a toy. His brother comes to attack, and she holds him too. She tells them to guess whose head is harder as she sticks the one-eyed lord's head into his brother's. After the unfortunate insertion, the brothers are left completely dead. Yun Yun tosses their dead bodies over her shoulder and changes her focus to the man that caused all of this stress. But he's not going to just sit there and let her attack him. As she moves towards him, she feels the sensation of something latching onto her legs and holding her down. Just like before, as she feels the sensation, her ability gets suppressed and she shrinks down to her normal size. Lady Poison tries to help her, but in an instant, they are both pushed down by those same invisible forces. The grip of the strange ability is enough to leave handprints on their bodies. Duanya notices them getting pinned down, and she's about to go and help them, but she suddenly feels like something is approaching her. She uses her hypnotized pawns from earlier to block the attacks, and their bodies are completely cut up as a result. The weird man on the podium commends her for using her pawns to defend herself. For her to have been able to sense the attack coming and make the split-second decision to sacrifice her pawns, she really is a dangerous woman. However, now her allies are tied up and her pawns are dead. She's all alone with no one to help her. Duanya and Lady Poison have been tied up in strange red ropes, and Duanya apologizes for being careless and allowing herself to get captured again. Duanya doesn't care though, and she detaches the wings from her outfit to use as weapons. They aren't much, but they should be enough to deal with this maniac before he causes more problems for the girls. The man doesn't mind her interesting choice of weapons. In fact, it looks like he's excited to face her. He smiles creepily and tells her that he would love to play with her. Meanwhile, inside the city walls, Su Chen and Xiao make their way through the inner city. The environment looks surprisingly all right, but the people look like walking corpses. It's hard to believe that the blacksmith they are looking for really lives here. Before Xiao can finish talking though, Su Chen is already far ahead of her, following Wang Song as he walks through the city. Wang Song makes his way through the alleys and eventually walks up a flight of stairs. At the top, he meets a woman who is smelting something on a forge. He announces that he has found the Spider Queen's legs that she was looking for. With the Spider Queen's legs, they can go and save their grandpa and finally leave the inner city for good. Wang Song drops the spider legs on the ground, and she takes them to the forge to use them and craft new equipment. As long as Wang Song helps her save her grandfather, then the three of them can escape easily without getting harmed. Then she can fulfill her promise of making the strongest weapon for him. After a little bit of forging, she makes a decent pair of climbing gloves and boots out of the Spider Queen's legs for the both of them. The Spider Queen's claws are strong and sharp enough to give them good enough grip so they can easily scale up the side of large buildings. The two of them head over to their target building and use the boots and gloves to safely climb up to the rooftop. The forger's grandfather is being held at the top floor of the building, and they can save him once they get there. Wang Song asks why they couldn't just reach the top from inside the building, but the forger strongly warns him that they must never enter the building. Meanwhile, from the streets below, Su Chen watches the two of them climb up the building and figures out that the woman is the blacksmith he was looking for. Since they are climbing to the top of the tower, he decides to join them and see what they are doing. Instead of scaling up the side of the building like them, he jumps in through an open window and finds himself in one of the building's corridors. Surprisingly, it seems like no one is inside and things might be a lot easier for him from here on out. But that only makes Xiao curious about why they chose to climb the side of the building instead of just making their way up from inside. The two of them get the answer as a giant claw tries to swipe at them. Su Chen is fast enough to dodge the claw as it slams into the ground. Xiao points out that there are way more traps like these deeper inside the building, and it looks like these traps are the reason why they didn't want to go inside the building. Su Chen rushes out of the building followed by an explosion. Then he uses the hair tendrils to latch onto the side of the building. Wang Song is shocked to see Su Chen suddenly appearing out of nowhere, but Su Chen simply asks if the girl is the blacksmith that he's been looking for. Before she can answer, a swarm of bugs burst out from the side of the building, and the two others scream in fear as they see the massive red cluster of bugs. Wang Song hates bugs the most out of any monsters, and as he desperately tries to climb up the building, he notices that they are much faster than him. In his desperate attempt to crawl away, he leaves the blacksmith behind and she calls out for him to wait for her. Su Chen comes in from behind and grabs her by the stomach, using his hair tendrils to launch himself higher up the building. On his way, he lands on Wang Song's shoulder and uses him as a stepping stone to boost himself higher up the building. As Wang Song falls down, Su Chen tells him that the rest is up to him from now on. He doesn't even have time to complain as the bugs rise up behind him. He really hates bugs, so he turns around and uses one of his abilities to punch holes through the bug monsters, ripping them all apart. Meanwhile, Su Chen continues to scale his way up the building with the struggling girl under his arm. She asks him to explain who he is and what he wants from her. Su Chen introduces himself and says that he wants her to forge a blade for him. She doesn't deny that she can do it, but she has no reason to help him. In exchange, though, Su Chen promises to grant her one request of her choice. She agrees to his demand, but first he wants him to take her to the rooftop before they can talk more. At the top floor, an old man stares longingly at a picture of him and a young girl. He is the girl's grandfather, and he has been locked up at the top of the tower. However, no matter how much he has to suffer, as long as she is safe, then he can endure it all. As he's reminiscing, the wall of his prison explodes, and Su-chen walks in with the girl still under his arm, struggling to get free. She declares that they have come to save the old man, and he can barely believe that she actually came for him. The old man looks pitiful with tears streaming down his cheeks and a chain shackled to his leg. He first asks who exactly Su-chen is and how the two of them came blasting in through the door, while the girl continues to struggle under Su-chen's arm. He finally releases her, and the grandfather snaps out his surprise to yell at his granddaughter. The place that she so flashily broke into is incredibly dangerous, and he's angry at her for risking her safety like this. She doesn't care for his ramblings though, since she brought help to break him out. She tells Su-chen that she learned all her forging skills from the old man, so the blacksmith that he's looking for is actually the older man. If Su-chen wants a top-tier weapon made, then the old man is better suited to forge it. Su-chen approaches the man and asks to investigate the ankle shackle, and the man tells our MC that he can just refer to him as Old Fu. Su-chen tries to use brute force to snap the chains, but they are way too strong for him to break through. Su-chen is surprised that he can break the chains even with his monstrous strength. Old Fu tells him that it's no use trying to break the chains with brute force. The shackle may look ordinary, but it was made from post-apocalyptic materials. It was also forged by Old Fu himself, so it's incredibly tough and no one can break it open. The girl smacks Old Fu on the head for being so proud of creating the thing that got him trapped in the first place. He had no choice but to do this though, since the city lord threatened the old man with his own granddaughter's life. There's no way he could refuse when her life was on the line. Su-chen has pretty much figured out what's going on, and he asks if they will be able to break the chains with a weapon forged from a stronger material. It would be possible, but there's no way they would be able to find a stronger material in the whole of New World. Su-chen already has the stronger material they need, and he reaches into his subspace to summon the strong stone ore he got recently. The stone holds a power that even Old Fu has never felt before. Just from touching it, he can tell that the stone can forge a blade which will definitely be able to cut through the shackle. The problem now will be refining a raw stone of this level, which is an extremely difficult task. The old man should be able to do it, but he needs Su-chen's help for that. They head over to another part of the prison where Old Fu can get some work done on the stone. The main reason that the city lord locked him up in the first place is to force him to make weapons from the mutated materials. Because the materials are unique, the tools that he uses in his forging are custom-made for extremely fine forging. Just the bellows used to power the furnace are so huge that the girl isn't able to move it at all. Normally it takes 10 people to operate such a massive thing, but they all ran off to watch the beauty contest. So today, Su-chen has to do all the work. It's no problem for our MC though, and he takes off his shirt, revealing his layers of muscles underneath. Old Fu hopes that the muscles aren't just for sure and leaves the bellows to Su-chen. For now, they need to raise the temperature of the furnace and then throw the raw stone into it to melt it down. Once the stone is in the furnace, then they can't stop the smelting process under any circumstances. Otherwise, the raw stone will end up melting into useless scrap. Old Fu goes to sit down and wait while telling Su-chen to start charging up the furnace. There's no rush to get started on the forging process. Even for an ability user, it usually takes at least 3 hours for the furnace to heat up enough for them to start forging. However, Su-chen isn't just a normal ability user. With one push, he's able to raise the temperature of the furnace instantly to a level that Old Fu has never seen before. It's hard to believe that Su-chen is even a human. The room becomes incredibly hot as Su-chen works to power the furnace with his brute strength. The blacksmith girl can't even take a second to wipe the sweat from her brow because it's time to push the stone into the furnace. They both work together to push the stone in, and the heat coming from it is almost unbearable for both of them. But finally, they are able to force the stone into the furnace with their joint effort. Now that the stone is in, all they can do is wait for it to melt down enough to be forged into the sword. As they work on the smithing, an old man is pushed into the room by a bunny girl. It's the city lord, and he demands to know who dares to trespass into his tower. As soon as the blacksmith girl hears that this newcomer is the city lord that locked her grandfather up in the tower, she picks up the closest blade she can find and jumps towards him to land a killing blow. Before it can connect though, the bunny girl behind him grows spider legs on her back and uses it to attack the smithing girl, sending her flying backwards after barely managing to block the attacks. Two of the girl's spider claws also double as sharp blades, and she presses one of the blades uncomfortably close to the smithing girl's cheek for daring to show disrespect to the city lord. Then she raises her hand to kill the girl in one swift move. Before the sharp blade can connect with the girl's flesh, a fist comes flying out of nowhere, knocking the bug bunny girl away. It's Wang Song, and it seems that after fighting off all the bugs from earlier, he has finally come up to join the party. The bunny girl bounces off the ground from the impact, but she gets back up almost immediately, enraged that someone would dare do something like that to her out of nowhere. She tries to kick off the floor and brings a sharp high heel up to Wang Song's face, but he effortlessly dodges the attack and manages to catch the bug girl by the waist before she can go running away. Then he squeezes her body as tightly as he can, causing her to yell out in pain before she splits in half from the force of his death hug. Just like that, the seemingly powerful bug bunny girl is dead. Old Fu and Su Chen are both surprised by the level of power from Wang Song, and the smithing girl can barely believe that the girl is lying dead right under her. Wang Song doesn't turn around as he asks her whether she's all right. In that moment, he looks extremely cool to the smithing girl, who can't help but blush at the sight of her brave savior. He turns around when he hears her whisper how cool he is. But as he does so, he notices a bug crawling up his back. It's probably one of the many bugs that he fought against earlier, and he drops his cool pose to wriggle around in terror as the bug falls off him. The smithing girl quickly uses her sword to take care of the bug, while Wang Song still flails around in terror. She shows him that she has taken care of the bug and he doesn't have to worry anymore. Then she thanks him for saving her earlier, with a blush still plastered on her face. Wang Song quickly rearranges himself and thanks her too for saving him and being really brave. As the two of them compliment each other, the city lord who has been watching this entire thing finally speaks up. There are consequences for killing one of his people, and he's going to show them an example of those consequences. Wang Song walks up to the city lord, who looks way weaker than he was expecting. That weak figure immediately starts to morph as he comes closer, growing several insect-like tendrils and body parts from all over his body. In an instant, the once weak-looking man transforms into a terrifying-looking centipede monster that towers over everyone in the room. Since his true form has been revealed, there's no reason for him or his subordinates to hide themselves any longer. He calls for everyone in hiding to come out and slaughter everyone. Back with Duanya, the man she's facing reveals his disgusting-looking tongue as cockroach antennae grow from his head. He laughs as he realizes it's time for him to go crazy with his power. He tells Duanya that since the city lord has given the order for them to go crazy, then he won't be able to dance with her anymore. Instead, he has to make sure to hurry up and let all of them die.